Chapter 1001 The Strongest Influence in the Animus Universe. Conquest. The mere word caused Noah's heart to beat faster as he found his path towards the universal rank. It also coincided with what he had to do if he wanted to stand against Ambrose and the others, and whatever plans they had within these 9 universes that they carried out the universal amalgamation. Noah would go to these universes as the targets of conquest, obtaining vassals within them as he raised strong enough forces to possibly break apart the universal constructs that hegemonies were protecting. If he himself broke into the universal realm, would beings like Ambrose be able to stop him, at a rank where he would have obtained 50 billion Tao galaxies that he could even use to elevate a grand Tao to a cosmic one? The truly powerful enemy he saw was the mysterious Kronos that could utilize the terrifying Taos of reincarnation in Kronos, but as long as he used Protagonist's bookmark and obtained these Taos himself, what was to stop him from being able to stand against such an opponent? His main body in the dark universe had swirling fortune and destiny raging all around him as Noah finalized his thoughts, the primordial ruination clone in the Animus universe moving across the rivers of blood. His summons and subordinates created as he moved to end the universal war. Blood debts were repaid by blood. Rumble. His voice reverberated out of the bloody chaotic void as the forces of the 5 bloodline races felt their hearts turn cold. His words also stopped the movements of the Animus summons that were fused with his clones, their gazes cold as they locked onto the billions of creatures still filling up the legions of the bloodline races. Unless something changes, this cycle of bloodshed will continue as by the end of it, you will all face annihilation. You followed the aims of hegemonies as all it led was for the glorious bloodline races to fracture, bright rulers being unjustly taken down as entire races became enslaved. At this point, you all failed. You chose the wrong being to follow. You need direction. You need discipline and true leadership. As he spoke, the figure of the tyrant dragon let out waves of oppressive power that caused the few remaining enemy paragons to quake. None of them moving forward as his gaze domineering waved over the billions of monarchs, great sages, and entities that made up their legions. True leadership. As Noah said these words, the essence of a certain Tao began to fill up the body of the primordial ruination clone as he prepared for it to be released onto the region with billions of beings wildly. It was, of course, the Tao of fealty. To stop all this bloodshed, you all will pledge fealty to a single being. The hearts of those that had already become vassals among the 4 allied bloodline races buzzed as the hearts of the 5 enemy bloodline races shook. They sensed a unique Tao beginning to wrap around them with the words of the tyrant dragon. His gaze utterly cold as he continued with his words, you will pledge fealty, or face annihilation. Mana wildly erupted from Noah as the essence of the Tao of fealty spread throughout. In front of the eyes of all beings floating amidst the rivers of blood near the draconic Holy Lands, a prompt appeared. In exchange for a portion of his power, bind a portion of your soul to Noah Osmont and become his vassal. Do you wish to swear fealty to the tyrannical emperor? Noah didn't even bother hiding his name at this point. He gave them the same prompt that he gave Valentina. All of the billions of powerful creatures of the bloodline races seeing this prompt appear brightly in front of them as they reached a point of no return for their long lives. The 10 Animus summons that Noah controlled lined up behind him as their bodies released horrendous waves of power, the essence of cosmic Taos leaking from every single one of them. The wrathful Queen Dowager whose body was bathed by blood for the retribution of her race, the cerulean crown boy who held a smile but had eyes filled with a hidden pain as the last being of his race. The twin draconic serpents that had just joined Noah's ranks, the luminous golden crow with flames scorching. The chaotic void, the galaxy-devouring serpent, colossal Helios Leviathan, the kingly calamity bear, the vibrant obsidian panther, and the star-sized oculothorax carrying out deadly rays of soul-destroying light. All of these beings let out horrendous waves of power as they floated in front of the billions of creatures of the bloodline races. With such a force behind him, Noah's figure of the tyrant dragon was filled with regality and majesty as he called out grandly once more, fealty, or annihilation. Essence began to dance in waves. The hearts of the fearful bloodline races that had seen this singular being survive even attacks of paragons wavered and shook. Within their minds, they voiced out, I swear fealty. With their mouths, they called out, I swear fealty. With their actions, they contributed to the birth of a terrifying being. Each of the billions that had begun to pledge fealty felt mana fill them to the brim as Noah got his first feeling of what conquest would be like at this moment. Past the boundary of the Animus universe, Valentina watched this scene with a sharp light as Oathkeeper and the others watched on with intense gazes. In the dark universe where Noah's main body was, his starry eyes gazed all around him as rivers of universal fortune began to form. The glimmers of gold and wonder raged around him. Marks of antiquity forming in the hundreds of thousands every second as rainbow-colored Tau galaxies began to light up in his origin. It was the boon of conquest. And it was just a small test of it. Chapter 1002, The Strongest Influence in the Animus Universe. 2. The gazes of the hegemonies, still using their power to observe from a large distance, turned somber. They saw the scenes in the chaotic void near the holy draconic lands that was filled with the rivers of blood. They saw the scene where a single being told billions of creatures that before him, they would either have annihilation or fealty. They all chose fealty as seconds later, the auras of these beings began to crazily rise up as their eyes that were filled with despair and fear a second ago turned into those of shock, and when they looked up towards the figure of the tyrant dragon, once more, their eyes had a fervent light aside from the fears. This was because of the power they felt coursing through their bodies, yet, the gazes of the hegemonies were still somber. This was because they remembered this scene from not too long ago. The eyes of Oathkeeper and others turned towards Valentina. They realized the answer to their question of just who she had pledged fealty to. That caused her situation to entirely change as she turned the tables against two hegemonies. Valentina felt her face heat up at the questioning gazes of the hegemonies, her figure beginning to waver as she spoke out. I have to go into seclusion and heal. Let me know how we decide to deal with these guys, whap. Without another word, she disappeared from the eyes of the hegemonies as she didn't stay to answer their questions. Their eyes had to turn back towards the incredulous scene of the tyrant dragon. As at this moment, the many watching hegemonies placed him on their watch list as an important existence to keep track of. This was because at this moment, he was directly placing his influence on an entire universe at a rate even hegemonies didn't dare or had the capabilities to, and these knowledgeable beings knew that when such an existence broke through to the universal realm, their universal fortune must be great as they would quickly rise in power. But even these hegemonies could never expect that Noah's fortune was already more massive than many hegemonies, the number of marks of antiquity he had collected being something that many of them could only ever dream of. WAA, the scene at the bloody chaotic void of the area near the draconic Holy Land turned quiet as Noah's eyes gazed at all the billions of beings with the legions of both sides. Both the allied 4 bloodline races and the 5 bloodline races that were enemies, all the forces of these bloodline races that had participated in the universal war had pledged fealty under his words of fealty of annihilation. His fortune and destiny were swirling crazily around his main body in the dark universe, but the eyes of his clone remained utterly cold as with the wild power it showed, a command released from it once more. The strongest of your races have pledged fealty, but there trillions more back in your holy lands that need to do the same. Only with this path can peace be achieved. Set off and spread the word. You've tested the wonders of pledging fealty, let all your people do the same. The hearts of many beings trembled as they couldn't help but nod, the legions of many creatures beginning to move as the cluster of forces around Noah began to spread to different directions. 8 animus summons shot towards the cluster of 8 bloodline races, each of them being Noah's representatives as they would spread Noah's influence to the trillions of creatures spread out across the holy lands of these bloodline races. Noah's tyrant dragon figure, Tiamat, and the blue slime remained in the chaotic void as their eyes turned towards the draconic Holy Land not too far from them, Noah's command ringing out as the dragons that were watching this scene in a stupor like many others began to move. Paragon Quinny's heart was still shaking as she watched her husband move towards the serpentine Holy Land with Noah's galaxy-devouring serpent in the lead, her gaze turning back towards the draconic Holy Land that all dragons were heading to as it was time for them to reclaim the home stolen from them long ago. The Queen Dowager was leading the procession of dragons as a fantastical scene of rows of majestic dragons making their way towards their holy land played out, the figures of the bloodline races that had remained behind within these lands feeling a shocking force come towards them as they would soon begin quaking where they stood. Tiamat's goal of revenge and reclamation of her home after over 100,000 years. Noah would achieve it for her merely days after he arrived in the Animus universe. It wasn't the 2 hegemonies that were fighting for influence over the last tens of thousands of years, but a paragon that had risen up in mere days taking the seat of the most influential creature within this universe. Waves of change continued to spread out from this moment as many powerful beings moved to understand exactly what had occurred, even more on them focusing on a few figures they had to pay attention to. Near the bloody battlefield's galaxy clusters where a universal construct stood, Kronos watched as the figures of Oathkeeper and a few others faded away, leaving behind only a few clones from the hegemonies that had cloning abilities as they kept watch over the events within the Animus universe. Kronos stared at Ambrose and the other hegemonies around him with eyes shining with ancient lights as he spoke, the aura he emanated making these powerful beings all turn towards him as he was the center of attention. Assess the status of all the other universes and how the rate of accumulation is proceeding. We need to get a timeline of when everything will come together, and when the antiquity will be born. Rumble, with a gaze full of relentless might, Kronos forged forward with an unknown goal that the powerhouses of the primordial cosmos were currently moving to stop. Chapter 1003, A Universal Banquet. Within the dark universe, Noah's main body remained floating amidst the fields of verdant gold greenery while all around him rivers of fortune and destiny were swirling around brightly, his hands gradually plucking off strings of destiny as he tried to understand his path forward. At the same time, spatial fluctuations began to erupt not too far from him as his languid eyes turned towards this direction. The appearance of one of his clones coming to fruition as with him was the slender figure of a captivating woman. A woman whose aura alone caused the space around her to shake, her dark eyes that could draw in the souls of weak men opening as her aura spread out all around her, her gaze becoming that of increasing shock before her eyes focused on a particular being that was wantonly releasing the fortune and destiny he wielded. Noah's clone faded away as it achieved the task of bringing a powerful hegemony into the dark universe, this hegemony herself locking her gaze towards Noah as her eyes shone like bright lanterns. This isn't the primordial cosmos, THRUM. This powerful being sensed it right away, looking towards Noah with shock as the implications of what she found were truly grand. Amidst the golden rivers of fortune and destiny, Noah smiled lightly as he nodded. Yes. It is the lost universe that was fractured from the primordial cosmos some time ago, the dark universe that is currently under my control. The eyes of Valentina constricted into slits at these calm yet boastful words as she brought herself to purely focus on Noah at this moment. Truth be told, she didn't even know how to interact with this being as the situation surrounding him was just too special. She had her status as a powerful hegemony, yet this being in front of her was a mere paragon, and at the same time the one that she had pledged fealty to and become a vassal. Well, at least that is even bigger than before. She tried to simplify her thoughts as she focused on Noah's vast fortune that had become rivers about to form into seas at this moment, her body moving faster than light as she appeared in front of him an instant later and locked eyes with him from a few inches away. She saw his calm eyes that didn't even flutter, eyes that seemed to show no fear even in front of a hegemony as he merely looked towards her with a smile. Valentina sighed in defeat as she stared at this being and spoke out. I cannot see through you. What exactly is it that you want? What is driving you to do everything you're doing right now? She tried to understand the being she had pledged her fealty to at this moment as she wondered what would happen in the future, and she watched as Noah ignored her question and waved his hands to the verdant golden greenery below them, fruits filled with the essence of laws being plucked and rising towards them a second later as Noah offered her some. His gaze seemed far away as he thought about her question before he replied, I actually can't give a proper answer to that as my goals have constantly changed over the weeks. Valentina raised her eyes at this as she expected someone to at least say their goals had changed over the years. But she said nothing as she continued to listen. In the past, I moved for the sake of securing my safety, and I later moved for the sake of others where even my entrance in the Animus universe was for Tiamat. But a myriad of thoughts crossed Noah's mind as Valentina's question had made him reflective. He thought about the apocalypses he got past and against the enemies he found, even his current goals where he planned to go on the conquest of multiple universes. He might say it was to try and stop the actions of the terrifying hegemonies following Kronos and whatever they were trying to bring to fruition within the primordial cosmos, but even though this was something he wanted to do, he saw it as part of what drove him to make the goal of universal conquest. The even larger part that caused his heart to blaze with ambition was antiquity, it was power. As he thought about this, he found himself coming up with too many answers as he merely shook his head while looking towards Valentina. Well, it doesn't really matter what my past goals were. For now and in the coming future, my goal is the conquest of the universes affected by the universal amalgamation that Ambrose and the others carried out. It is to increase my influence at a scale that even hegemonies could not even dream of as in a matter of weeks or months. I will form my universal seed and rip apart whatever plans these beings have. Rumble, Valentina's eyes shook as she saw the rivers of fortune above this being churn at just his words that were so domineering that even this hegemony found herself taking a step back, a claim of conquering universes as he achieved the rank of a hegemony within months, not the hundreds of thousands of years it took others, but within weeks or months. Valentina wanted to call this claim a mere dream, but she couldn't bring herself to, gathering herself as she recalled how this being had jumped from great sage to paragon in seconds. She looked at him seriously as she didn't refute his words and merely nodded. With such a vast fortune swirling around him, who was to say what he could and could not do? On the way here, Oathkeeper sent a message that in 3 days, a universal banquet will be held in the Elysian universe to discuss the events surrounding Kronos and the others. as well as the gathering of information on what to do about it, rumble. Noah's eyes shone brightly at these words as he looked towards the gorgeous figure of Valentina that was looking at him with bright eyes. It will be nearly all of the hegemonies within the primordial cosmos, including many beings that weren't present during the events that occurred today. Among those attending, the invitation was extended to the tyrant dragon Paragon that was moving around in the midst of hegemonies like nothing today. Chapter 1004, A Universal Banquet. 2. Among those attending, the invitation was extended to the tyrant dragon Paragon that was moving around in the midst of hegemonies like nothing today, rumble. These words caused Noah's eyes to shine brightly, the idea of meeting even more powerful existences being something he was not averse to. After all, they would just be lining themselves up for who would be next in line for protagonist's bookmark in the coming future. We'll go see what solutions others can come up with, but first, let's power you up a bit before anything else. Valentina raised her eyes at Noah's words as he only gave her a light smile while moving his hands to cause their figures to shift away. This hegemony that had lived for a great deal of years was curious how the strength of someone of her level could be further increased, not yet knowing how Noah held an entire library of vast amounts of skills and skill trees, few of them being spectacular skills he designed himself as even a hegemony was about to enjoy the boosts of Noah's system. As this scene of an introduction of a hegemony under Noah getting shown around the dark universe took place, the events in the Animus universe were concluding in a spectacular fashion. Currently, Tiamat was standing on the highest mountain peak of the Draconic Holy Land, a mountain peak that was called the Holy Dragon Mountain that she used to reside on as it was located on the highest galaxy within the many galaxy clusters. All her subordinates climbing towards it whenever they wanted to pay respect. The Holy Dragon Mountain was shaped in a manner as if it had the jaws of a dragon sharply closing towards the very peak. The area around it filled with an overabundance of essence that nearly formed into thick rivers, as this area was one of the many unique locations across the Animus universe that was at a point where a large amount of essence condensed continuously. Verdant greenery could be seen all around it as this was the most respected peak any being could ever stand a chance of climbing in the Draconic Holy Lands. Paragon Quinny was standing right behind Tiamat atop the mountain as her gaze contained a great deal of memories. Never thinking the reclamation of their homeland would happen this fast or in this manner, the eyes of Quinny were locked onto the single figure that made it all possible, the tyrant dragon that had actually turned into a human form as was currently leaning against Tiamat's glistening scales as he took in the spectacular scenery of the Holy Dragon Mountain. Beside him, Tiamat's eyes were red with emotions as she voiced out towards him, "Thank you, not just for keeping your promise but for everything else." The progenitor of dragons humbled herself down as she gave thanks to the being that had taken her from entity to paragon in a matter of less than 3 months, and he had now given her back her home along with all the retribution she could want. Something out of her wildest dreams this being made possible. Yet to all this, Noah just smiled as he patted the scales of Tiamat. If one wanted to look at the biggest winners of this universal war in the whole venture into the Animus universe, there was no bigger winner than him. He had thundered into the Draconic Holy Land with them and ripped apart any creatures of the bloodline races that resisted, the trillions upon trillions that had not participated in the universal war being given the same option of annihilation or fealty, at the majesty of the tyrant dragon, as well as seeing a vast number of their own paragons and monarchs that had already become vassals under Noah. The wills of these creatures shattered as they bent the knee soon after. This meant that among the most clustered locations of the Animus universe, Noah had already brought the entirety of the Draconic Holy Lands under his heel. His Animus summons that made their way to other Holy Lands of the bloodline races, only needing some more time before such a scene repeated itself in the homes of the other bloodline races. After that, with the majority of the powerful creatures within the Animus universe as his vassals, it would be another universe that Noah heavily influenced, as his rewards from it were many times over compared to the dark universe, the increased universal fortune and destiny. The explosively forming marks of antiquity, days passed as a new reality settled into the primordial cosmos, with many more hegemonies that were in the far reaches of the cosmos or had secluded themselves finding out about the actions that Kronos and a few other hegemonies had taken. The new reality of 9 universes was made clear as the universal constructs within each of them continuously pulsed with an eerie red light, gathering the very essence of the universes while reinforcing the tight restrictions it placed on them. Such scenes caused many hegemonies to turn somber, and the auras of many hegemonies could be felt clustering around the Elysian universe as Oathkeeper had called forth a universal banquet to gather information and look for solutions to these recent actions. Today was the day of this fantastical universal banquet, many beings making their preparations and making their way over to the Elysian universe as a mixture of powerful beings was about to occur. Within the dark universe, Valentina was shaking her head at the incredulous sight in front of her as she truly saw tens of thousands of marks of antiquity constantly forming around Noah every second, the events of the animus universe continuing to follow their conclusion as many beings became his vassals, and his influence stretched throughout the universe. He had kept the forming marks of antiquity hidden these past 3 days as he didn't want to show off, but Valentina had asked him about it before they set off for the Elysian universe as he decided to reveal it. When the hegemony saw such a scene, a deep blow was dealt to her psyche as she saw this being make the progress she made in years in a matter of hours. The confidence of a hegemony that considered herself a one-of-a-kind genius who could even birth a unique Tao was shattered on this day in front of the sight of the existence that was Noah Osmont. Chapter 1005. Just some random hegemonies. The flowing marks of antiquity died down as Noah made them invisible, even the rivers of fortune that were turning into seas around him fading away as he opened his eyes. With the recent events of the animus universe, he was able to bring his total number of Tao galaxies from the 40+ million to over 400 million, a factor of over 10 times within a short time span, as the animus universe held significantly more beings than the dark universe, and ones with even greater levels of power. One also couldn't forget Noah's influence in the sequence of events of universal amalgamation, this also contributing to the obscene amount of marks of antiquity he was able to condense and then fuse them into him to form the Tao galaxies. His strength felt boundless at this moment as he shook away the feeling and focused on what was at hand. He looked at those around him, at the beings that would be accompanying him to the universal banquet occurring in the Elysian universe, the prideful hegemony of summoning that had her psyche shaken as she saw things she shouldn't have, her identity as a universal realm hegemony of course granting her entrance into the esteemed banquet. Noah himself could bring a +1 as among the many beings he could take with him. The figure of a blue-haired ice queen stood near Valentina with calm eyes and a smile that was enough to shake the kingdoms of men. Adelaide had a reserved expression as even with a hegemony nearby, she didn't feel an ounce of fear or apprehension as her eyes seemed to only focus on Noah. There had been a furious battle in the past 3 days for the position of who would accompany Noah to a meeting with powerful existences of the primordial cosmos. Barbados and Anna threatening war before they were calmed down, the figures of Elena and Athena being seen around the universal core with depressed expressions as they sighed endlessly for being left behind. It was the reserved Adelaide Belmont who took the spot, as at this moment, the realm of this alluring woman was elevated to a paragon after being pumped heavily with the cores of this rank that Noah had looted in abundance and then duplicated from the universal war. Paragon, she didn't even care what level her realm reached as her goal was to always just be near Noah, but he made her enter a time-space and absorb the cores so that there wouldn't be any mocking or any events where powerful hegemonies would focus on her as a being that was only at the level of a great sage. Noah's voice rang out light as his main body remained still, his primordial ruination clone appearing in front of Adelaide as he took her hand. Valentina coming to stand. Everything is ready. Noah's voice rang out light as his main body remained still, his primordial ruination clone appearing in front of Adelaide as he took her hand. Valentina coming to stand beside them with a sigh while still reeling from her destroyed pride. The body of the primordial ruination clone was meant to be a dragon in human form, Noah utilizing the Tao of subterfuge to still release the aura of the tyrant dragon while taking on the form of a devilishly handsome man in his 20s, not taking the form of his actual face as he didn't know whether a being like the cerulean hegemony he had fought with in the dark universe would be one of the beings to make his way into this banquet. The bodies of Adelaide and Valentina were both clones, as Noah also had this hegemony learn the Bloodlord skill tree, the rod of survival and preservation being taken to the extreme, as even on an event like this universal banquet, clones were sent forth. Mana began to bubble around their 3 figures, rumble. The essence of a cosmic Tao descended down as Noah used the feature of his cosmic treasure to wrap its essence around their bodies, with their target being a direct teleportation to the Elysian universe. WAA, with a burst of light, their figures disappeared as only their main bodies were left behind in the dark universe, their clones shuttling through space as within seconds they were teleported into the Elysian universe, the bright and beautiful universe where even the chaotic void shimmered gold, the essence of laws around the environment abundant as the mere void of this universe made one feel they were somewhere special. I'll take it from here, Valentina spoke out lightly as another light of teleportation wrapped around them, taking them from the area Noah brought them to and bringing them closer to a certain location. It was a bright glimmering galaxy that was surrounded with enormous golden chains, looking extremely holy and majestic, as even Kronos was not granted entrance into this galaxy when he came over to the Elysian universe last time. When the three of them appeared, a golden light shone from the galaxy as it seemingly scanned them, a door being created seconds later where they could pass through and enter the galaxy as they were granted an audience. Their three figures pushed on forward as Adelaide remained tightly close to Noah, Valentina floating in front of them with a serious expression as they stepped into the galaxy that was the birthplace of the special being known as Oathkeeper. It was the Astrius galaxy. At the center of this vast Astrius galaxy, there was an enormous planetary body that was over 10 times as large as a normal planet, its surface shining entirely gold as this was the location that the universal banquet would be held. It was a planet that was known as the hallowed astral star, a glorious planetary body with incandescent beauty that Noah could see even from afar. The auras of a ridiculous amount of universal experts could be felt on this planet as behind them. Noah felt an aura of a hegemony near and past them as the figure turned around to curiously observe Valentina, and then the auras of two paragons behind her before he continued forward onto the hallowed astral star. Valentina spoke lightly at this. Seen as they also made their way forward, many of the hegemonies you meet are beings that have lived for hundreds of thousands if not millions of years. They have a high level of pride about themselves that paragons or even those below do not even come into their eyes. I would tell you to be careful in conducting yourself, but I really don't know what you'll do. Valentina felt like she was only getting to know Noah after the past few days, but even she wasn't sure how he would act when he faced the powerful identities of the hegemonies that were coming from all corners of the primordial cosmos. At her words, Noah only smiled as he spoke lightly. It's just some random hegemonies we've never even heard of. We don't need to put them in our eyes if they don't put us in theirs. Rumble. His shocking words caused Adelaide to laugh as she looked at him with even more loving eyes, Valentina only shaking her head at the crazy words as they floated towards the hallowed astral star where they could feel the auras of many hegemonies already there. It was bound to be an eventful affair. Chapter 1006, A Meeting of Distinguished Existences. Within the hallowed astral star, it was a paradisiacal scene as a lush golden forest filled with mystical vegetation and harmless creatures flew about. The atmospheric essence within this planet was extremely dense as rivers of essence could occasionally be seen flowing in the bright skies. Within the skies of this golden planet, an enormous chunk of earth was freely floating as on top of it. The auras of a great deal of hegemonies could currently be felt. Many were discussing with each other as the mood was somewhat somber, but there were unique creatures flying about carrying foods and remarkably shimmering drinks that made the mood into one that fit a banquet more. These creatures held bright gold wings on their back as they were only about a meter in size, commonly known within the Elysian universe as the race of halcyon fairies. Their eyes bubbled with joy as they filled the long stretches of tables on top of the floating landmass of the hallowed astral star with appetizing foods, occasionally tending to the hegemonies that called onto them for specific things. Within this floating landmass that was a few miles long, hegemonies from all corners of the primordial cosmos were continuing to fly in as many became reacquainted with old friends, other even meeting enemies they had bad memories of, as it was a mix of many beings. Existences at the universal realm rarely stepped out of their universes, being more worried about their own strength and power as they strove to influence many beings in any way they can while collecting marks of ruination and finding the way forward. An example was a particular hegemony we had come to know before, a being letting out a powerful aura as he shone bright blue from head to toe, a cerulean blue crown rotating majestically atop his head, with an expression filled with dissatisfaction. The cerulean hegemony looked around at all the hegemonies as not a single one seemed to enter his eyes. The only thing he paid attention to were the conversations, a particular one nearby catching his attention and managing to bring up bad memories. I respect Oathkeeper, but what use is there in gathering us all here? We just need to break the authority protecting those universes and we can solve all of this. A hegemony that looked entirely transparent as glass spoke to a humanoid hegemony as its body trembled with unknown power. The humanoid hegemony only shook his head at the words, replying soon after with a calm tone, I don't think it's just this. There was also the death of the lost universe not too long as our cosmos lost a part of itself, and these actions by Kronos and the others that deal with isolating other universes, it's something even I cannot fathom no matter how much I peer into destiny. Rumble. The reply of this hegemony made many beings turn to look in his direction. But it caused the cerulean hegemony's mood to turn even more sour as he remembered a particularly detestable creature that had stood before him not too long ago and took away his chance to gain a cosmic treasure. The arrival shouldn't have been different than any of the others, but they caught the eyes of the cerulean hegemony and multiple other hegemonies the moment they appeared, as within the sea of powerful universal realm hegemonies, they actually saw two paragons being escorted by a Hegemony, paragons, the figures of the bewitching Valentina and Adelaide walking with Noah's confident and tyrannical demeanor caught many eyes, these three beings landing on the floating landmass as the buzzing of conversation stopped to stare at them. Noah took in all these gazes with a smile as Valentina's expression became annoyed, pulling Noah and Adelaide towards the food as with her identity as a newly rising hegemony. She didn't have too many connections here. I didn't think they let any Tom, D. K. and Harry come to such important events like this. Rumble. The voice of the cerulean hegemony rang out clearly as Noah turned his eyes towards him, looking towards this being that didn't see through him with great surprise as his eyes scanned him up and down, the being that had tried to fight with him for a cosmic treasure. The being that had briefly crossed the sea of ruination and survived, the being that he had planned to rip apart whenever he gained enough power and time to do so. Noah didn't think it would be this same being that would find trouble with him. Valentina turned her head towards the direction of the cerulean hegemony as she was already in an annoyed mood today after having her genius shattered by Noah, gazing coldly towards the glimmering blue cerulean crown as she spoke dismissively. I didn't think so either, but here you are, WAA. The eyes of many hegemonies constricted at the fiery reply, the cerulean hegemony's face becoming cloudy as power began to emanate from his body in droves. He didn't think any random hegemony would even dare to reply to him like so, much less when it came to two mere paragons. The surroundings turned icy cold as the halcyon fairy's surviving food began to tremble. Valentina's eyes sparking powerfully when she felt the essence the cerulean hegemony had begun to release as she seemed fearless, when it seemed like things were about to boil over and erupt. Alright, let's settle down and get things started. Many of us are already here, THRUM, beside Oathkeeper. Another being descended with him as this being received just as much attention, and this was because it was another heavyweight at the same level as Oathkeeper and Kronos, one of the most powerful beings of the primordial cosmos. This existence was an archaic creature that was born with a unique physique that was made up entirely of the essence of chaos, his entire figure looking like a dark elemental that drew in any surrounding light. Wings that palpated with chaos and destruction unfurled freely behind him as his face was a black hole that could suck in the souls of weak beings if they stared for too long. It was an archaic hegemony that had lived far longer than many other hegemonies even preceding Oathkeeper himself. The creature that was the first to comprehend the cosmic Tao of extinction, the universal expert that was known as the Goliath of the primordial cosmos, Chapter 1007, A Meeting of Distinguished Existences. 2. The history of the primordial cosmos was something that was known by very few beings. If there ever existed a being that could give you a thorough history of the millions of years that had passed within the primordial cosmos, that being would be the Goliath of the primordial cosmos, a creature born with the unique physique of the very essence of chaos as his figure was a pulsating mass in a humanoid form, vibrant obsidian wings inlaid with archaic runic circles as his head was a swirling black hole. Such a being had entered along with Oathkeeper as it brought all conversations to a halt. OM. The surroundings palpated as Noah looked over at this being with sharp eyes. Even while using eyes of truth, this being only had an overabundance of question marks as he couldn't find out much, but he was able to see the Taos this being held that he could use as a target for protagonist's bookmark if he wished. The cosmic Tao of extinction, the cosmic Tao of Kronos, annihilation. This being was stacked with powerful Taos as he was no lesser than Oathkeeper, possibly even being more powerful in some areas as all the eyes of powerful beings collected themselves around these two figures. They stood amidst everyone calmly as Oathkeeper was the first to speak. Time is of consequence, so I will not waste yours or mine. The eyes of Oathkeeper shone with a light of power and conviction as he continued, speaking towards tens of universal experts that stemmed from many regions of the primordial cosmos. I called this universal banquet here because of the actions of Kronos and multiple other hegemonies that worked with him to hatch machinations that even now we do not fully understand. One of the purposes of this banquet is to share information, the other will become apparent after the first is accomplished. Cryptic words left Oathkeeper as his eyes focused on all hegemonies, eventually coming to land on Noah's calm figure that was one of the only two paragons amongst the sea of hegemonies. At this moment, Noah was ridiculously not focused on the discussion that was being carried out, the eyes of many beings coming to land on him only to see him finish putting the savory foods lying on the long tables around them on his plate as he seemed more intent on eating. Oathkeeper ignored all this as he spoke towards Noah. You were at the center of this when it began. You'll be the first to share, THRUM. While being stared down by the gazes of these powerful beings, this paragon didn't sweat one bit as he began to talk while taking bites of the glimmering golden foods on his plate. Valentina and Adelaide stood beside him with a somber expression as the recounting of the events in the Animus universe occurred. Minutes passed as Noah gave out the information he could without compromising any of his information, finally finishing up after nearly 15 minutes as he even put his plate down to give his closing words. All in all, the activated universal constructs that have linked together the 9 universes through amalgamation are currently drawing in immense reserves of universal essence. Their goal being a form of unification or a summoning ritual. Rumble, a summoning ritual. Such words caused the minds of all those listening to buzz as when these aged existences thought about what such a summoning could entail, and their guesses were horrendous, to say the least. After Noah, Valentina was given the spotlight next as she talked about Ambrose and how she nearly destroyed one of the universal constructs. More and more information being released on the universal amalgamation that had occurred within the 9 universes as after her, Oathkeeper called upon multiple other hegemonies that had gone to observe the changes within the liberated universe: necrotic, microbial, automaton, Thonian, Euthenia, Omicron, and the abyssal universes. The discussion lasted for more than 2 hours as the gazes of many hegemonies were somber at the end of it. This was when the atmosphere of the banquet changed as everyone's gazes landed on Oathkeeper. Now what? The pressure Oathkeeper released became even greater as he looked at the powerful existences around him, his gaze also landing on the Goliath of the primordial cosmos that was standing behind him. We have to proceed forward, but before we do so, we have to realize that Kronos, Ambrose, Dark Shadow, all of these were hegemonies we thought did not know or even associate with each other, and yet they carried out this plan together. It means that there is a very real possibility of there being more allies of Kronos and the others in our midst. Rumble. What essence vibrated dangerously as the golden sky trembled, the gazes of many hegemonies turning chilling as Oathkeeper kept his calm and commanding expression. This was the other reason I called you all here. It is because it is time for another oath. An oath that lets us know we can trust each other to be on the same side in the future to come. An oath that will tell us if there are any enemies among us that we have to look out for. Many eyes shined brightly as even Noah nodded his head in commendation at such an action. We gathered once before to swear an oath that gave order to our primordial cosmos. We are gathered here again to do the same thing. This time, it will be an oath that is judged based on truth. Whereas the creator of the Tao of the Oathkeeper, I will know whether you truthfully stand with us or if you are within the camp of Kronos. Rumble. We will find out here and now if there are any other beings hiddenly working behind our backs, and only then can we move forwards with a solution, an oath. The purpose of the universal banquet was actually to swear an oath and see who among them were traitors and who stood with them. Chapter 1008, The Book of Oaths. A buzz of discussions broke out the moment that Oathkeeper finished his words, many hegemonies having differing opinions about this. Yet the figure of the Oathkeeper released a terrifying pressure at this moment as his body shone with gorgeous splendor, his voice ringing out again. The oath is very simple as there is no harm in it and we all only benefit from the security knowing there are no enemies among us. Any hegemony who shows unwillingness towards this, has something to hide and will be labeled an enemy to be killed with extreme prejudice. Overbearing, dominant. The Oathkeeper let out such an aura as all discussion stopped. He effectively told them that either they agree and make the oath, or they would be labeled an enemy. What an awe-inspiring sense of power. This was something that only hegemonies at the level of Oathkeeper, Kronos, and the Goliath of the primordial cosmos would be able to do. It was restricted to beings that controlled unique cosmic laws that others couldn't even dream of. Mana overflowed from the Oathkeeper's body as in front of him, a golden book materialized as it swirled with a unique Tao. The appearance of this book caused the eyes of many beings to turn reminiscent as it reminded them of years long gone, when many of them broke into the universal realm at the moment of their ascension. Oathkeeper appeared in front of them soon after as they swore an oath with the very same book they were seeing right now. The process of connecting all of the galaxies within one's origin and birthing a universal seed was a magnificent affair. The aura of every newly appearing universal realm hegemony when they bloomed their universal seed being an event that was sensed across nearby universes. Now, this book had appeared in front of the hegemonies once more. This was the Book of Oaths that kept all the oaths under the Tao of the Oathkeeper, a book that had a simple mechanism of requiring a being to place their hand on a single page as they swore an oath. The eyes of the Oathkeeper shone with power and might as he glanced at the direction of the nearest hegemonies, his voice ringing out majestically as his golden hair and bright wings vibrated powerfully. Make the oath. Rumble. It wasn't a request anymore as it even seemed like a command. Yet the common hegemonies nearby could not deny as they began to step forward. The first ones were the hegemonies that were close allies with the Oathkeeper to begin with, beings that he had called upon when the chase with Dark Shadow first began. They stepped forward as the first one placed their hands on a page of the book, calling out loudly, I am not an enemy of the primordial cosmos, nor am I colluding with Kronos, THRUM, like a procession of beings. Every single hegemony went towards the Book of Oaths and made an oath that they weren't enemies or colluding with Kronos and his group. I am not an enemy of the primordial cosmos, nor am I colluding with Kronos, WAA. All the hegemonies nearby had gone as Noah and Valentina's party was up next. Valentina had a sharp light crossing through her eyes before she went forward and placed her palm on the floating book in front of the Oathkeeper. Her words were light. I am not an enemy of the primordial cosmos, nor am I colluding with Kronos. The page shone gold. The Oathkeeper nodded his head as Valentina stepped aside. The gaze of this domineering being that even commanded hegemonies then landed on the figures of Noah and Adelaide. Noah had a light smile as the gaze of this terrifying being focused on him, walking forward with light steps while holding on to Adelaide's hand. The pair of figures looked more at peace than even the hegemonies here. As if they were merely a couple on a sightseeing trip, and it was actually so for Adelaide as she didn't put any of the powerful beings aside from her man in her eyes, her fair hand being the first to land on the Book of Oaths as she would actually be the first existence at the level of a paragon to lay their hand on this book. I am not an enemy of the primordial cosmos, nor am I colluding with Kronos. The book shone gold as the same oath that was said by everyone else rang out from Adelaide, her figure stepping back as Noah stepped forward while staring at the glimmering golden book. His eyes glimmered with an unknown light as even he was curious how this would turn out. Adelaide had no care for the events of the primordial cosmos as she didn't even know who Kronos was. So he wasn't worried about her. What about him though? What about the holder of the cosmic Tao of ruination that directly opposed the nature of the primordial cosmos? Let's see. With an expectant gaze, Noah's palm landed on the Book of Oaths. I am not an enemy of the primordial cosmos, nor am I colluding with Kronos. A second passed. Rumble. The eyes of many hegemonies constricted as the body of Oathkeeper began to tremble with immense might. The golden sky suddenly turned oppressive as the attention of everyone focused on Noah at this very moment. Among the groups of hegemonies that had not yet sworn an oath, their eyes flashed with unknown lights as they seemed to hold confusion. A change had occurred in those swearing oaths for the first time today. Chapter 1009. A cosmic treasure. While the pages of everyone that swore an oath shone with a golden light, Noah's oath was blank as it caused changes to appear on the expressions of many. Valentina's eyes turned somber as she slowly began to step forward in case something happened. Noah's eyes remained on the book as his palm sank even further into it, his heart calm as he repeated again, I am not an enemy of the primordial cosmos, nor am I colluding with Kronos, WAA. The words rang out for a second time as it was. Only after a second passed did the book seemingly believe him, shining golden like it had for everyone else before. The pressure emanating from Oathkeeper died down as his gaze locked onto Noah. Noah's eyes also turned up as he stared at the mountainous figure of the being in front of him as he seemed to have drawn even more attention to himself. He gave a light smile as he nodded while stepping back, leading Adelaide back to where Valentina was. The hegemonies in the surrounding Su-K-D in their breaths at this scene as the Oathkeeper's eyes returned placid. Anytime the Book of Oaths shone gold, it meant that the being swearing the oath was uttering the complete truth. White was undecided, and a crimson light meant they were enemies. Continue. His voice was unhurried as he called for the process to continue. Among the hegemonies that had yet to go, one in the back seemed to have decided something after watching the scene of Noah, this being stepping out as his eyes flashed with an intense light. His steps were unhurried as he came in front of the book and placed his hand while calling out, I am not an enemy of the primordial cosmos, nor am I colluding rumble. Before his words even finished, a terrifying crimson light shot forth from the Book of Oaths, the face of the confident hegemony rapidly deteriorated and changed. The golden skies became tinged with red, the eyes of Oathkeeper became filled with utter coldness as his essence flew out and descended down like tides. Hold on. The essence exploded from the hegemony that had caused a crimson light to rush out of the Book of Oaths before his oath even finished. His body erupted with the essence of many grandas as he began to move back, yet, a golden clock appeared in the skies above them as its light focused on him, his figure coming to a halt right after as he couldn't even move. Hegemony fires spark. Oathkeeper's voice rumbled out like an archaic creature bellowing out to lesser beings full of anger, his gaze on hegemony fire spark being filled with immense coldness and disappointment as the golden clock in the skies released an intense light to wrap around this being tightly, the hegemony not even being able to his strength to defend. For colluding with Kronos and holding malicious intentions towards the primordial cosmos, only death awaits you, Rumble. He shall be held in a time prison for interrogation while this procession continues. WAA, the dominating voice of the terrifying hegemony that had been able to overwhelm another universal expert in mere seconds, rang out as it shook everyone out of their stupor. This was the power of the hegemony that was renowned in the primordial cosmos, one of the three beings of utmost power that had the most chance to reach antiquity, Kronos, Oathkeeper, and the Goliath of the primordial cosmos. Even Noah's eyes shined brightly at the scene that played out, as aside from the Tao of Kronos and a myriad of other Taos that Oathkeeper had just utilized to render a universal expert defenseless. He sensed another Tao that he couldn't identify, a Tao that even he couldn't see when he looked in the details of Oathkeeper under the eyes of truth. Such a shocking possibility caused Noah to focus greatly on the next set of events, as there seemed to be much more than what meets the eye when it came to this terrifying being. When Oathkeeper raised his eyes again to stare at the remaining hegemonies that had yet to swear their oaths, his eyes were filled with a deadly light that caused the bodies of the hegemonies to tremble fearfully, especially those that had hidden intentions. After seeing a hegemony being so helpless in front of the power of Oathkeeper, the remaining beings didn't step forward, as a particular hegemony shining cerulean blue crown holding a cloudy expression couldn't help but speak out. Oathkeeper, you know we all respect your strength, but what if you are wrong? The light didn't activate for the Paragon before something happened, and now a red one shone from Hegemony Firespark as you acted without even hearing him out. Where the fates of those of us who cannot resist you will be doomed if the oath is mistakenly incorrect. THRUM. The cerulean hegemony's words got the agreement of the remaining hegemonies that held apprehension after seeing the Oathkeeper's decisive actions, but his words only made the gaze of this terrifying being even colder as it focused on him. Yet the cerulean hegemony seemed relentless as his eyes shone brightly, continuing to speak out. Those of us that do not stand on the same level as you cannot resist even if you are wrong. Why don't you have someone of your level swear the oath next? Rumble, the existence with a swirling black hole as a head, his humanoid form seemingly made of a sea of chaos as his sheer presence palpated with power. The eyes of all beings turned towards the Goliath of the primordial cosmos. The gaze of the Oathkeeper seemed impartial, as while focusing his gaze on the cerulean hegemony, he spoke out. The order of who swears the oath matters not. Goliath, pacify them and have your oath done next. OM. To Oathkeeper, it truly didn't matter who went first or last as long as everyone here swore an oath and they knew who their allies and enemies were. So the eyes of all beings focused as they waited to see whether the last two times were mistakes, wanting to see exactly what color would shine from a being as terrifying as Oathkeeper swearing an oath. Noah's eyes also landed on the terrifying personage with a black hole for a head, as an instant later, his colorful eyes shook as the immense fortune and destiny he carried told him something, a light of shock coursing through him. Oathkeeper had turned around as the Book of Oaths was ready to accept another palm, everyone expectant on the Goliath to step forward. Rumble. Seconds passed. The Goliath of the primordial cosmos did not take a step forward. The black hole atop his head seemed to vibrate greatly, a discernible light of extinction coursing through it, as this powerful existence did not take a single step. Next, an ancient sigh could be heard. Oathkeeper's strong expression that had never faltered all this time actually changed, an expression of shock and then anger soon entering his eyes as he stared at the non-moving figure of a being that had even preceded him in age. Thereafter, all hell broke loose. Chapter 10:10. A cosmic treasure. 2. A sigh that came from an ancient being. The sigh seemed to be filled with melancholy, holding a great deal of age and vicissitude, as the Goliath of the primordial cosmos lit up with colorfully enticing lights. The many universal experts felt their hearts shaking at such a scene, their expressions turning from incredulous to utter shock in the next second as a scene they never would have expected in their wildest dreams began to play out. The enticing lights that had formed around the Goliath were, of course, the lights that represented the essence of extinction. Extinction. Just what did a being need to do to comprehend such a cosmic Tao? How stars, realms, or galaxies did they have to bring to extinction just to gain minor accomplishments within this Tao? What more did they have to do to achieve full comprehension? Over the millions of years, just how many civilizations had fallen under the hands of this unique being to bring him where he was today? The answer was unknown. But the essence of this being erupted out fully as the moment he chose not to step towards the Book of Oaths. A shocking reality was revealed that even the Oathkeeper couldn't believe. Preposterous. Disbelief, doubt, incredulity. Even the Oathkeeper was in disbelief, as out of everyone within the primordial cosmos, the being he least expected to be involved with Kronos in doing something that harmfully affected the cosmos was the Goliath in front of him. Yet reality proved different as this shocking scene came to life. Why? Just why would someone of his caliber move like so? Just what was Kronos doing that he even pulled in a being such as this? The events about to play out happened nearly instantaneously when one truly understood the strength that universal experts could wield. That in the next seconds the positions of hegemonies vastly shifted as the scene became clear. The figure of the Goliath of the primordial cosmos was stretching out its chaotic hand towards the Oathkeeper, the horrendous essence of extinction palpating dreadfully as it threatened to wipe out whatever it touched. But this wasn't all. Behind the back of the turned Oathkeeper that was looking towards the Goliath with unbridled surprise and wrath, there was also something else occurring that others noticed until it fully played out. It was the figure of the cerulean hegemony that had challenged the Oathkeeper and actually called for the Goliath to next, bringing this whole situation to fruition. It was the figure of Noah's old enemy that had spent 100,000 years to try and obtain a cosmic treasure in the cosmic Tao of ruination, happening to fail at the last moment due to a native with ridiculous abilities. The cerulean blue crown atop this hegemony shimmered as it undulated on his body, his mouth opening unnaturally wide while he grew to become over 10 meters tall instantly. His open mouth gushed out large waves of water as from this passage, the aura of a single shocking being stepped on the raging blue waves, his arms outstretched as a purple clock had already formed in front of him, his figure entirely coming out of the mouth of the cerulean hegemony as it was Kronos. He wasn't given in trance into the Astrius galaxy as this time around, he snuck in with the invited hegemonies as a unique ability of the cerulean hegemony was utilized to hide his aura until now. Oathkeeper had called this universal banquet to quell out those he couldn't trust, while Kronos was using it as an opportunity to get rid of the being he considered the biggest enemy to the succession of his plans. Just who would come out the victor at the end of it all? The essence of extinction was striking at him from the front as the chaotic hand of the Goliath of the primordial cosmos had nearly reached him. A pulsing purple clot behind him as the Tao of Kronos was filled with a killing light behind him. All of it, thundering towards a single Oathkeeper as his eyes were currently filled with wrath. His closest allies were looking at this scene with incredulity as their essence coursed through their bodies, already shooting towards the enemies surrounding the Oathkeeper as they hoped to be able to provide some support. But, preposterous, boom, the golden sky shook and sundered, such immense and palpable wrath coursed through him that even those glancing at his figure didn't even bother looking for too long, but they couldn't turn their eyes away. This was because a terrifying aura far superseding that of the Goliath and Kronos appeared at this very moment. This was because on top of the skies above Oathkeeper, a pristine white disk had appeared, a hollow disk that looked like a ring of light, shining with immense pure while, as from it, every single creature could feel a type of essence they only came in contact with when they underwent the process of purification. It was the primordial essence that very few got a chance to come in contact with, and yet this disk was overflowing with it as its intense light washed down on the Oathkeeper and everyone around him, nearly everything coming to a halt. Many beings looked to the skies in shock as Noah was the one to receive the most shock with his eyes honing in on the enormous white disk. This was because he was reminded of an aura of a certain treasure his main body had reforged not too long ago. And this white disk reminded him of it greatly as it was a treasure that stood directly opposite to it in nature, a cosmic treasure. Noah unconsciously uttered the words as the incredulous minds of many of the hegemonies that didn't even know what was happening shook, as an assassination was about to be carried out. A cosmic treasure appeared in the golden skies of the hallowed astral star. Chapter 10:11 Unbridled Might, a cosmic treasure. Noah stared at the shocking treasure that had eclipsed the skies, the pure white disk pulsing with the purest primordial essence as it washed down in droves towards the Oathkeeper, towards the outstretched hands of the Goliath of the primordial cosmos and the deadly shimmering purple clock that Kronos put forward. There was just an explosion of white light, pure, unadulterated while light that represented the essence of the primordial Tao. As it smashed against both Kronos and the Goliath, a horrendous sound occurred as normally, space would have torn and shattered as everything became chaotic, but with the appearance of the rivers of primordial essence. Space was as stable as it could be as this essence that made the primordial cosmos truly had shocking effects. Two powerful auras were pushed back from the droves of primordial essence rushing down the pristine white disk, crashing onto the bodies of the Goliath and Kronos hundreds of times in the tenth of a second as their own bodies pulsed with the essence of many Taos just to push back the singular primordial Tao. When the scene cleared, only Oathkeeper remained standing, his gaze showing immense wrath and disappointment. His golden hair waved in the sea of white essence as his golden wings pulsed, his image this time striking itself into the hearts of all beings as he looked too damn dominating. He spoke with unbridled wrath and might as the white disk descended down, beginning to spin crazily as many beings felt like the very air was squeezing around them. Amidst all of this power, even Noah felt like a leaf just following the deadly winds constantly raging about, his current level of power not being able to do anything about it. This was the type of effect one could portray when they utilized the might of a cosmic treasure to its fullest, even against two beings at the same stage as him. He was still able to bounce them off. The figures of Kronos and the Goliath were heavily pushed back as their bodies felt the strain from the shocking primordial essence constricting around them. Oathkeeper's eyes focusing on the Goliath, white rumble. The surroundings only quaked more as the Oathkeeper continued to ask, the Goliath of the primordial cosmos letting out an aged sigh as he spoke out, the essence of the Daos of extinction in Kronos weaving around his body swiftly at the same time as he fought back against the primordial essence. For antiquity, THRUM, it was all for antiquity. Even the Goliath of the primordial cosmos had sided with Kronos due to this. Old being also wanted to grasp antiquity. I see, the eyes of the Oathkeeper shimmered with an intense asunder as he spoke, then, you can die for antiquity. Primordial enclosure, WAA. Essence wildly raged as shockingly, a phenomenon occurred not on this hallowed astral star where the shocking set of events was occurring, but the Astrius galaxy itself. The golden chains that surrounded the Astrius galaxy all this time disappeared. They disappeared as they materialized around the hallowed astral star, their golden exterior shaking and falling off as if it were false gold, a pristine white being seen underneath as it let off intense waves of primordial essence. At this sight, the faces of Kronos and the Goliath changed as Kronos could be seen letting out a sigh. It was a sigh of melancholy, of a being that had tried to get their way so many times but they still couldn't. This was actually true as Kronos had lived through multiple lives where he got to this point, and not once had he been able to achieve his goal of taking out the terrifying Oathkeeper and having him out of the equation. Now in this life, even with him getting the cerulean hegemony on top of the Goliath of the primordial cosmos to side with him and bring this opportune scene into a reality, it still didn't change anything. The first few times when he came to this point in history, his body and soul were ripped apart purely with Oathkeeper's power alone. A few times after that, he comprehended many more Daos as he became more proficient in the Tao of Kronos, and his power had just been able to cause the Oathkeeper to release his cosmic treasure to deal with him. This was how he ridiculously found out that Oathkeeper was in possession of a cosmic treasure. Now, multiple lives later, he was trying a different path as he got past the point that Oathkeeper summoned the cosmic treasure and destroyed all enemies. The power of the Goliath proving to be a tough one as for the first time in all his lives, he saw a new phenomenon where after the cosmic treasure appeared, the golden chains that were tightly wrapping around the Astrius galaxy were actually long chains of condensed primordial essence. THRUM, since you are chasing antiquity with such fervor, you can die for it. Primordial disk, reduce them to cinders. WAA, immense power, and might rumbled out as Kronos sighed even more. The light of extinction around the Goliath of the primordial cosmos only increasing as he received a message from his compatriot, Oathkeeper is just too much. We have failed and shouldn't stay here for too much longer. The Goliath heard these words as a sharp light crossed through his eyes. They were all of the same levels. So why? Why was the gap between Oathkeeper and him so large? No answer could be found as Kronos appeared beside the Goliath with somber eyes. Since they couldn't win against the terrifying cosmic treasure and the white chains that threatened to keep them here, they had to retreat. They then spoke at the same time, extinction tree of the end times. Rumble, a tree with boundless strength of extinction and the abstruse concept of Kronos began to erupt out and spread its trunk and branches wildly. It bounced off the pristine chains of primordial essence as they dug through the hallowed astral star and stretched towards the space above it, threatening to drown everything out in the decimation of time and extinction as Oathkeeper would have to focus on this ever-growing tree, just to make their retreat. Kronos and the Goliath had actually used a fused skill that combined the essence of two shocking Daos. Chapter 10:12, a dreadful new reality. In the vast primordial cosmos, there were many things that remained a mystery. One of these mysteries was the concept of the cosmic Tao of ruination that one needed if ever they wanted to traverse outside of the cosmos. Something that very few thought about, though, was the type of essence that birthed the primordial cosmos, the essence that purified every single one of the beings within it when they began achieving high enough levels. There was a Tao of ruination, and naturally there was the primordial Tao, a Tao of utter regality and majesty that as of this moment, the only person to comprehend it within the primordial cosmos was the dominant Oathkeeper. The only reason he did so was because he got his hands on a cosmic treasure, on the primordial disk that currently covered the skies and sent its pressure down on every living thing within the hallowed astral star. even two of the most powerful hegemonies could not stand against him as they utilized a fusion skill of truly powerful Taoists that caused the eruption of the extinction tree of the end times. The tree dug through the hallowed astral star the moment it bloomed, beginning to spread out towards the space of the Astrius galaxy soon after as it threatened to spread the light of extinction on everything it touched, while the light of Kronos threatened to cause everything to fall to the vicissitudes of time as they deteriorated. It was an attack of wanton destruction as the golden hair of the Oathkeeper flowed calmly, his eyes capturing everything that the moment this tree began budding, he commanded the primordial essence to wrap and protect all the guests of the hallowed astral star, his eyes then gazing at the ever-growing extinction tree as his cosmic treasure pulsed to release even more primordial essence to wrap around and contain it. Around this time, the figures of a few hegemonies began to silently disappear as the Kronos was first, followed by the Cerulean hegemony and three others as the last to leave, while the Oathkeeper was containing the wanted damage of Kronos and extinction was the Goliath. The swirling black hole this being had for a head vibrated with power as he released another sigh, his figure fading away soon after. Rumble. Essence wildly spread out as a few seconds passed before the shocking growth of the extinction tree of the end times was stopped by the primordial essence, this pulsing tree having entirely torn the hallowed astral star in half as its length alone stretched out tens of thousands of miles. It was a skill cast to bring immense and wanton destruction, but the Oathkeeper that could wield the primordial disk and command the essence of the primordial Tao had an impassive expression as after he contained the growth of the tree by wrapping it with primordial essence, he began to grind it down and cause it to disintegrate at a very rapid pace as tens of thousands of miles of length were eradicated in a second. An instant later, the extinction tree disappeared entirely. When the hegemonies looked around in shock and incredulousness, they only saw the shattered hallowed astral star around them as the figures of multiple hegemonies were missing along with the Goliath and Kronos. They had many traitors among them it seemed, but they had all been uprooted from this single event as the power of the Oathkeeper was reinforced as the strongest in the primordial cosmos. His power was about to be expressed even more as with a flutter of his hands, it felt like time was moving in reverse as droves of primordial essence wrapped around the shattered hallowed astral star, its pieces beginning to come back together as Noah and the other hegemonies that were still wrapped in a protective light of primordial essence watched the same shocking essence weave around a destroyed planet and put it back together as if it was never shattered. It was a scene of utter majesty and power as within seconds. It was like pieces of a puzzle were coming together as the torn apart pieces of the planet they were on came back together, the golden chains that had become white disappearing as they returned to wrap around the Astrius galaxy once more. Noah looked at this scene with shining eyes as Adelaide grasped onto his hand tightly. Valentina and the other hegemonies looked towards the Oathkeeper with slight apprehension and awe at his show of power as the wings of this being vibrated with power. Primordial essence swirling around him as the scene of him calling the primordial disk to reduce in size and fall into his palm was inscribed in the minds of every single being, surrounded by a sea of primordial essence. He looked like an archaic being from ancient times as with his command, everything was brought back to calmness. Not a single being spoke as they saw the eyes of the Oathkeeper open, a tremendous amount of pain and wrath hidden within as at this moment, this being felt like the weight he carried on his shoulders had just increased by an even larger amount. A being he even looked up to and considered a friend. A being even older than him had sided with the enemy side as at this moment, he felt alone, yet, he wielded tremendous power as even they could not do a thing against him, not while he was in this Astrius galaxy anyways, not while he had the chains of primordial essence wrapping around this galaxy. The very same weapon that had caused the plans of Kronos to miss once more in this lifetime as they had to run, but the end of today's events made one thing clear, the power shift in the primordial cosmos had rapidly changed, and they now entered the reality where everyone knew the strongest being of the cosmos wielded an unstoppable cosmic treasure, while the two strongest beings that followed him were chasing after antiquity as they used 9 universes as sacrificial lambs for something yet to come. Chapter 10:13, the start of a universal conquest. A new reality was upon them all as Noah was one of the first to witness it, the gazes of all hegemonies still looking towards Oathkeeper as this being seemed to come out of his melancholy and loot at all of them. That is the threat we face, rumble, false dreams being chased by Kronos as even Goliath was pulled into them. Their chase of antiquity will most likely just call forth a terrifying force that will not even grant them what they want, but merely cause us all destruction. That's what we have to stop. The hearts of all those listening trembled as their eyes were somber, the Oathkeeper continuing with his words as he waved his hands to call forth the Book of Oaths once more. Let's finish this first, and then we can have a brief intermission as I prepare some things, the process of swearing. The oaths continued as there were no traitors after beings like the cerulean hegemony disappeared with Kronos. The few remaining hegemonies all having a golden light shining when they made the oath as it finished just minutes later. Golden lights of destiny and fate weaved around as this was finished, the book of oaths closing and disappearing as a bright golden light began to erupt from Oathkeeper to cover everyone, a change in setting for the allies around us. Enjoy the amenities and abodes. We shall resume after a day. The golden light that erupted from him and covered Noah and all the hegemonies in the surrounding carried with it a spatial light, these beings trusting the Oathkeeper immensely after all this as they let the spatial light carry them to another destination. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves in the skies of a breathtaking place, a hazy color of golden clouds floating in the skies above them as ambrosial golden mountains stretched out below them. Upon these mountains were exquisitely designed castles. Each of the hegemonies appeared near one of these castles as the voice of Oathkeeper rang out, "This is my Elysian realm. Choose an abode and relax in here for a bit while I prepare some things. We shall resume tomorrow." The shocking aura of Oathkeeper then disappeared as the hegemonies looked at each other with different expressions before they shot down towards nearby castles. Many of them had to think about a myriad of things as this paradisiacal environment was as good a place as any. And a few of them felt their hearts needed rest after undergoing such a shocking set of events. Amidst all this, Noah had a domineering thought that would cause commotion if others ever heard it. Well, it's only slightly better than some areas of my universal core. Auspicious essence shone around them as Noah took in the sights while thinking of the shocking set of events that just happened. As if his thoughts could be read, the cosmic treasure that was connected to him and had seen the things his primordial ruination clone saw voiced out in his mind, that's a portion of what someone at the universal realm can do with a cosmic treasure. But of course, if one simply goes by its name, it's a treasure to be truly used by beings at the cosmic realm. A cosmic treasure could naturally only be fully utilized by a being in the cosmic realm. A being that had become an antiquity as the might they could display was something unimaginable. The breathtaking action of a cosmic treasure they just experienced. The paradisiacal Elysian realm that they just entered, all of it caused Noah's heart to tremble with excitement as he thought of the future and the fact that he had a night to spend. He looked at Adelaide beside him as he quickly carried the Ice Queen in a princess carry while flying down to the golden castle that was designated as their abode below them. Adelaide let out a surprised shout as her cheeks turned rosy, the Ice Queen not expecting Noah to be so bold, even ignoring the fact that Valentina was still around them also enjoying the paradisiacal sights of the Elysian realm. The hegemony of summoning had her attention taken from the sights as she saw this scene, her face becoming surprised when she saw the eyes of the carried Adelaide look towards her while beckoning for her to also come. A hegemony, the Ice Queen didn't even leave room for misunderstandings as a second later, she sent a mental message to Valentina before her and Noah's figure disappeared into the golden castle. "Come over and join us, there should be nothing better to do in this paradisiacal realm other than this." The powerful figure of the universal realm existence stood floating in the skies in a stupor after this, the images of Noah carrying the alluring Adelaide into the castle playing in her mind as she, after the brief respite from the shocking events, the night in the Elysian realm that was the home of Oathkeeper was that of peace as when morning came, the meeting resumed. The hegemonies left the golden castles they were cooped in as from one particular castle, the figures of two magnificent women flew out while Noah followed from behind. Adelaide had a light smile as Valentina maintained her regal expression, while Noah had a smile of a man that seemed to be at the top of the world. This was a smile that was being portrayed by a normal clone that had arrived within the castle at some point in the night, the figure of the primordial ruination clone having actually left the Elysian universe entirely as at this moment, it had teleported into another universe, not the animus or dark universe, but another universe entirely as at this moment. The light of conquest was brilliantly shining in the eyes of the primordial ruination clone as he arrived in the necrotic universe. Chapter 10:14, The Start of a Universal Conquest. 2. As the meeting resumed in the Elysian universe, Noah was already moving forward as the primordial ruination clone was sent into the necrotic universe to begin the mission of universal conquest. He was moving relentlessly for his goals as the hegemonies of the primordial cosmos proposed their own methods to battle the risen group of Kronos and the Goliath that were chasing antiquity. Oathkeeper reappeared in front of them as he handed out a unique object, this being the item he was preparing the past hours. It was a golden set of wings that fit in the palm of one's hands, a unique type of item that had a shocking usage, wings of primordial destiny, ultimate Tao weapon forged with the essence of the primordial Tao as the base, a myriad of other Tao essences completing it thereafter. It has a communication function of sending an instant message to all other holders of a similarly forged wings of primordial destiny. as well as a spatial function that allows for the instantaneous teleportation of a few specified beings, an ultimate do weapon. An Oathkeeper had forged hundreds of them in the span of a single night as he handed them to all the hegemonies that were now considered allies, as well as Noah and all others that had sworn the oath. It was for the purpose of quickly sharing information while being able to call for aid at any moment that one came in contact with the forces working with Kronos. The mission that everyone left the Universal Banquet with after that was to gather information on the 9 affected universes as they looked for methods to enter and find a way to destroy the 9 universal constructs that were currently the fulcrums on the continuing universal amalgamation. As for Noah, his plan was to gather a crazy amount of marks of ruination through the conquest of the affected universes, forming his own universal seed as when this point came, he could boldly be like Oathkeeper and reveal his cosmic treasure, overpowering the shockingly powerful beings like Kronos and the Goliath of the primordial cosmos. But this was thinking too far ahead, as at this moment, Noah's primordial ruination clone stood floating in a corner of the necrotic universe. It was dreary and cold in the chaotic void of this universe, the aura of the law of death being abundant, as this entire universe was an endless land of death, terrifying liches, abyssal undead, ghouls, galactic zombies. A terrifying amount of undead permeated throughout, as this was a universe that didn't have any organization. Quintillions upon quintillions of undead spread out across the expansive universe as very few regions held any organizations. These were the areas where powerful Lich Emperors or the existences that had stepped on the path of the cosmic Tao of necromancy made their homes, causing for clusters of trillions of powerful undead to crown on galaxy clusters and dead star systems. The hegemonies of this universe who comprehended the cosmic Tao of necromancy couldn't touch him due to the restrictions of the universal constructs, so all his enemies were just the myriad of undead paragons spread throughout the necrotic universe. He had to subjugate all of them and make the forces below them pledge fealty, causing the number of his marks of ruination to spill over 1 billion, as at this moment, he was infinitely close. The trillions more beings in the Animus universe that had sworn fealty after the battle had ended and his clones and Animus summons helped spread his influence to the far reaches of the Holy Lands of all the bloodline races. The number of the marks of ruination had exploded even more as he nearly achieved 1 billion at this moment, nearly 2% of his 50 billion marks of ruination that he could use to forge Tao galaxies and form enough connections to birth a universal seed. His body vibrated with power as he thought about all this. This figure of the tyrant dragon changing as an aura of death began to spread from Noah, his skeletal outline changing as he gradually changed to become a titanous crimson skeleton that had golden flames burning in his sockets. An obsidian robe draped over him an instant later as a crimson skull staff appeared in his hands, Noah looking like a massive undead Lich Emperor at this moment as his crimson staff smashed on the deathly chaotic void. Ding! A ringing of a bell that seemed to be inviting something, and it was the calling of the Nether Lich Emperor under Noah's command. This terrifying lich rising from the chaotic void as it released a horrendous aura of death, its rise only followed by the auras of millions more of undead beginning to emerge from the void. Kakik, it released the dreadful aura of a paragon as its obsidian flames bowed reverentially towards Noah, its staff glowing brilliantly with the essence of 2 cosmic Daos that Noah infused this skill with, as this Nether Lich utilized, sagely necrolords, to call forth 100 beings below its level. This meant that in the next few seconds, the auras of 100 abyssal undead monarchs of various types began to rise up, the numbers of undead continuing to balloon up as gradually a vast legion was forming. But this wasn't all. For this instance, Noah had prepared himself to utilize some of his billions of skill points on a truly special tree that would be suited for the conquest of a universe filled with undead. A skill tree that Noah designed just for the conquest of a single universe. Chapter 10:15, The Rise of the Tyrannical Lee Chapter Emperor. A skill tree that cost 12 billion skill points and one that held a skill that seemed to make it possible for Noah to call forth more than one Lich Emperor. But was it truly so? Yes. It was so. The mere descriptions of the skills within the Tyrannical Lich Emperor skill tree were absurd, to say the least. Summon Lich Emperors, 5/5, active. The user is capable of calling forth a maximum of 5 Lich Emperors at the same stage. Their parameters increased to be 200% of the caster's maximum power. Undead of Ruination, 5/5, passive. All of the summoned undead the Tyrannical Lich Emperor are branded with an Undead Ruination aura. The Undead Ruination aura grants 100,000% ruination damage, 100,000% poison and vitality decay damage, 100,000% increased resistance to all laws and Daos, 20% of all damage is converted to health, and it allows for the collective bearing of all damage dealt to be distributed to the entire legion. Unstable Necrotic Ring of Death, 5/5, passive. A constantly swirling ring of death filled with the essence of the Taos of ruination, annihilation, decadence, destruction, and the Tao of withering begins to rotate around any undead legion that the tyrannical Lich Emperor called forth. The greater and more powerful the number of undead, the more potent and deadly the necrotic ring of death will be. Endless torment. May 5th, passive. Any poor soul that manages to fall within the bounds of the unstable necrotic ring of death is burned to fuel the power of the ring of death even more, every additional being that dies within it adding 10% increased damage and area of effect for up to a maximum of 1,000,000% for 60 seconds. A gorgeous skill tree, a single active skill with the rest of them being passive, one that didn't just give Noah the capability to call forth 5 more Paragon-level Lich Emperors but also brought to life something that Noah considered a method that would put to shame most killing machines. Without a delay, he started by casting, Summon Lich Emperors. THRUM. Keek, eerie sounds began to permeate throughout, Noah waving his staff madly as he lost himself in the wonders of playing with fearsome undead creatures, constantly pouring his mana out as after the Lich Emperors at the level of Paragons rose up, their bodies lit up with the glorious light of death as they smashed their staff into the chaotic void, causing the auras of 100 monarchs to rise from each of them, and below them, thousands of abyssal undead great sages and tens of thousands of undead sages began to rise. It was the grand symphony of death ringing loudly once more as abyssal skeleton kings, Dullahans, undead dragon emperors, unholy phoenixes, a myriad of undead rose from the newly summoned 5 Lich Emperors and the initial one that stemmed from the skill tree of the Nether Lich Emperor. Hundreds of thousands turned to millions as very soon, millions turned into hundreds of millions as a truly large number of undead permeated around Noah as he cackled wildly. This was because as the legions of undead formed, the skill of unstable necrotic ring of death passively came online as a storm of essence containing coagulated forms of blood and bones rose around the undead legions like a rotating cloud of death. It truly and majestically was a necrotic ring of death forming, the essence of all of Noah's currently comprehended Taos beginning to swirl in a circular motion as with the dense aura of death, bones and skulls could be seen within the swirling ring of death that threatened to drown out any enemy it touched. Noah's heart felt fulfilled as he looked at such a scene, as if he had fully accomplished a skill that could grind down any enemies he touched the moment they even came across his legions of undead. THRUM, move out and lay devastation. Any fallen enemies will only elevate the strength of the legion. Whoa. The jaws of an innumerable number of undead vibrated as the Lich Emperors let out gleeful cackles. Keek. The Lich Emperors burned with a light of death and ambition as they waved their skull staffs forward, bellowing out grandly as their voices reverberated across the chaotic void, spread the glorious light of death, WAA, for the will of the tyrannical Lich Emperor. Oh, for death and destruction, oh, for the Legion, rumble, with a legion capable of swallowing and decimating entire star systems just from the necrotic ring of death swirling around nearby miles. Noah advanced forward as he led them all at the forefront. He was ready to give the offer of eternal death to the undead of the necrotic universe, or the choice of fealty. Hidden within the folds of space within the necrotic universe, the hegemony of necromancy that was the terrifying Lich who attacked Valentina along with Ambrose not too long ago was watching the appearance of a single Lich that multiplied to become more than 6 Paragon undead Emperor Liches. A horrendous undead legion of ridiculous size forming as the collective pressure it released was something even the hegemony of necromancy had not come across before. Its terrifying sockets burned with wrathful flames as it was currently situated next to the galaxy cluster that the universal construct of this universe was anchored to, continuing to watch the movements of a certain being that had become one of the centers of focus that he and the people he worked with had to look out for. It was the being that had become the most influential existence within the Animus universe in the span of a few days, establishing his dominance over the supreme bloodline races as at this moment all the forces of the universe would be consolidated by him in due time. Kronos had told them to pay more attention to this being if ever he moved within the universes they protected, and the hegemony of necromancy had picked up on the aura of the tyrant dragon seconds after its arrival as he watched this creature transform into a genuine Lich Emperor as soon after. Entire legions of terrifying undead surrounded him. Dangerous, yes. This was the word that came into the hegemony's mind when he saw this being that was just a paragon. The prowess and mystery surrounding him was too eerie, as even when Dark Shadow had moved against him, this creature still did not die, and they could not even personally move against him due to the restrictions they themselves laid down with the universal constructs. So all they had to utilize at hand were the most powerful paragons of their universes. The essence of necromancy pulsated from the hegemony dangerously as a raspy voice came from it. Don't let this force make a landfall in the necrotic universe. gather all the abyssal undead and ancient undead near the Death Void Valley region and stop them before they even begin to spread, rumble. The essence of death ran rampant as a hegemony stood far above every existence within the necrotic universe, and they were currently moving many pieces as they played a game of chess with a tyrannical being that was known to simply mess up all the rules of the board. Chapter 1016, The Rise of the Tyrannical Lee Chapter Emperor. 2. Important author note: revised the ability of Endless Torment to have a cap of 1,000,000%. Thanks to a reader for pointing it out. Across the uncountable number of galaxies in the necrotic universe, the Death Void Valley was a region that held hundreds of barren galaxies structured to form an ascending valley across the deathly chaotic void. Across this Death Void Valley, a unique clan of ancient undead titans was the ruling class. These powerful and gigantic undead commanding power and awe among all the undead occupying the galaxies of the Death Void Valley. At this moment, the legions of the ancient undead titans formed an uncountable number of lines as they occupied large regions of the chaotic void, moving outward from the Death Void Valley as they led all the other undead clans within this region under the command of the hegemony of necromancy, OOM. The essence of death and decadence permeated throughout the billions of undead clustering together to form the legions, but it was the thickest around 10 areas, and this was where the paragons that led the clans of undead were at. Among these 10, the densest area of death surrounded an ancient undead titan paragon that sat on a throne of regal purple bones, his figure being over a few miles long as he was truly enormous. His body was filled with taut steel-like muscles that wrapped around his entire skeletons, his skull being the only thing showing its obsidian bones as a purple crown of bones gracefully floated atop it. The other undead titans behind him were of slightly less similar stature, their legion looking extremely imposing as it was the largest out of all those here. This being sitting atop the floating throne of bones was Lich Emperor Agobo, and he had been born in death, and molded by it. He knew death so well that he very easily simulated the Tao of Decadence in a short period of time, and at this moment he was already speedily advancing in the Tao of Necromancy, but he had yet to see death in the form that he was currently observing. Even when he put aside the overpowering auras that the paragons within the enemy forces were releasing, what was most distressing was the fact that in the surrounding miles of the enemy legions, there was a dense and destructive cloud of essence and bones rotating dangerously. It seemed like this cloud would be destructive for anyone even coming across it, but the Lich Emperor Agobo did not know exactly by how much. But it matters not, rumble. At the end, death shall consume all. Woo. The aura of the Lich Emperor Titan flew out wildly as the legion before him bellowed. Other undead legions following as billions of undead that formed mountains began to move forward in the chaotic void. To their relentless advancement, the enemy responded by sending forward one of terrifying undead paragons, a Lich Emperor burning with golden flames in its sockets as its expression was that of pure arrogance. Even with no facial muscles, the domineering stature of the being that sat on the multicolored throne had developed could instinctively be felt as he teleported from hundreds of miles away, coming a few miles away from the legions that Lich Emperor Agobo led as he voiced out, "Before we begin I shall tell you all, that you can avoid eternal death by bending the knee at this moment and pledging fealty to me. Not some hegemony that cannot even do a thing with this universe. This is a way out from you following the words of a selfish being bent on searching for antiquity that will bring destruction to us all." Rumble. The aura of the undead paragon spread out majestically as the essence of a cosmic Tao pervaded throughout. Lich Emperor Agobo looked at this as he stood up from his regal throne of bones, his ancient voice ringing out flatly as his eyes began to shine with a powerful purple light. There is no need for words between the dead. Let us simply fight to see which side is more proficient in death. At such words, Noah laughed brilliantly as he tapped his skeletal hands on the throne, the undead legions behind him moving forward with fervor. When they moved, the swirling necrotic ring of death moved with them as Noah teleported back into their ranks, keen to see the results of the wondrous skill tree. The words of the Lich Emperor Agobo rang out in his mind as he was given a lesson for the undead. All that mattered was who would be more proficient in death. And when it came to this, he really thought nobody could match him. The hundreds of miles were quickly covered as the forces were about to clash, Agobo's hand thrusting out along with multiple other paragons as their essence flew out powerfully to wrap around the edges of the ring of death before the contact between the two sides happened. But they began to experience the ridiculousness of the tyrannical Lich Emperor firsthand as the over 1 mile necrotic ring of death that surrounded the now billions of undead Noah led come in contact with the forces of undead under Agobo seamlessly, the essence they threw out not being able to hinder it. They ranged from entities and all the way to monarchs and paragons. And they saw how the essence of Agobo and others meant to stop the cloud of death from enveloping them was useless, simply passing through the swirling ring of death as if it wasn't even there, the swirling ring covering over 100,000 undead a second later. The scene that occurred thereafter was extremely crucial to understand. It dealt with the particular ability of Endless Torment that was just freshly created. Endless Torment, 5 out of 5, passive, any poor soul that manages to fall within the bounds of the unstable necrotic ring of death is burned to fuel the power of the ring of death even more, every additional being that dies within it adding 10% increased damage and area of effect for up to a maximum of 1.0000000% for 60 seconds. The skill of Endless Torment granted 10% increased damage and area of effect for every creature that died within it for up to a maximum of 1,000,000%. 1,000,000. The necrotic ring of death was already deadly enough as no entities or sages could withstand the constantly rotating cluster of all the Daos Noah comprehended, which included 2 cosmic Daos. When the ring of death covered just a few tens of thousands of undead, the first undead entity to fall granted the 10% increase in damage and area of effect. Instantaneously, the ring of death became larger as it expanded to cover a slightly wider area than the second, third, 100th, within the span of milliseconds. Over 1,000 undead fell from the terrifying cluster of sharply rotating flesh and bones mixed with the essence of too many Daos Eoi. The area of effect was also increased by 10,000% as it covered over 100 miles instantly and continued to expand, every single death causing it to propel outwards at a ridiculous pace as over 1/4 of the legions that the Lich Emperor Agobo led become covered in the necrotic ring of death instantly. A millisecond later, it had covered such a large region that the numbers dead bloomed to millions. Truuum. The deathly chaotic void began to tremble as a shocking phenomenon was about to take place, all of it due to the fact that in just a second, the 1,000,000% cap of increased damage and area of effect of the necrotic ring of death was reached. Chapter 1017 Billions dead in seconds. It truly happened too fast that even Noah was caught off guard by it. The mountains of undead that the Lich Emperor Agobo covered tens of thousands of miles as if one were to look at from a far distance. They would almost mistake the massive creatures for moving planetary bodies. All of these beings numbered in the billions and over 10 paragons, and hundreds of monarchs were among them. When the necrotic ring of death spread out, it bloomed beautifully as the chain reaction of deaths and expansion of the area of effect caused it to hit 1.0000000% in a few seconds, and this 1,000,000 was enough for the circular dreadful ring of death to occupy over 1,000,000 miles, covering the entire legions of billions of undead. Lich Emperor Agobo trembled as he felt the swirling tide of death instantly spread out to even reach him, his purple throne of bones becoming decimated an instant later as he felt a heart-rending pain from the swirling Daos within the rotating ring of death. He bellowed out painfully as his body lit up with a gorgeous obsidian purple asunder, this essence covering his body protectively as he could do nothing else but focus on defending. Mind you, the 1,000,000% was also an increase in all damage. If paragons were having trouble dealing with it as they fought for their lives, Agobo Ly raised his titanous body as his flaming eye sockets looked around, the flames within flickering incredulously as he saw the monarchs that were beside him were already turned into nothingness, the great sages, just a pile of bones that joined the necrotic ring of death. The sages and entities were even the first to die as they helped bring this terrifying reality to fruition. When one pulled really far back and looked at the area where the legions of undead that Lich Emperor Agobo led, they would only be able to find a terrifying swirling mass of bones and Dao essences destroying everything within over 1,000,000 miles of the chaotic void. The only thing visible was 10 paragons that were Ly hanging by as every passing second the cloud of swirling death tore apart their defenses, the light of protection seeming like a flicker in the night as it could go away at any second. So out of the billions of undead that formed the legions Agobo led with the command of the hegemony of necromancy, only 10 paragons remained alive. Silence, stupor, horror, rumble. Billions were dead in an instant, entire legions of undead. The watching hegemony of necromancy that was getting ready to observe a long and drawn-out battle to better understand this enemy that Kronos and the others couldn't figure out found his skeletal jaw nearly falling off. The newly summoned Lich Emperors that Noah called forth who were about to lead their forces to attack, even they were silent as the flames in their eyes stared towards the being that had summoned them in shock. Mind you, none of the undead from Noah's legions had even attacked their enemies. They only came within a mile of them before the necrotic ring of death met the first enemies and then expanded to cover over 1,000,000 miles just seconds later. But it wasn't just the hegemony of necromancy and Lich Emperors that were shocked, even the caster and the creator of the skills that brought everything to fruition. Even Noah had no words as he watched this shocking scene. This This was a bit too powerful, maybe a tad bit overpowered. Noah sat on his throne of Tao essences with his skeletal hands propping up his chin, seemingly lost in thought as he had risen to a stage where he wiped out hundreds of millions of entities, sages, and great sages within seconds, monarchs taking just a bit longer as only paragons remained while fighting for their lives with the overwhelming damage that the necrotic ring of death was dealing. The skill tree bordered on the side of balance shattering as even Noah was taken aback, recalling the 12 billion skill point price tag for this skill tree. As for its effects of decimating all of the enemy forces in seconds? Well, he needed to have at least some of his enemies alive for them to swear fealty. Nothing would come out of him erasing billions in seconds except instilling a deep sense of fear, and this thought reminded him of the 10 paragons that were about to have any spark of life extinguished as they faced eternal death. His golden flame within his eye sockets flared as his essence moved, a prompt appearing in front of these 10 undead paragons as Noah tried to salvage the situation. Rumble, the prompt appeared brightly in the minds and vision of the paragons that nearly had their lives snuffed out from the ridiculous skills, Lich Emperor Agobo being the first to look upon this prompt as his mind sent his thoughts forward soon after. He had told something to Noah before the battle began less than a minute ago that was very clear in his mind: there is no need for words between the dead. Let us simply fight to see which side is more proficient in death. No words needed, and which ones were proficient in death. The being that even the hegemony he followed told him to stand against was too damn proficient in death. I swear fealty to the tyrannical Lich Emperor. THRUM, the strongest Lich Emperor took the first step. The remaining 9 followed before their lives were snuffed out by the terrifying swirling mass of death and destruction, similar to the legions of undead Noah brought that weren't affected by the necrotic ring of death. These undead paragons now joined the same ranks as they enjoyed the perks. Lich Emperor Agobo's purple flames shook as he stared towards the tyrannical Lich Emperor sitting upon an enormous multicolored throne. The ancient undead titan fell to his knees a second later as he called out reverentially, "Tyrannical Lich Emperor." Rumble. The first undead paragon kneeled as the other 9 soon followed, a shocking scene playing out in one corner of the necrotic universe as many of the beings watching it found themselves watching a stupor. Noah himself was given a bit of a shock at what he had done as his skill creation this time had been a tad bit too broken, his first battle within the necrotic universe ridiculously finishing in seconds as only 10 of the strongest beings were able to pledge fealty. It was the birth of an ultimate skill tree that could be used to end all battles, the birth of a set of skills built for brutal conquest. Chapter 10:18 Know Your Place. The hegemony of necromancy watched the kneeling of 10 paragons with a cloudy face as the flames within his eye sockets burned dimly. He questioned the reality that just played out as the essence of necromancy swirled around him, and even he could not make heads or tails of it. The enemy seemed unrivaled within the same level as even when faced against beings at the same stage as them, they still managed to wipe them out in a ridiculously short period of time, and yet he, the hegemony of necromancy with all of his power, could not move against this paragon. Rumble. His essence bubbled forth as he sent a message across universal boundaries to a certain person, Kronos. This paragon might prove to be a greater problem than expected. His power seems unrivaled on the same stage. The message traveled far as it reached the calculating Kronos that just had a major setback and was currently watching the universal construct within the microbial universe while being accompanied by the Goliath of the primordial cosmos along with the cerulean hegemony and a few other universal experts. They were observing the absorption of universal essence by the universal construct as it released a pulsing crimson light every second. The treasure that looked like an object gradually beginning to form a material around it that would make one think of a cocoon. Kronos received the message from the hegemony of necromancy as his eyes became even more somber, turning to follow the path of the universal essence being absorbed by the universal construct as it wasn't just from the universe itself, but the inhabitants of it themselves. This was a secret that even Noah didn't fully know, the fact that one of the mechanisms of the Slaughter Star monoliths was to also draw on the essence of the beings that were following the wills of the hegemonies that had their origin essence branded into these universal constructs. This was why the hegemony of Slaughter, Ambrose, had worked so hard to establish his dominion in the Animus universe, and it was also why Kronos had recruited a hegemony or two from each of the 9 affected universes and had them increase their influence and dominion over its vast populations for the past hundreds of thousands of years. It was also why the universal construct within the Animus universe was currently drawing in the least amount of essence out of the 9 universes, because Ambrose had his influence shattered completely within this universe as it could only draw a small portion of essence from the universe itself. He began in the Animus universe, and now he had started in the necrotic universe as well. Tyrannical Emperor, Kronos called out lightly as he looked within the memories of all of his past lifetimes and confirmed he had never come across this being before. His words caused the Goliath and the other hegemonies to look towards him as the irritated cerulean hegemony spoke out lightly. Still the same paragon causing us problems? You always think of everything. Don't tell me you didn't account for a powerful paragon appearing in the targeted universes and causing you problems. Rumble. The cerulean hegemony that was still irritated by all of his plans to obtain a cosmic treasure and the cosmic Tao of ruination to go up in flames was gradually revealing his true nature as he lost all decorum even with those he worked with. His voice carried a hint of a mocking tone as he continued, "The great and powerful Kronos actually has something he didn't account for after all this time. Who would have thou hook?" An eruption of essence exploded out an instant later as the blue crown atop the head of the cerulean hegemony trembled, inexplicably finding his body drawn towards Kronos as an instant later. His neck was clasped by him tightly, WAA. A horrifying pressure released from Kronos as he turned his calm eyes towards the cerulean hegemony. "I've put up with your attitude for many years that you may have forgotten. You are not one of the three Goliaths of these primordial cosmos, BZZZT." The horrendous and overpowering essence of Kronos flowed out freely as the cerulean hegemony could not break out of the grasp. His eyes turning red as he saw the eyes of other hegemonies around them look towards this humiliating scene, with the Goliath of the primordial cosmos not even turning to look as the back hole atop his head continued staring at the pulsing cocoon forming around the universal construct. "You are slightly powerful from other hegemonies, but that is it. You need to know your place and not step out of your bounds." Rumble. A shockingly domineering set of words came from Kronos as he released the cerulean hegemony, the glimmering blue of this expert dimmer as he looked extremely angered by this action, but he did not retaliate. This was because the person who put him in place was too terrifying. And he had long ago agreed to work with him and his group as after his loss of the cosmic treasure of ruination, all he had left was the promise of antiquity that came from one of the universal constructs in front of him, so he stayed in line as he moved back, not meeting the eyes of the other hegemonies as he simply looked ahead. This was power. Kronos didn't bat an eye at this as he spoke. The paragon going on a path of conquest is a minor problem that can become a big one. He's only just begun, but he's disrupted the flow of essence in the animus universe, and now he's moved on to the necrotic universe. His power is great that he is unrivaled among paragons, and we cannot personally attack him with the strength of hegemonies, so we will just devise a plan for something that can rumble. Chapter 1019, The Burning Light of Conquest. As the group with Kronos monitored and planned, another group was also observing Noah's movements carefully. The group of hegemonies that had all sworn an oath under Oathkeeper were keeping watch over the happenings of the 9 affected universes, and 2 hegemonies were doing so for the Animus and the Necrotic universe. They had seen the nearly completed conquest of the Animus universe, and now a hegemony watched the movements of a certain tyrannical Lich Emperor as it began conquest in the Necrotic universe, through the wings of primordial destiny that the Oathkeeper had just forged. A message was sent as this situation became known by many hegemonies. Not too long after, a spatial light erupted out from the wings of primordial destiny that the hegemony currently outside of the boundary of the Necrotic universe held, the oppressive and domineering powerhouse that was Oathkeeper himself appearing soon after. His eyes squinted as his golden hair flowed beautifully, looking at the scene in the small corner of the Necrotic universe where a terrible swirling mass of death surrounded billions of undead that just shattered entire legions in seconds. Oathkeeper looked at this as he raised his wings of primordial destiny and spoke into it. "Is this your work in the Necrotic universe?" The message crossed the vast distance as it reached a singular being, Noah himself. He had stashed away the wings of primordial destiny into his expansive space as it rang out, and he heard it clearly, his brow rising up at the straightforward manner of this powerful being as he replied with but a single word, "Yes." Rumble. He hadn't particularly tried to hide what he was doing, and he had no need to do so as with the current reality, no hegemonies could touch him, the ones in the 9 targeted universes could not, and he used his clones for any time he traversed in the primordial cosmos. His main body was stashed away in the dark universe that was floating peacefully in the sea of ruination. And he even had a save point active in case of any mysterious or sudden deaths. Simply put, he wasn't afraid, but he also didn't want to border on the side of arrogance and shoot himself in the foot, so he took things as they came and evaluated them while changing plans along the way. The plans of conquest, they would in no way be affected by the fact that others knew it was him doing it. It would actually be even better if his notoriety spread, or even the universes he targeted next would know of him, so that his might can be something as magisterial as beings like Oathkeeper, Kronos, and the Goliath of the primordial cosmos. With a mention of their names, even hegemonies turned somber. So he replied simply towards Oathkeeper, and as for the reason he was going from the Animus universe and then the necrotic universe in a campaign of conquest, he would just bullshit his way across as they didn't know he was doing it to collect marks of antiquity. Yes, this is my method to help take down Kronos and his followers, to reduce the influence they hold over the natives of all 9 universes, as this should reduce their power over the universal constructs, as it seemed influence was very crucial to even begin the universal amalgamation. Noah's words caused Oathkeeper's eyes to shine brightly, as what he thought was just a pile of bull was actually very close to the mark. They seemed so logical that Oathkeeper nodded his head as he recalled the scenes of the universal war in the draconic Holy Lands. And now this same being began to wage war in another universe, as he seemed to be on a path of conquest. Oathkeeper uttered these words slowly as he became lost in thought, coming back to focus a second later as he sent back a message to Noah before he disappeared from the boundary of the necrotic universe. Share this type of information with others earlier, as we're all going for the same goal. Also, the natives of the 9 universes, they are existences with homes and families as well. I hope you can bear the responsibility of your actions depending on how far you go with your conquest. Noah received the message clearly as his eyes glimmered with a bright light of conviction and strength. Conquest leading to marks of antiquity leading to a universal seed that would bloom into a universe, from a universe and into a stage nobody had reached in the primordial cosmos. It was the universal Philomanets that would pave the way towards nirvanic antiquity, towards the cosmic realm. Rumble. His eyes turned up as he saw his rivers of fortune and destiny still as bright as ever, the marks of antiquity continuing to increase at an even faster pace as this was around the time that the Emperor Penguin, Barbados, Morgana, the Sword Emperor, all of his subordinates, it was around this time that they fully dominated all of the densely populated clusters of galaxies within the Animus universe. Every location they went to, the call of fealty spread as Noah's clones were there overseeing everything, where the majority of powerhouses within this one universe could now be considered under Noah. That was an uncountable number of trillions, WAA, around the figure of his main body in the dark universe. A glorious amount of golden marks of antiquity raged as Valentina looked at this scene while shaking her head at its sheer ridiculousness. They weren't alone, as their setting had changed in the dark universe, the rigid mind of Valentina being won over by a relentless Adelaide, as at this moment, Noah was sitting down in a meditating position at the roof of a high-rise building that was made entirely of glistening diamond glass that he designed with the architecture feature of the universal core. It looked like a building one would find in a technologically advanced world far in the future. Noah currently being on the highest floor of this high-rise building, as one could see a wide pool lined up by glass that was filled with hot steaming water. Not too far from the steaming pool was a table containing an overabundance of fruits, and an enormous fluffy bed that could fit over 10 people was on another side of the roof of this high-rise building that touched the pristine clouds in the skies. Within this roof, one could see the figure of the original bodies of Barbados enjoying the steaming pool with an annoyed expression, Adelaide lying on the bed alluringly as Valentina was dressed with a graceful white robe while staring at Noah's figure as he was submerged with the marks of antiquity. At this time, Noah opened his eyes as he looked towards Valentina with a smile and asked, "The conquest of the Animus universe can be considered complete. You want to get started with the probing attacks?" A devilish smile could be seen on his face as he said this, revealing another part of his plans aside from conquest, as it involved utilizing the hegemony that had become a part of his forces. Valentina now held many things as part of his forces, but the most important one remained the fact that she could now utilize clones. The other method Noah planned to use to dismantle the universal constructs and the plans of Ambrose and Kronos involved Valentina using her clones to rush into the only universe she could enter as she laid out relentless attacks, where even the deaths of the clones were inconsequential, as all she would need to do was to wait until her mana reserves refilled to summon more clones and hound the defending hegemonies within the Animus universe constantly. Valentina stared at Noah with shining eyes as she nodded, her body buzzing with essence as she seemed ready for war. Her face was filled with the light of someone that didn't accept defeat as she spoke while waving her fingers forward, releasing an attractive force as Noah's figure began to be propelled towards her as she spoke. "I'll have the clones make a move, but during that, I don't believe the stamina of a paragon can compare to a hegemony." Rumble. A shocking scene that would be the envy of all beings played on within a high-rise building somewhere in the universal core of the dark universe. Noah's original body and the original bodies of those close to him enjoying their time in an isolated universe as their clones were the only ones moving in the primordial cosmos. It was multitasking to an extreme as many things were being done while the conquest of many universes was underway. Chapter 10:20, The Burning Light of Conquest. 2. Aside from the conquest Noah was carrying out and the attacks of Valentina's clones that had yet to play out, there were also Noah's subordinates that finished their work in the Animus universe. The Emperor Penguin came in front of one of Noah's clones as he was followed by Kazuhiko and many others, the prideful penguin being the first to speak as his voice rang out clearly. "Master, the conquest of all the bloodline races has finished. What shall we do now, Rumble?" The voice was sharp and filled with strength, being that of a peak monarch that seemed ready to become a paragon. The Emperor Penguin was among many that were shooting through the ranks, where they could break through into the ranks of Paragon at any time as Noah found and duplicated more Paragon-level cores. Noah looked at these beings filled with the light of strength as he smiled and spoke out. "That's just one universe, there are many more. I'll leave you guys with the goal of conquering another universe under my name, yes." The forces under him would also be put to use as with the conquest of the Animus universe. He actually expanded his forces greatly as he could now utilize not just his subordinates from the Dark Universe, but he could also put to work the paragons and monarchs of the bloodline races, the powerful dragon race, the galaxy-devouring serpents, golden crows. There were a myriad of races that were now his vassals as he could utilize them all for the conquest of universes. Noah looked at his summons and subordinates as he voiced out magnanimously, "What universe do you all want to explore and conquer?" A domineering question that would frighten others, but those around him only had shining eyes as discussions broke out, and out of all the 9 universes aside from the Animus and Necrotic universe, the decision came down to the Automaton universe. "I'm curious of such a place where mechanical existences reign supreme." Barbados's clone spoke out languidly while the others had eyes blazing with conviction, Noah giving a slight nod as in the next few hours, a selection of who would be descending onto another universe being made as multiple legions were formed. They were easily put into the division of the 9 supreme bloodlines, 9 powerful legions of beings floating in front of Noah as his subordinates from the Dark Universe could be seen at the very forefront of these legions. The Emperor Penguin was situated next to the paragons of the Golden Crow race that shone with a golden glimmer. Feeling like these beings were more like him as Kazuhiko chose to stand next to the dragon race with Tiamat and Paragon Quinny, it was the cast of instantaneous universal teleportation, as the essence of the cosmic treasure and primordial clone flowed from Noah's many bodies and into the clone in the Animus universe, this cast being something that other beings would not be able to handle due to its sheer mana requirements to send entire legions of beings across universal boundaries, but for Noah, he could just say Fu, K'Alda, the hegemony station to keep watch over the Animus universe, and even Ambrose and Salerno, who were still standing protectively in front of the universal construct in the bloody battlefield's galaxy clusters, all turned their eyes towards the region where boundless waves of mana were being utilized. Ambrose and Salerno couldn't move to do a thing against them as they had already reduced the essence that the universal constructs could draw into a minimum, and the hegemony outside of the boundary watching this only reported it to Oathkeeper and the others as they also only watched Noah's actions. WAA, the sea of spatial essence disappeared along with the 9 legions, the eyes of all watching hegemonies constricting as they sensed they didn't just teleport within the Animus universe, but they had disappeared from it entirely. Universal teleportation of hundreds of billions of beings. The watching hegemonies were shocked as they sent messages to see where the teleported legions that the paragon who was recently making his name known had sent. A reply coming to them soon after as the hegemony on Ambrose and Kronos' side, who was protecting another universal construct in the automaton universe, confirmed with them the appearance of billions of beings in a certain region of this universe. The hegemony allied with Oathkeeper and others outside the boundary of the automaton universe also confirmed their appearance, the eyes of all of these universal experts shining with shock and surprise as they very well knew what it took to traverse across universal boundaries, and even they as universal experts knew they could not teleport across universes with a vast number of beings, much less billions of them that formed legions. The mana requirements for this are astronomical, even hegemonies can't. Alarm rose in the minds of many watching hegemonies as once more news of Noah's movements were sent to the most powerful beings of the primordial cosmos, Oathkeeper and Kronos, having to focus their attention towards Noah once more. Once more, his name was forced to take center stage just from a single nonchalant action of his. His actions were under watch by many of the important beings of the primordial cosmos. The hegemonies that could peer into the universal boundaries being able to watch the actions occurring within, as nearly all of them could actually not even make a move. All they could do was be witness to a burning light that seemed to only be beginning. A burning light that many of them would go on to remember as the start of an undeniably relentless conquest that by the end of it, would produce a being they could only term with nothing else but the hegemony of conquest. Chapter 1021 Notoriety, WA, overflowing mana released billions of beings in the automaton universe, 9 legions that were filled to the brim with powerhouses from the 9 supreme bloodlines of the Animus universe. As at the lead were Noah's Animus summons and subordinates from the Dark Universe, their forces left behind a terrifying presence as their eyes looked at their surroundings, many of them coming in contact with the unique automaton universe for the first time. Automaton simply meant a machine that is capable of acting independently, and this universe was one where the machines reigned supreme as they controlled every aspect of life with all the creatures within this universe. Over its long history, 2 hegemonies had risen from this universe, as one was termed the hegemony of the steel and the other was known as the mechanical hegemony. Currently, both of these powerful beings were watching the entrance of Noah forces, as interestingly, one was outside of the boundary of the automaton universe as the other was stationed in front of a universal construct. One of the hegemonies had chosen to follow Kronos as the other knew nothing of it, the hegemony of steel being. The one outside the boundary as his literal made of steel figure was extremely somber while looking at the longest friend that had betrayed him, as well as the new forces of the Paragon. He and many others became acquainted within the universal banquet. Like many others, he could only watch the events about to play out. Within the automaton universe, the golden beak of the Emperor Penguin shone brightly as it reflected the gigantic mechanical galaxy that wasn't too far away from them. It was extremely vast in size as it bordered over 500,000 light-years. The entire mechanical galaxy shining with an obsidian purple glint as it released a piercing pressure to the outside void. It looked like an expansive fortified fortress as planetary sized pulsar cannons thousands of meters in size shone dangerously in the boundaries of this galaxy, along with mana combustors and void rippers that could tear apart the very void itself. The whole galaxy looked like a moving mechanical giant as from it they could feel the terrifying auras of robotic beings, as within seconds, they began to see them step out in droves, enormous in size and each of them shining with a purple glint. Terrifying looking robotic figures began to swarm out of the mechanical galaxy as beings like Kazuhiko looked at this scene with an excited light. Robots, fucking living and moving robots at the Monarch and Paragon ranks. Who the hell would have thought? Those from Noah's homeworld were looking at this scene in incredulousness and excitement as a second later, they were reined in by the singular voice of the Queen Dowager. Focus. We're not just here for sightseeing or even a war, our goal is to spread the influence of a single being. Ooh, bellows resounded throughout as the bloodline races thrummed with power, Noah's subordinates moving through these legions with a light of dominance as the planetary-sized figures like the Cthulhu stood out the most. In the automaton universe, Noah's 9 legions began to move as unique lifeforms flew out to meet them. Far from this new conquest, at the boundary of the Animus universe, WAP. Valentina's figure appeared close to the hegemony tasked with keeping watch over the events of the Animus universe. Her gaze was filled with a sharp light of confidence and strength that only beings connected to Noah would come to express. It was the mentality one gained after coming across an overpowered being that had too many cards on his hands. And Valentina had gotten her hands on some of them, as today, she planned to utilize them fully. I'm about to take a probing action against them with this body that is a clone. Don't be shaken by any result that happens, Rumble. She spoke to the watching hegemony outside of the boundary as they could nod in a stupor, Valentina's figure disappearing as she made her way towards Ambrose and Salerno, who were still guarding the universal construct. You limp D? Ked, old man, who said you can be so relaxed? She might have also been listening to Barbados's foul mouth recently as this regal hegemony picked up a new method of insulting others, her figure teleporting in front of the 2 hegemonies guarding the universal construct as she released horrendous attacks. There were many moving pieces taking their steps throughout the primordial cosmos, but the central one remained the same as with dominance and authority. They were making their moves not in the Animus or automaton universes, but in the necrotic universe. His forces moving throughout 3 universes of the primordial cosmos had placed him on the spotlight as many hegemonies turned their eyes towards him, his notoriety rising as he was becoming known to many at a rapid pace, but to Noah himself, none of this mattered. Oh, strong bellows resounded throughout as his legions of undead moved across the necrotic universe, the defeated undead paragons giving him more knowledge of their universe and where all the quintillions of undead were clustered at. The clans of undead specters, undead dragons, undead vampires, there were a myriad of races stretched throughout the necrotic universe, as many of them healed under the boot of the hegemony of necromancy. While a few powerful ancient clans of undead retained their autonomy, Noah would move across all the regions of this deathly universe as at this moment, they were stepping out of the Death Void Valley as they crossed the chaotic void towards a region that held clusters of power not under the hegemony of necromancy. It was the Alcyonius spectral galaxy clusters where the ancient undead draconic vampires ruled. you read that correctly. Ancient undead draconic vampires that were unique existences brought to be by death were some of the strongest clans existing in the Animus universe. Their power being something Noah could not wait to taste as this time around. He didn't plan on decimating billions in seconds. It was a Tao that would cement his title as the future hegemony of conquest. It was, of course, the Tao of Conquest, chapter 1022, making Daos is easy, out of the Daos that Noah had designed. The first was subterfuge, as it acted to mask and hide his essence of ruination along with giving him any identity he chose, while the Tao of fealty was an even more crucial one, as it opened the way for him to efficiently harvest the marks of antiquity like never before. Fealty indirectly and directly increased the level of his strength as it granted him an even larger destiny and fortune with the number of beings he influenced. While him obtaining the marks of antiquity meant that he could forge Tao galaxies that directly increased his damage output and also paved the way towards creating a universal seed, the next Tao he was designing was something similar to fealty, with the increase in strength applying more solely to him as out of the many ideas he calculated. The one that fit the current situation the best and would provide him with the most benefits was conquest. THRUM essence was already bubbling wildly within the universal core. Noah's body floating extremely close to the core, as all around him were seas of essence from numerous universal laws as well as dense ruination essence. The main essence of the dark universe had been changed to become the ruination essence. So of course this was the densest that one could find within the core of the universe. As for what major changes ruination brought, Noah was still observing everything, as for now, all he cared for was the fact that he could easily birth Daos. This one would be his last one for who knew how long, just until whatever requirements needed for him to birth more lesser Daos or possibly grand Daos were met. WAA, his multicolored hair flew around wildly as he had freely drenched it with too many law and Tao essences, but it still retained its dark color as streaks of gold and red dominated, the others' colors much dimmer. But his devilish handsomeness only continued to increase over time, as with his overflowing fortune and destiny, he unconsciously let off an aura that would draw anybody towards him in time. His 100 billion galaxies shone brightly as from the illusory image on his say, over 1.5 billion of them were already Tao galaxies. The power pulsing from them was immense, as in conjunction with his universal core, matter flowed freely as a character soon rose from the core of the universe. The character was shining a pristine white color and was extremely beautiful in luster, expressing but a single meaning in all languages: conquest, rumble. The Tao character rushed and fused into Noah's origin, making it his third birth Tao as he closed his eyes to enjoy the sheer feeling of it while the description of the Tao appeared before his eyes. Lesser, Tao of Conquest, a lesser Tao birthed by the universal core of Noah Osmont. As the Tao architect, Noah Osmont can comprehend and simulate the Tao at 10 times the normal speed. Conquest is Tao which enhances the strength of the user based on their path of conquest. It will birth the star of conquest that passively increases the power of the user when undertaking conquest and within the lands they have conquered. Conquered lands will always allow the user to display triple their power while fighting within them, while their strength will always be doubled when they are in the process of conquest. It also provides the essence termed the light of conquest that can be used to empower current abilities and elevate them to much greater forms. The effect of empowerment varies based on which abilities or aspects of existence that the light of conquest is used on. Initial comprehension of the Tao of Conquest grants the user the capability to empower their attributes and normal skills. Complete comprehension in the Tao of Conquest grants the user the capability to empower unique and ultimate skills, as well as the essence of the universal laws they comprehend. Full assimilation of conquest grants the user the capability to empower absolute skills as well as the essence of the lesser Daos they comprehend, along with their power being quadrupled in conquered lands and tripled while in the process of conquest. Elevation of the Tao of Conquest to the grand and cosmic levels will open up even grander possibilities. A Tao made for the exact situation that Noah was currently in. One that doubled his strength effectively any time he stepped out to conquer, and then tripled his power when he fought within the bounds of conquered lands like the entirety of the dark and animus universe. With it fully assimilated, these numbers jump to being quadrupled in conquered lands and being tripled when he was in the process of conquest, and aside from all that, there was the light of conquest that gave him the capability to further enhance other aspects of himself. He had made all the specifications as at this moment, Noah did not delay. The techniques to comprehend the Tao were already made as he directly began to cultivate it through his clones in the ruination realm that had the 1000 to 1 time ratio. As the architect of conquest, he could traverse through the Tao at 10 times the speed. The ridiculous scene of him comprehending the Tao in minutes and simulating it a few minutes later played out at this moment as nobody was there to witness such a stupendous occasion. At full comprehension, one could use the light of conquest to empower unique and ultimate skills among other things, but at full simulation one could even empower absolute skills as well as the lesser Taoists that they carried. As for the light of conquest that one would gain from this Tao, Noah began to feel it surging the moment that he finished simulating conquest. Rumble, how could it be described? It seemed like an abstruse essence that was far different from any other type of essence he had come across. And this one uniquely grew from the actions that the holder had carried out and was still carrying out. For Noah, the action of conquest was something he had been doing for the past days and months, and he was even carrying out conquest as of this very moment as the light of conquest he received. It was simply glorious as from his body, beautiful pristine white light erupted out in a dazzling fashion. It was strongest right above his head as an instant later, a white star-shaped object appeared in a dazzling fashion. It was the Star of Conquest. Chapter 10:23, the Tao of Conquest. The Star of Conquest began to spin brilliantly as it pulsed with immense white light that washed over Noah endlessly. Pure white. This was what the Tao of Conquest could be best described as. It seemed to be condensing from the atmosphere and rushing into Noah's origin through the brightly spinning white star as it bathed his galaxies in a wondrous white splendor, the surrounding few miles turning pure white as it granted Noah the light of conquest for his action in the dark universe, the animus universe, and now the necrotic and automaton universe. Even though he had only created the Tao now, he was already in the process of conquest and had even taken multiple universes with it. So the light of conquest he gained gushed out in droves as the pure white light of conquest permeated throughout the surrounding miles and continued to emanate out. From the deepest corner of the universal core, trillions of beings turned towards a certain direction as they noticed an awe-inspiring white light shine brightly for a few seconds. The light seemed extremely domineering as none of them knew exactly what it was yet, but those living this deep in the universal core of the dark universe had long since learned to ignore the crazy and ridiculous events that occurred throughout it every now and then, so it was only Noah alone that experienced the droves of the light of conquest surrounding him and sinking into his origin as the light show died down soon after. Multiple universes worth of the light of conquest. Where exactly would he put it? What could he empower with the gathered light of conquest that nobody had actualized before? In the future, he would be using the light of conquest to empower many things like the newly created tyrannical Lich Emperor skill tree, but his most immediate target of empowerment was actually an absolute skill. It was, of course, the absolute skills of the 7 deadly sins that he passively used to strengthen himself as they contributed to the crazy boosts he currently held. Out of the many options he looked at when he stared at his vast number of skills in his status panel, this one shone with a brilliant golden luster as he trusted himself enough to go ahead and carry out the process. He spoke out lightly as the pristine white essence around him reflected in his eyes, the star of conquest above him shining from a visible to an invisible state as he could choose for it to appear or disappear. Let the light of conquest flow into the 7 deadly sins. Rumble. His words only just finished as the star of conquest shone brightly, the pristine white essence beginning to permeate and fuse into specific portions of his soul. It was the areas where the absolute skills of the 7 deadly sins were inscribed in. To better visualize it, Noah stared at his extremely long status panel where his many absolute skills lay. Those under absolute sin had begun to shine with a brilliant white luster in the blue status panel. Noah, feeling his soul buzzing with a unique power as soon after, he saw the appearance of an identical set of words from every single deadly sin. The word read: Empowered, 7 deadly sins. Sin of gluttony, empowered, one of the 7 deadly sins unique to the dark universe. After becoming empowered with the light of conquest, the skill is capable of manifesting itself under the commands of the holder of the absolute sin skill. 7 deadly sins. Sin of wrath, empowered, one of the 7 deadly sins unique to the dark universe. After becoming empowered with the light of conquest, the skill is capable of manifesting itself under the commands of the holder of the absolute sin skill. Every single one of the powerful 7 deadly sin skills was bathed with the light of conquest as they became empowered to do something they had never done before. Manifestation. This was the fantastical capability that Noah's skills had gained after they were enhanced with the light of conquest. Noah didn't know whether this would be the major effect every time that he empowered something with the light of conquest, but he sensed the bright star of conquest above him shine weakly as a major portion of the light of conquest was utilized. The star still rotating brilliantly as it released a powerful pressure. Noah's eyes shined brightly as he stared at it with his main body, his eyes reflecting this star of conquest in multiple different universes as at this moment, his primordial ruination clone in the necrotic universe was at the forefront of the undead legion as above it. A brilliant white star was shining gorgeously. The pressure that the tyrannical Lich Emperor released doubled as it became even more horrifying, being something that even the strongest paragons could not compare to. Kakik, a cackle came out of his skeletal skull as this tyrannical Lich Emperor would be the one to test the absolute skills empowered by the light of conquest, sin of gluttony, WAA. His call reverberated across the deathly chaotic void as in the next second, a hellish looking demonic runic circle appeared in the void of space, spreading out to be over 100 meters in diameter as it shone with a brilliant red light. Ho! A deep and ancient voice reverberated from this demonic-looking runic circle. A figure beginning to descend from it as it looked like a terrifying mass of flesh was coming down. Thrum, a brilliant crimson light later. Whatever was called out came to fruition as a horrifying manifestation of the sin of gluttony made its appearance for the first time. Hong, a distorted humanoid shape with huge rolls and massive flesh that looked like an oversized abomination, its over 100-meter tall stature looking extremely grotesque as deformed limbs shot out from multiple areas of its body, and one could see multiple sharp-toothed mouths twisting horribly all over its body. The utter manifestation of gluttony made its appearance in a terrifying fashion as it released a peak aura of a paragon. Its bellows resounding out across the necrotic universe. Hungry, rumble. This was just a single manifested sin, there were still 6 more. Chapter 1024, the star of conquest shines brightly. In a certain region of the necrotic universe, a horrifying aura that seemed to devour space itself arose as for the first time ever, the skill of the sin of gluttony was manifested as a terrifying creature came to be. Across the universal boundaries though, there was another holder with the title of gluttony that Noah had appointed with his authority as the harbinger of sin. Barbados felt her origin rumbling with strength as one of the strongest powers within her seemed to get even stronger. The manifestations of Noah's 7 deadly sins through the empowerment didn't just elevate his strength and allow for the current terrifying reality to be playing out, it would also elevate the strength of those he appointed specific sins to months ago. Rumble. After the appearance of the sin of gluttony, the tyrannical Lich Emperor continued to call out madly as his body thrummed with wild mana, the star of conquest above him shining brightly as the next names were called out consecutively. Sin of pride, rumble, sin of wrath, WAA, sin of lust, sin of, one after another. The 6 remaining sins were called out as 6 crimson runic magic circles shone brilliantly in the deathly chaotic void. Figures of all shapes and sizes appearing as in the following seconds as even the summoned Lich Emperors and the recently subjugated Agobo quietly remained behind without making too much noise. For the wondrous and magisterial sin of pride, the 100-meter tall humanoid figure of a being made solely from golden flames could be seen, the surrounding void burning slightly as this creature domineeringly carried a deadly golden axe that seemed to be empowered by millions of suns. The sin of wrath and lust on the other hand were devilishly handsome to look at. Starting with wrath, the figure was that of a graceful-looking being with crimson-red skin and even more crimson hair, a smile of limitless wrath appearing on its face as it gazed around with murderous intent. Meanwhile, the sin of lust could more closely be described as a succubus that had proportions no man should see, her 100-meter tall stature that was the same as all the other sins being something that meant all her blessings both in front and back were being seen very clearly in her scantily clad appearance. Her gaze was alluring as even the undead behind Noah shivered when this sin of lust flashed an amorous smile towards them, feeling any essence they held into their origin nearly leave their bodies. The sin of sloth was extremely unique as a chubby-looking figure that did not even have its eyes open appeared, thunderous snores being heard in the chaotic void as this was its method of expressing its arrival. The fat on its 100-meter tall body seemed to tremble with every snore as its entire body was wrapped in a warm blanket, a unique energy carrying it forward as it was the most inconspicuous sin there. The sin of envy on the other hand dyed the chaotic void near it a terrible green color, a figure of a being with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a snake appearing as Noah could only describe it as a naga. Lastly, there was the manifestation of the sin of greed, the ridiculous figure of a 100-meter tall human wearing a tight neat red suit that was inlaid with gold lines appeared. Around it, red gold chains flew calmly as they wrapped themselves all over his body, a terrifying aura leaking from this creature as it released a horrendous light of avarice. Ulu, but at this moment, the star of conquest was shining brightly above his head as out of all the paragons surrounding the undead legions, the aura that Noah released was the most terrifying with the tripling of his power by the star of conquest. Its bright white luster washed over him gloriously as it drew in the gazes of 2 watching hegemonies that instantly reported something shocking to their respective camps. The problematic paragon is showing a never-before-seen Tao essence. The problematic paragon is showing a never-before-seen Tao essence. Shockingly, both the hegemony of necromancy that reported to Kronos and the hegemony outside of the boundary of the necrotic universe that used his wings of primordial destiny to report to Oathkeeper both called Noah the same way. A problematic paragon, both of them had noticed the unique essence flowing around the tyrannical Lich Emperor from the shining star of conquest, these knowledgeable beings that had lived for many years actually not recognizing this type of essence. This could only mean it was a type of essence from a Tao they had never come across before. The implications this had were tremendous as both camps very quickly focused on this issue. All of the Tao of fealty would have its essence erupt around Noah's main body as he enjoyed the marks of antiquity that brought about this unique Tao's of conquest. But now, a type of Tao essence erupted from Noah's primordial ruination clone that was the tyrannical Lich Emperor. And it was there to stay as the hegemonies very quickly saw it. Of course, if it was shown, it also meant that Noah didn't bother to hide it, and this was simply the case. To start building his authority and power in the primordial cosmos until it reached or even surpassed beings like Oathkeeper, Kronos, and the Goliath, he would simply start by leaving behind breadcrumbs for others to follow. For him, the things he considered breadcrumbs were lesser Taos that even hegemonies only dreamed of designing to fruition on this day. Aside from his continuing conquest with a Tao being created with the same name, he would also be revealing some of his power. Chapter 1025, The Star of Conquest Shines Brightly. 2. Above Noah's head, the Star of Conquest shone brilliantly in the necrotic universe as he looked at the glorious and grotesque appearance of the manifested 7 deadly sins. It was putting another 7 existences at the same level as him on his and the auras of these beings were unlike any other paragons, as it was even more oppressive than the Lich Emperors. Now, Noah just needed to test them against his enemies as he marched forward in the necrotic universe, while outside of it, word had begun to pass around the allied hegemonies as even Oathkeeper stopped what he was doing to once again pay attention to a certain paragon. A brand new, never-before-seen Tao had appeared, something that puzzled many as nobody had sensed the birth of a new Tao in the primordial cosmos since the most recent birth of an artificial Tao by the hegemony of summoning Valentina. The birth of a Tao was always a showy affair, its essence reverberating out across a universe as it was knowledge that would be spread quickly. So in seeing a brand new type of Tao they had never come across on top of the body of the tyrannical Lich Emperor, it was an affair that was taken seriously as its mere implications were stupendous. Actually, they weren't even wrong with the belief that any artificially birthed Tao would cause a huge commotion during the time of its birth. It was just that when Noah created his Taos, the commotion was spread among the single dark universe that was floating far from the primordial cosmos. SHAA, the figure of Oathkeeper used the wondrous capabilities of the wings of primordial destiny as he teleported near the hegemony, keeping watch outside the boundary of the necrotic universe. His powerful eyes honed in on the shimmering white star above the moving Lich's head as they shone sharply, even someone of his caliber confirming that this was a brand new Tao essence they had never come across before. This meant that either a universal hegemony had created a Tao they didn't know about and Noah was using it, or the even more impossible possibility of the paragon before them being the architect of the Tao. Valentina, have you designed another Tao that we don't know about? That the so-called tyrannical emperor is utilizing? THRUM, his voice traversed across the boundaries of the universe as it reached Valentina, who had her clone in the middle of something fantastical. While her main body experienced something even more wondrous in the dark universe, before Oathkeeper's words came through to her, she was staring at the unbelievable scene of the birth of a new Tao as in the depths of the universal core. She could see Noah's main body be showered in the cascade of white light that represented a new Tao. She had not been there for the birth of the first or second Tao, but she was there for the third one, as even then, she could scarcely believe what she saw. He's using a genuine universe as an intermediary to design Taos. Her mind was in turmoil at such a scene as beside her. A sigh could be heard from Barbados as her small but voluptuous figure shook majestically while she spoke. You have to just accept his ridiculousness after a certain point. If you try to question or understand how he does what he does, you'll be sitting there for days without getting anywhere. It seemed like the voice of a big sister giving advice, rousing the powerful mind of the universal hegemony as she looked at the figure of Barbados, who stared at the depths of the universal core just like her as Valentina took her words seriously. She received Oathkeeper's words around this time, as she knew by this point Noah had the Tao of subterfuge capable of masking the essence of any Taos. If Oathkeeper and the others were seeing his clones displaying a certain Tao, it meant that Noah wanted them to. And who was she to stand in the way of the being with seas of golden fortune? So a short reply came from her as she received lessons on everything to do with the dark universe and Noah from the unreliable Barbados. while her clone continued with her current mission in the Animus universe? No. The short reply was sent across universal boundaries and reached the astounded Oathkeeper soon after. No? Even the Oathkeeper didn't expect such a short reply as he asked once more, but the answer was no. With this being the case, the eyes of this age being shone ever brighter as they landed on the figure of the tyrannical Lich Emperor itself that held a shining white star above it. Was it truly possible for a paragon to do something only those at the universal realm could do? Could this being in front of them really be something they could fully utilize against the forces of Kronos and the Goliath of the primordial cosmos? When a being such as this became a hegemony, his power would just rumble. You have successfully created a Tao? Oathkeeper seemed to be asking this with utter incredulity, as even a being as old as him couldn't believe it. What exactly would the paragon that had begun making waves recently say? What reason could he possibly give to explain such a shocking phenomenon? Would he deny, or would he? Yes, a clear-cut and unexpected answer came out that caused the minds of all who heard it to buzz with stupor. Noah didn't even bother to hide it as he replied, making Oathkeeper have no words to retort, as through the wings of primordial destiny they were speaking through. The other hegemonies holding this unique Tao treasure could hear their conversation as they were all silent. Noah's voice came out once more a second later. Why are you asking about this? You guys have also created your own Taos, right? It's not that hard. Oathkeeper's ancient face turned sour as the listening hegemonies felt their overall knowledge become twisted as their hearts were rumbling with anger. It took Oathkeeper a few seconds to compose himself before he spoke out again. How is this possible? There has never been an instance in history where a paragon had been able to design and successfully birth a Tao. His reply made the many powerful listening hegemonies nod vigorously, but Noah's reply knocked them down again a second later. Well, after the first one, it gets easier. Rumble, silence. 10:26 Fine, I'll do it myself. A shocking conversation that landed on the ears of many powerful hegemonies of the primordial cosmos was playing out, one that would be etched into the recesses of all their memories for the years to come. Well, after the first one, it gets easier. Noah's reply to Oathkeeper caused essence to grind to a halt in the origins of the powerful universal experts who heard it. Not a single reply came towards Noah from the other side, as those listening had the area around them shaking as they unconsciously released their terrifying auras. You've birthed more than a single Tao before you established a universe within your origin? Oathkeeper's voice was the only one to return as this powerful being kept searching for more information to understand this newly rising power within the primordial cosmos. Naturally, I couldn't stop at the first one after seeing how smoothly it went. The second one was even more expertly designed, but the third one, Noah felt an intense wave of essence release from the wings of primordial destiny within his expansive space, a devilish smile appearing on his face as he continued. The third one is the glimmering white star you all can see above my head in the necrotic universe. The Tao of Conquest. The angered and envious eyes of many hegemonies trembled as those that had arrived near the boundary of the necrotic universe honed in on the figure of Noah that had a rotating star of conquest above him. A paragon had actually gone ahead and birthed 3 Taos, something that should in no way be possible for a being at his rank to do. Much less to do it 3 times. Even most hegemonies birthed 1 Tao, or at most 2 if they had lived long enough and been just as lucky. Yet this being, they felt like they shouldn't listen to his words anymore, or they would find themselves not capable of finding the will to live, many of them stopping their input of essence in the wings of primordial destiny as they stopped listening. I created this Tao of Conquest for the occasion of the 9 universes. Maybe I'll design a 4th one when the time comes to tear down the universal constructs that Ambrose and the others are protecting. Even more universal hegemonies stopped inputting their essence into the wings of primordial destiny as soon enough. Only the Oathkeeper was left behind listening to Noah's ruthless words, but to his words, nobody replied. At a certain point, Noah stopped his train of thought as he sent his voice into the Tao treasure to see who was on the other side. Hello, is anyone still there? Alright, I'll head back to the mission on hand. Hegemonies were left shocked, envious, and speechless after talking with Noah just a bit, even the figure of Oathkeeper flashing away from the boundary of the necrotic universe as these powerful beings tried to find ways of properly interpreting what they just came across. A paragon that could create their own Tao, what could they even call him, normally? When a universal expert birthed their own Tao, they were referred to by that name, as Valentina was known as the hegemony of summoning, or a being like Ambrose was known as the hegemony of slaughter. But they couldn't really term this paragon the hegemony of conquest, as he had not even reached the title of a hegemony yet. As for what his power would signify when he reached the universal realm, the many powerful hegemonies were actually expectant, But at the same time, they didn't hold too many feelings attached to Noah. This was because they needed to solve the problem of universal amalgamation in whatever Kronos and the others were calling forth now. It was a time-sensitive issue. To become a hegemony, it took the brightest geniuses over 150,000 years, and an example of this was Oathkeeper himself, the youngest being to reach the stage of a hegemony in history. That title was held by the glorious Oathkeeper. For such a time-sensitive issue, could they really rely on a powerful paragon that had limitless potential which could only be unlocked tens of thousands of years into the future? To them, the answer was no. So while they looked at Noah as a unique existence to appear in their primordial cosmos, they still didn't think he would be a deciding factor for the challenges to come. On the other side, there was also the party of hegemonies with Kronos that took in this information. These beings actually being the ones placing more importance on Noah as he posed a hidden danger they never expected. At this moment, though, they could not even put their focus on him, as something was happening within the Animus universe. It was the attack of the hegemony of summoning that had returned into the universe as one of the few beings who still had access to it, as she was within its boundaries when the process of universal amalgamation began. Boom! Valentina's face was that of utter coldness as a planetary-sized phantom of herself struck down towards the somber figures of Ambrose and Salerno. Similar to before, hundreds of hands seemed to bloom from the body of this phantom as they all struck down towards the two hegemonies, threatening to smash into the red barrier protecting the universal construct if they weren't stopped. Foolish woman, Ambrose bellowed out strongly as his cosmic essence waved around him, Salerno also moving with a grim expression as his body ballooned up to a planetary size as well. But, similar to before, we knew the end result of this battle. Against the enhanced Valentina that had her mana reserves expanded by over 100 times, these two hegemonies could not stand her. Last time, Kronos had appeared and saved the universal construct and the hegemonies protecting it, Valentina running away before she fell into his grasp. This time, a clone of Valentina was making the attack as she had no worry for her life. Her hands ever closer to reaching the crimson barrier protecting the universal construct. Sigh, an ancient sigh reverberated out from the Animus universe. The purple aura of a certain disastrous hegemony bloomed. But this time, Valentina didn't run. Soon after, a brilliant white star began to shine brightly on top of her. Onward, Adui. Chapter 1027. Fine, I'll do it myself. 2. After the hegemonies were left in a stupor from listening to the words of a certain paragon, they turned their attention towards the Animus universe, where they saw the appearance of the hegemony of summoning standing against Ambrose and Salerno. Her shockingly powerful attack could not be withstood by the two hegemonies. The many palms she threw out sinking into the body of the planetary-sized Salerno as he was smashed back towards the crimson barrier protecting the universal construct. As for Ambrose, the essence of a cosmic Tao was dismantled in seconds from the sheer quantity of annihilation from Valentina, his figure ultimately also smashing back as 10 of palms were left free to smash into the barrier around universal construct. BOM, crack, as if space itself shattered, the crimson barrier broke. Universal experts watched the next second with shining eyes as the phantom of Valentina's fair hand tumbled towards the unprotected universal construct. This was when the ancient sigh was heard. This was when the purple lustre of Kronos appeared once more, but it was also when a glimmering star of conquest began to shine atop Valentina's head. Even with the appearance of the regal purple essence, she was unhindered as she continued with a strong expression, but absolute reversal, in front of a Tao that stood above many other Taos. What could one do? At the words that manipulated the Tao of Kronos, time moved back, the shattered crimson barrier began to reform as if it shattered glasses coming together, while Valentina's figure was inadvertently being pushed back as even while she released more mana, she still could not stop herself. Rumble. The color of the regal purple essence spread throughout as Kronos appeared once more in the flesh within the Animus universe. This time his gaze first landing on the figures of Ambrose and Salerno as his eyes seemed to carry a light of disappointment. His compatriots failed him for a second time as Kronos appeared, this time intending to finish things himself as he looked towards the valiant-looking figure of Valentina that remained floating before him, her aura beginning to rise ever higher as the star of conquest above her rotated majestically. One must recall the boosts of being received for becoming a vassal. Under the lesser Tao of fealty among the many things, access the laws and lesser Taos of the tyrannical emperor was one of them. Her aura rose madly as Kronos stared at her, his voice coming out calmly. You did not run, no, I did not. At the end of her words, Valentina's eyes shone with a brilliant luster as under the gazes of the recently appearing Oathkeeper behind the boundary of the Animus universe as well as many other hegemonies, she actually made a move against Kronos, one of the giants of the primordial cosmos. A being that only Oathkeeper and the Goliath could stand against, Valentina was fearless as she called out vibrantly, "Efflorescence of annihilation!" In front of her, enormous droves of essence were utilized as the essence of annihilation erupted out, forming into blooming illusory flowers that trembled with the destructive forces of hundreds of thousands of galaxies. Yet, power could not so easily be scaled when it came against beings with such powerful das that they had even lived multiple lifetimes. A purple clock appeared above everyone, this clock being over 10,000 miles in size as it released a glorious purple light that washed over everything. Even the figures of Ambrose and Salerno came close to Kronos as they avoided this shower of purple light, the voice of the terrifying being that had reincarnated countless times ringing out. "As it was, so shall it be," a set of words that Ambrose and Salerno had uttered before multiple times, but this time they were cast in the form of a skill under the Tao of Kronos, for other beings with this same Tao. The effects of this skill could be easily negated. But for those that did not comprehend Kronos, Oathkeeper looked at the scene with cold eyes, as even though this was something a being like him could defend against, he knew that others couldn't. This was the difference of quality between some Taos. In just a second, the planetary-sized phantom disappeared no matter how much mana Valentina churned the essence of annihilation to defend against it, eventually only leaving her 2-meter figure behind as the purple essence of Kronos wrapped around her as well. Her body still burned all the mana it could to try and defend, but it was useless as one could shockingly see her figure was getting increasingly older. From her upper 20s to looking like a woman in her 50s. Wrinkles appeared everywhere as ancientness began to leak from her body. Her back became hunched as she very quickly looked over 100. Eventually, her skin began to crack and turn gray as very soon, her body split into countless particles of ash. As it was, so shall it be. Nothing could escape the ravages of time. Under the Tao of Kronos, a being could choose to instantly age a being until they turned into dust, or regress them in age until before they were born. A terrifying ability, and one that Kronos displayed fully today. As after he finished, he gazed towards the figures of Oathkeepers and others that just watched the scene of him killing a hegemony in seconds. But, a harumph rang out clearly as outside the universal barrier of the animus universe, the figure of Valentina who should have died from the hands of Kronos appeared once more. A clone had died, so an immense amount of mana was used to make another. This creation of a clone with the battle power of a hegemony was extremely taxing, such that Valentina would utilize half of all her mana with every creation. The mana regeneration thereafter could range a few hours until her universe was fully revitalized, even with the immense boosts she received as a vassal. So her second clone appeared as the observing hegemonies had their eyes shake at such a scene, Valentina not even glancing at them as the figure of her clone shot through the universal barrier seamlessly. The star of conquest above her shining brilliantly as she spoke out while prepared for battle once more. "I wonder, do you get tired, or can you last as long as a certain someone?" Rumble. Valentina continued her probing attacks in the animus universe as the goal the being she pledged fealty to wasn't just to try and break the universal construct, it was to also learn about the abilities of their enemies, as today, they had been able to draw out the terrifying Kronos and make him reveal his skills. For the future, Noah was preparing heavily as he planned to cover all his bases as he moved against the powerful existences within the primordial cosmos. Chapter 1028, The Goliath Makes a Move. The capability to form a clone wasn't an exclusive or never before heard of ability within the ranks of paragons or hegemonies. In most instances, though, it was an ability that could only create something half as strong as the original, and the few that could do it didn't focus on such an area of their ability as the mana requirement to call forth a clone at the same stage of a universe were simply too taxing. So many hegemonies focused on other aspects of their power, but they had their eyes open as they glanced at the image of Valentina's second clone crossing the universal barrier as she thundered towards the figure of the calm Kronos once more, towards the lifeform that had reincarnated too many times and thought he knew everything. But this development of Valentina that should have never been a possibility was now plaguing him, along with a certain problematic paragon, as he saw the figure of Valentina coming down with intense might a notch higher than many hegemonies. His body circulated with essence as the enormous purple clock swirling in space moved. Thrum. The essence of the cosmic Tao of Kronos permeated throughout once more as Valentina's fearless figure approached them, her body exploding into many dazzling attacks as she tried to get through the powerful might that Kronos displayed unsuccessfully. Even with her power being increased multiple times over, she couldn't get over the boundary of the type of Taos that her enemy cultivated. After the death of the second clone of Valentina within the animus universe, things seemingly became calm again. Kronos' eyes were languid as he stared at the beings outside the boundary, Oathkeeper staring back at him with utter coldness as his body vibrated with power. the being releasing the regal purple aura then focused onto Ambrose and Salerno, who were still healing from the attacks of the first clone of Valentina's. That woman has become proficient in cloning and will continue to return to this universe. Since the two of you cannot stand her, go and oversee the Thonian and liberated universes for now. I will stay here. He sent a mental message towards Ambrose and Salerno as the two beings nodded with grim looks. The hegemony of Slaughter looking particularly wrathful as he imagined countless ways he could destroy the figure of a certain woman, Sicha. Their figures disappeared as a second later, only Kronos was left in front of the enormous universal construct, his eyes carrying a trace of regality and wisdom as he looked like a being that was carrying the weight of many universes on his shoulders. Outside the boundary of the Animus universe, Oathkeeper and a few other hegemonies watched this scene. While listening to a message that Valentina sent out to them at this moment, I'll keep on forging clones and sending them over into this galaxy to hinder them and learn about their skills as much as I can in the future. I'll let everyone know in advance if you all want to observe and come up with methods to stand against these beings. Valentina spoke with strength and power as she was one of the few hegemonies who could do anything against Kronos and his people at the moment, her words being taken seriously as Oathkeeper's figure flashed away from the boundary of the Animus universe while he continued to send messages to Valentina to discuss a few more things, this instance created for a new reality where Kronos alone guarded the Animus universe while Ambrose and Salerno were spread to the Thonian and liberated universes, the only existences being able to make significant moves being Valentina and a certain paragon bent on conquest. The seas of universal fortune above Noah churned as his destiny shone brightly, a devilish smile apparent on his face as his eyes shone with the reflection of events in the necrotic universe. There, the tyrannical Lich Emperor made its way across the deathly chaotic void of this universe filled with undead as at this moment. He led the terrifying presences of the manifested 7 deadly sins along with the terrifying undead legions that had a swirling ring of death around them. The clans of undead he met had no path of resistance as even the terrifying undead draconic vampires could do nothing but fall as their paragons alone could not withstand the terrifying sight of the abomination of the sin of gluttony crossing the chaotic void to devour everything, even she void itself. The terror of the sins spread amongst the undead from Noah's battles as while he moved and conquered vast regions of the necrotic galaxy without a single existence being able to stop him. A week passed, over 7 days of Noah relentlessly moving within the necrotic universe as his terrifying force of undead had grown to ridiculous numbers, the sins acting as generals as they fought at the very forefront. Noah had traversed through half of the necrotic universe in this period of time, taking over the galaxy clusters of many regions that the terror of the tyrannical Lich Emperor had spread throughout, and Noah wasn't the only one as his subordinates were also making progress within the automaton universe. It seemed like everything was going smoothly for them as in a short period of time they would break the influence of the hegemonies within these universes and greatly decrease the amount of essence that the universal constructs were drawing in. But, were things ever that easy? In response to Noah's and the movements of his forces, certain beings had also been making plans and progress in the past week. Across the universal boundaries, there was a certain existence that was currently hidden in the microbial universe. This being had a swirling black hole for a head as his entire body was entirely a mass of the essence of chaos, his power shaking the very surroundings his body occupied. At this moment, this being raised his head as in front of him, the terrifying image of miniaturized forms of himself that numbered in the hundreds were displayed, their bodies releasing a unique power as the Goliath spoke out in a raspy voice. It is done. Chapter 1029, the Goliath makes a move. 2. It's done. Kronos received a message in the Animus universe as his eyes flashed, a regal purple clock being controlled in the void of space above him as the figure of another one of Valentina's clones was aged until it became nothing but dust. You've confirmed things multiple times with fate and destiny? Kronos' eyes flashed with a powerful purple light as he asked, a reply coming from the Goliath a second later. I wouldn't make a move if I wasn't sure. Let's get this over with. The rumble. The words were filled with irrevocable might as Kronos nodded while he replied, good. We can begin with the necrotic universe and the automaton universe. Let's nip both of these problems in the bud right away. A horrendous plan was given the go-ahead as Kronos' eyes flashed brightly, a light of wisdom coursing through them as another one of his ideas that he came across in a previous lifetime would be instituted today. It was something that didn't come to full fruition in a certain lifetime until hundreds of thousands of years from this time point, during an era where Kronos moved behind the scenes and waged a cosmic war. In the current lifetime, there was actually a being that had also begun dabbling with this method, and it was the Cerulean hegemony that had actually used this method when he was chasing after a cosmic treasure. the terrifying Lich would move across the necrotic universe as he faced forces from multiple galaxy clusters, moving his horrible abomination of sins as they wreaked havoc across the legions as he then forced them to submit. Those that submitted became a part of his force as his legions grew ever bigger, and as for those that did not submit, the even more terrible undead legion that had an expanding necrotic ring of death would move forward as any that denied his authority would be decimated with a swirling storm of bones within seconds. The only surviving existences being the paragons that would be given a way out if they pledged their souls to him. It was an extremely ruthless sight that even though the hegemony of necromancy was wrathful at the fact that he couldn't stop this being, he had to commend him for his methods as a lich that thrived on death himself. The entrance of the Goliath caused the hegemony of necromancy to turn towards him with shining eyes as one of the giants of the primordial cosmos waved his hands, causing for the appearance of 100 miniaturized forms of himself that were ly 5 inches in size to appear. His voice rang out chillingly soon after, "Have the paragons under your command consume these. They will gain power far exceeding that of paragons, but their small origins will not be able to handle it as after a month passes, they will perish." Rumble, shocking words left resounded out from the being that had a black hole for a face, the hegemony of necromancy nodding with fervor as he asked carefully, "These are a compendium of my power. Those consuming them will have their origins vitiated as they can display a portion of my power, gaining access to a sliver of the Daos of extinction in Chronos for a few weeks as after that, their origins will no longer be able to bear it and they will die. Because of this, it is absolutely vital that they choose to consume them of their own free will. It is the method to bypass the restriction of us not being able to act against creatures of the lower realm. It will always be these paragons themselves moving, their power simply elevated to levels no paragons can reach. You can call them incarnations of chaos." Rumble, incarnations of chaos. This was the answer that the Goliath had come up with after he was designated to deal with the problem of a rampaging paragon that was standing in the way of the smooth accumulation of universal essence by the universal constructs, for his goal of antiquity. The Goliath produced a method that caused the hegemony of necromancy to shudder as he took the 100 seeds of incarnations of chaos and disappeared, teleporting to a nearby galaxy cluster with undeads under his command that the tyrannical Lich Emperor would come across soon enough. The aura of majesty spread out from the hegemony of necromancy as he appeared in the depths of a certain galaxy. Mountains of bones filled the starry space as the auras of 3 paragons could be picked up in the middle of an undead legion, the newly appearing hegemony waving his hands as he threw out 3 seeds of the incarnations of chaos while speaking out commandingly, "The tyrannical Lich Emperor's path will soon reach here. If you absorb this treasure, you will be able to stand against him and take him down, but, if you will, an origin is too weak to withstand the power. You might also perish." Are the undead rulers of our necrotic universe weak enough to perish? His air of death spread out as it enticed the minds of the powerful undead, the Tao of necromancy pulling the strings as thereafter, the hegemony let them make their own choice as he disappeared. The 3 Lich Emperors looked at each other and then at the obsidian glowing figures in front of them. They deathly flames in their eye sockets blazing with light as their jaws opened, consuming the seeds of the incarnations of chaos. As a second later, overbearingly powerful auras began to skyrocket within the deathly galaxy. Chapter 1030, Overwhelming Strength. When the Goliath of the primordial cosmos left the necrotic universe and left behind 100 seeds of the incarnations of chaos, he then appeared in the automaton universe and did the same thing with the mechanical hegemony that was overseeing things there. With such actions, the rivers of fate churned as destiny began flying in a different direction. Yet, the being that was the cause of it had simply too much universal fortune and destiny, so what exactly would be the result of it? What would come of paragons becoming incarnations of one of the strongest beings in the primordial cosmos as they gained access to unique Daos such as extinction and Chronos? How infinitely close to the power of hegemonies would they be? The answer, as always, could only be seen in time, within the necrotic universe. The sin of gluttony let out horrendous wails as its many mouths chewed on the surrounding chaotic void, actually devouring this space itself as its body thrummed with power. This creature had been swallowing entire dead galaxies as Noah's legions moved across the necrotic universe, its horrendous actions making its aura the strongest out of all the sins in the field. Behind it, Noah was seated upon a throne built from the essence of multiple Daos, this throne currently inlaid with glimmering bones as it fit the demeanor of the tyrannical Lich Emperor too well. Even further behind Noah, there were an uncountable number of undead legions that had moved from billions and were currently in the trillions. The sea of undead seeming like moving planetary bodies when one looked at them from far away. The pressure they released was something no enemies could stand against, as with over half of the necrotic universe conquered, Noah expected the remaining half to be fully assimilated into his forces within another week or two. This was because he knew towards the end of the conquest of this universe would be the time that his enemies fought back the most. It would be around this time that they would not sit still, as the hegemonies that Kronos worked with made grand moves. Due to this, Noah wanted to prepare, even though he had a legion that swirled with an unbeatable necrotic ring of death that even hegemonies could not stand against. Even though he had 7 manifested deadly sins whose power exceeded that of normal paragons, even with all this, maybe I can get just a bit stronger. Because of this, Noah had been busy designing the next grand skill that covered an area he considered himself to be currently weak at. He seemed to excel in many things, but when it came to the area of cosmic Daos, he thought he lacked something in this region. He could cultivate and simulate any grand or lesser Tao that he wished for, just from defeating his enemies and obtaining Tao crystals, but cosmic laws fell under different rules, as even with the defeat of paragons that comprehended them, no Tao crystals for Cosmos Daos were given. It was something so abstruse and out of reach that, as it was mentioned in the details of Ruination before, it had to be comprehended and simulated with the efforts of the being themselves, as no outside items or treasures would have an effect when it came to cosmic Daos. Given this information, Noah wanted to design a skill that still made it possible for him to comprehend and simulate cosmic Daos. To bring such a skill to fruition, Noah looked at the accumulated skill points after the conquest of the Animus and now the necrotic universe. Skill points: 139, 534, 357, 149, 139 billion skill points. Fantastically, the idea he had in mind would make him a poor man, as it would utilize the entirety of these skill points. But it would bring to fruition something that would make it possible for him to obtain cosmic Daos in another way besides just from Protagonist's bookmark. He looked at how this ability allowed for him to obtain a cosmic Tao, and everything lied in the fact that he took the comprehension of another being and made it his own. Unlike when he just designed the skill tree to comprehend the Tao of summoning many weeks ago in the past Nexus galaxy of the Dark Universe, such a thing wasn't made feasible to him through skill creation, as it required skill points in the trillions to bring to fruition. It wasn't that it was impossible, he just couldn't pay its price. But he could pay the price of tens of billions of skill points to produce a skill that had many requirements that had to be met. But at the end of it, a cosmic Tao awaited him. The skill actually had the cost of 500 billion skill points when he first put its specifications in skill creation, but this number dropped by 150 billion when he secluded the Tao of Ruination. It then dropped by another 150 billion after he dropped the primordial Tao that the Oathkeeper was the only one to comprehend. After adding many more restrictions like a cooldown, mana requirements, and a few other things, the skill of Cosmic Tao Essence Integration and Emergence was born. Cosmic Tao Essence Integration and Emergence, a skill that allows the user to integrate the essence of the cosmic Daos they come across as after a sufficient value is reached. The emergence of the cosmic Tao would bloom within them. The essence of only a single cosmic Tao that the user comes across and selects will undergo the process of integration and emergence. After every successful emergence of a cosmic Tao, 7 cosmic days have to pass before the process can begin with another cosmic Tao. The process of integration requires a sufficient amount of mana to be used in order to deconstruct and analyze the essence of the cosmic Tao, necessitating the mana output of the full mana reserves of a universal realm existence for every second of integration. If an insufficient amount of mana is provided, the cosmic essence under integration will cause an implosion of the user's origin. Cosmic Daos such as Ruination and Primordial are excluded from the effects of this skill. Cost of skill creation, 130 billion. A glorious method of obtaining cosmic Daos was born on this day, Noah thinking he was lacking in an area as he sought to get stronger. Chapter 1031 Overwhelming Strength. 2. Cosmic Tao Essence Integration and Emergence, an ability that made him an extremely poor being, as nearly all of the skill points that he gained from the conquest of 2 universes were spent, but the results were stupendous as they brought to fruition a way for him to gain access to other cosmic Daos, although the method of usage of this skill was a bit unique, as Noah had to take in the essence of the cosmic Tao from others into his own origin. This method could be from a being willingly infusing the essence of the cosmic Tao they studied to Noah, or it could be from an enemy that Noah faced who was throwing attacks that contained the cosmic Tao he wanted to integrate. He just had to receive the attacks of an enemy with a powerful cosmic Tao, as after he absorbed enough of the cosmic essence they threw out and integrated it, he would actually gain access to the very Tao himself. The skill mentioned that a certain value had to be met before the essence of any cosmic Tao could be fully integrated before Noah himself was given the comprehension of this Tao. The restrictions of a cooldown were negligible, but the restriction on mana meant that aside from Noah, nobody would be able to utilize this skill even if he put it in the library feature of his universal core. It needed the output of the full mana reserves of a hegemony every passing second. Such a thing being something that only a creature with endless mana could even dream of, or an existence of a much higher level than the universal realm that they could consider their mana reserves negligible. Mana began to swirl around Noah powerfully as from his throne, his golden flames locked onto the figure of Lich Emperor Agobo that he had subjugated first when he arrived in the necrotic universe. He planned to test the cosmic Tao essence integration and emergence, still on this being first as the Lich Emperor had begun comprehending the cosmic Tao of necromancy. He would see just how fantastical the effects of this cosmic Tao would be on the undead as the conquest of the necrotic universe would become an even smoother task. Agobo, come, he called out to the Lich Emperor that was moving just behind the sins and the chaotic void, this being nodding and heading towards Noah as the first test of cosmic Tao essence integration and emergence was about to begin. But, a second later, Noah's body erupted with a flood of the golden essence of destiny as far away from the necrotic universe. The vast seas of universal fortune above his main body churned, his eyes released beams of golden light as he stopped. His actions, knowledge coming to him that an even grander opportunity for cosmic Tao essence integration and emergence was coming on the horizon. It truly was on the horizon as an instant later in the necrotic universe. The undead legion of trillions that Noah led came to a stop, sensing a horrendous wave of power appearing thousands of miles away as it was barreling towards them at insanely high speeds. The wave of power was soon accompanied by another, and another. Over 20 shockingly powerful auras that far exceeded any paragon appeared on the horizon, bringing with them waves of immense power as at the speed they were coming at. They crossed the few thousand miles in an instant as they appeared in front of Noah's legions in a stellar fashion. 20 figures appeared majestically in the deathly chaotic void of the necrotic universe as Noah's eyes began to shine brightly at them, the auras they gave off making the surrounding void shake as shockingly it was 20 undead paragons that held various forms but were connected by a singular factor. All around the bodies of these figures, the illusory outline of a certain expert Noah had seen before was convulsing in and out of existence constantly, this being the source of the immense power that these existences were currently releasing. It was the form of a being that held a black hole for a head, the form of the Goliath of the primordial cosmos. Rumble. Noah's eyes shined brightly as he utilized eyes of truth, a set of details appearing in front of him that caused his bones to begin trembling in excitement. Lich Emperor Zadon, incarnation of chaos, a powerful lich that has roamed the necrotic universe for 500,000 years, leading many legions over the millenniums. This being has swallowed the origin essence of the Goliath of the primordial cosmos and gained a portion of his power, being able to display great proficiency in the Daos of extinction, chronos, purity, annihilation, necromancy, phantasm. No way, Noah couldn't help but utter out loud as he looked at the beings releasing the terrifying essence of numerous cosmic Daos from their bodies, each of them literally vibrating with power it didn't seem they could contain as their eyes were all locked onto him menacingly. His heart was actually trembling in excitement at this moment as when he read over the details of these beings, he actually found that one of the most powerful beings of the primordial cosmos had given away a small portion of his origin essence that contained his comprehensions of his Daos. And he gave these to paragons to come stand against him, paragons that exceeded all scales of power of such a level, beings that held a portion of power from a hegemony, and it wasn't just any hegemony, but one of the strongest ones in the cosmos. All of these factors should have caused any being to shit their pants in fear, but in front of Noah, his eyes were those full of joy as he stood up from his throne. The bright flames in his eye sockets raged powerfully as towards his joy, the 20 newly arriving incarnations of the Goliath of the primordial cosmos roared out, crack. They roared out grandly as the surrounding chaotic void shattered apart, half of their figures beginning to move towards Noah as streaks of light while the other half raised their hands to the skies and summoned legions of undead. The body of this powerful sin shone with glorious golden splendor as it raised its enormous axe that carried the might of millions of exploding suns towards the rushing enemy, his expression that of utter arrogance and might as he uttered out, "Who said you could make a move under my gaze?" Rumble, a golden asunder flashed across the deathly chaotic void as it signified the start of the first warfare that would involve the incarnations of universal experts. Chapter 1032 Hit me. Who said you could make a move under my gaze? The bellow of pride reverberated across the chaotic void as he appeared in front of a paragon letting out horrendous waves of power. the essence of extinction actually erupting from this undead Lich Emperor as with a cold look. His bony fingers smashed onto the glimmering golden axe that carried the force of 1,000,000 suns. Boom! The strength of paragons that had power far exceeding this level clashed as the result was horrendous, with the body of Pride actually trembling as the terrifying essence of extinction threatened to tear apart his golden age and ravage his body, the void around him having already been ruptured, yet the body of Pride remained floating at the same position as he didn't even move a step back, his body glowing an ever brighter shade of gold as his expression was that of ardent superciliousness and arrogance as even while every part of the sin was trembling, he called out majestically. "Did I give you permission to push me back, Rumble?" Pride released a bellow filled with dignity and superiority while looking at the undead paragon, seemingly disgusted that such a creature had even thought of standing up against a being such as he. He released the golden axe within his hands to the chaotic void, the axe glimmering brightly as his body gushed out droves of golden essence that represented pure pride. An instant later, the released axe began to multiply until hundreds of golden axes filled the void, each of them 50 meters in size as they trembled with strength that could wipe out entire galaxy clusters. THRUM. Pride glanced domineeringly at the undead paragon that was reflecting the golden gleam covering everything, his voice ringing out as it was nearly as arrogant as a certain tyrannical Lich Emperor. "I shall not let you have an easy death, WAA." The myriad of golden axes were then commanded to come down towards the enemy, whose body began to light up with the essence of many cosmic Daos. Each Daos of too high a stature could not be defended against unless a similar one or one even higher in ranking above it appeared. The primordial Tao and the Tao of Ruination stood at the very peak of all cosmic Daos. So in terms of quality, it was above that of Daos like Kronos and Extinction. The Oathkeeper had shown an example of this when he faced both Kronos and the Goliath at the same time in the Elysian universe. And these beings had to retreat against him alone, but currently, these same Daos were being used by existences that had become tainted with the origin essence of a universal realm hegemony, the power they could portray against those in the same level being something that was actually very hard to quantify as it didn't exist before. BOM, an uncountable number of golden axes fell. Each of them worthy of the explosive force of millions of suns caused the entire area of the chaotic void to melt into form as the first battle of a shocking war started off with a bang. When the 10 incarnations of chaos moved, Pride was able to stop one of them through sheer willpower and strength as the 6 other sins all stood against 6 enemies respectively, their bodies lighting up in a myriad of colors as after the strength of their sin was amplified, their bodies erupted with ruination essence to resist the terrifying Tao essence of Kronos and Extinction. Snore, HRMM. The eyes of the sin of Sloth slightly lifted as it looked lazily at the figure of an undead paragon that had its body still vibrating. Even the effort of raising its eyes seemed like too much as the chubby-looking figure draped the blanket it had on to cover even its head completely, but different from its lazy demeanor. Tentacles of essence shot out of its sleeping body in a terrifying manner as they covered everything, a world of tentacles of ruination blooming in front of this incarnation of chaos. Off in another region, the entire area was dyed pink. An amorous figure of the sin of lust showed off its extensive curves while blowing a kiss to an undead that wouldn't even be able to do it if they wanted. The powerful incarnation of chaos had its vigorous flames waver slightly, their figure coming to a halt briefly before the essence of Kronos and Extinction filled up its mind and it shot forth like a cannonball once more. In another region, Gluttony's many mouths spread throughout its body had tried to devour the enemy paragon right away, this incarnation sensing danger as it pulled back soon after, only to wave its skeletal hands above it and cause the appearance of a regal purple clock that released waves of the essence of Kronos. "Get over here!" Gluttony was maddened at the creature that seemed like the most enticing feast escaping, rushing towards it as it seemed to be returning to its old position a second later, as if it were placed on a time loop. Shocking battles like this erupted in front of ever seen as the crimson figure of the sin of wrath and sin of envy faced their own paragons, the areas around them colored red and green respectively as their own unique essence spread out on top of the support of ruination essence that Noah provided for them. Atop each of them, a star of conquest shone brightly as the sins moved to prove their worth. Chapter 1033. Hit me. 2. Many of the sins were capable of standing their ground against these terrifying incarnations that held a portion of power from a hegemony. But some sins were being pushed back from their immense might and usage of the Daos of Kronos and Extinction. THRUM. The power that the incarnations of chaos displayed was extremely overbearing, where even as 7 were hindered by the sins, 3 rushed towards Noah with wild abandon while 10 more stayed behind with their bodies glimmering with the essence of a myriad of cosmic Daos, these beings calling forth legions of undead that pulsed dangerously, but against all of this, Noah's mind only focused on the three undead paragons rushing towards him. The star of conquest above his head glimmered pure white as the surroundings were brightened, his majestic figure put on full view as while he left his throne behind. The unseen essence of ruination rose from him like waves, this essence currently masked to look like the essence of annihilation. With utter calmness, his eyes followed as the three undead paragons surrounded him an instant later, their figures becoming incomparably clear. All three towered over 10 meters in size as their bony exteriors were as black as night, bony wings being seen gloriously spreading out on their back. These were the race of primal winged undead emperors that didn't excel in the summoning of large legions of undead, and they were instead extremely proficient in strengthening their own bodies to crazy levels, as even the feat of shattering galaxies with a flick of their bony fingers wasn't an impossibility. They were one of the strongest undead paragons one could come across in the necrotic universe, and each primal winged undead emperor was commonly referred to as a one-man army due to their shocking close combat and body-strengthening capabilities. This was the identity of these three paragons that released maddening attacks towards Noah, as his response to all of it was only an eruption of ruination essence to wrap around him protectively. Their strikes released the bountiful essence of extinction and chaos as they shone with a distinct purple asunder, the chaotic void being the first to give out. Crack, space quaked and shattered as in the next second, only four figures remained floating in the rapidly healing void of the necrotic universe. A single being whose body was surrounded by a protective crimson shield, and three primal winged undead emperor that looked at the fact that their strikes didn't smash him to bits even with the use of high-tiered cosmic Taos. The crimson light around Noah even shone brighter as he withstood the attacks with his bony exterior creaking dangerously. But his flaming eye sockets released a wondrous burst of light as the moment the attacks hit him, a prompt appeared: the user has been exposed to the cosmic Tao essence of Chronos, extinction, purity, phantasm. Which essence do you wish to integrate? A deep smile bloomed from Noah's skeletal structure. Integrate Chronos, WAA. His command was received as the essence that should have been ravaging his body disappeared into his origin. Beginning the process of integration as a value appeared in the corner of Noah's eyes, 0.1 out of 100, his eyes shone ever brighter as their gaze fell upon the three paragons that had their bodies still buzzing with power, his bony smile making these beings pull back a little as they scrutinized him carefully, his next words causing the primal winged undead paragons to move with even more care. You all, hit me some more. WAA, he was extremely ecstatic as it stemmed from the feeling of getting something you weren't even thinking of, and yet others handed it to you on a platter. He was about to use his newly designed ability on his own vassal and obtain the Tao of Necromancy, but his enemies just had to go ahead and scheme. One of the most powerful hegemonies of the primordial cosmos, utilizing his origin essence to create incarnations of chaos existences that had swallowed the origin essence of the Goliath as they could display a semblance of his power and the Taos he comprehended for a short period of time. Then, his enemies sent these terrific new existences to him as it was actually the most perfect gift that he didn't even ask for. Yes, they were extremely powerful. Even at this moment, the sins were struggling with these incarnations of chaos that vibrated with the essence of cosmic Taos like Chronos and extinction, the only reason they could continue to stand against them being their unique nature and the fact that they were reinforced by Noah's essence of ruination. Similar to the battle between the hegemony Chronos and Valentina's clone, there was an interplay with the quality of mana in use. But in Noah's case, the essence of ruination stood at the same level as primordial essence, being even higher than Chronos and extinction, as against creatures utilizing these two types of essence, ruination prevailed, but there was still the newly gained force that contained strength from a hegemony. From a being that had forged their own universe. This was why the incarnations of chaos boasted such tremendous power that normal paragons wouldn't even be able to stand against them. Noah Osmont was not a normal paragon. Rumble, come on, hit me. Hit me. Their deathly flames wavered when they looked at the enthusiastic bony expression of Noah before these powerful incarnations felt the origin essence of the Goliath burn inside them, their origins trembling as they moved their bodies as if they only had half control. WAA, in front of Noah's glimmering eyes, a deathly sickle that pulsated with extinction bloomed from one undead paragon and swung towards him, a dark purple clock appearing behind another paragon as time began to be tampered with. And the last primal winged undead emperor simply threw out a fist filled with the essence of both of these Taos. Boom. Boom. Crack, pristine bones shattered as the sickle thundered down, the pure force of the paragon paired with the force of extinction breaking Noah's collarbones as a second later. The essence of Chronos pervaded towards his origin to try and decimate him from the inside out. A second later, a strong life force erupted from Noah as the broken bones healed, the essence of Kronos that had been trying to age his origin inconspicuously disappearing into the same origin it was trying to destroy as his devilish bony smile only deepened. The tyrannical Lich Emperor let out an eerie sound as he gazed towards the undead paragons with fervor, his eyes even honing in on the undead legions being formed due to the 10 remaining undead paragons that stayed behind, wanting them all to come towards him at once as he had goals that they couldn't even begin to imagine. Chapter 1034, This Paragon is Eccentric. As Noah got in contact with the incarnations of chaos for the first time, his subordinates also met them instantaneously, as the results here were slightly different in the automaton universe. Go for its core, THRUM. Kazuhiko bellowed out loudly as his figure was a streak of dark light fighting against a gigantic mechanical race that were known as automaton sentinels, creatures with bodies harder than many known metals, as they could only be defeated when the core hidden somewhere within their bodies was destroyed. Above Kazuhiko's head, the Star of Conquest shone brightly as the steel Mikhail was the one to answer his call and materialize behind the sentinel. Their attacks landing on this mechanical being from two sides as the hidden core within its body was destroyed. Boom, a shower of scrap metal later, the two beings looked at each other and laughed as they glanced at the battlefield around them. It was filled with automaton sentinel shooting of laser blasts and nuclear bombs throughout, while the existences with the Stars of Conquest above their heads moved ardently to break apart as many of these sentinels as possible. They numbered in the billions, as the area where most destruction was occurring was where Noah's summons were moving across, the figures of Tiamat and the twin draconic serpents Ava and Olivia wreaking havoc and ripping apart automaton sentinels at a shocking speed. As above all of this, there was a singular figure that was drawing the eyes of many beings on the battlefield. The figure held a bow tie as its golden beak shone in the light, its flippers flung back as it put on the airs of a sagely-looking being while speaking out, "Pledge fealty to the tyrannical emperor and you shall be saved, Rumble." The clone of the Emperor Penguin acted like an apostle of a ridiculous false religion as the words reverberated out across the metallic battlefield that shone with a brilliant purple luster, with the reply normally being the intelligent automaton races with their own free wills choosing fealty over death. But this time it was different, as right after the call of the Emperor Penguin, a streak of purple light tore through the void and appeared in front of it an instant later, a fair hand being lifted as a terrifying plasma ray that contained the essence of a myriad of cosmic Daos blasted right in front of the Emperor Penguin, eradicating its unprotected body as it couldn't even react at the shocking speed. A single attack, and the clone of the Emperor Penguin was erased. The plasma ray filled with the essence of cosmic Daos tore apart the chaotic void as the figure of the existence that shot it was revealed to all. A humanoid body that looked fair and slender, its palms showing a terrifying plasma gun receding into the hand as its whole body pulsed with immense power. With the same figure of a human but with significant modifications, it was the race of androids that stood as one of the strongest forces in the automaton universe. The vibrant essence of Kronos and extinction radiated off of this android in waves as it looked coldly and calculatingly at all the enemies, computing the best possible move before its figure disappeared again towards another direction. It wasn't the only one, as seconds later, similar terrifying auras that far exceeded what paragons could display began to appear en masse, the battlefield becoming tumultuous. Noah's animus summons looked at this as they received an overabundance of information from Noah at the same time, their bodies lighting up with ruination essence as they were the first to rush towards the newly coming incarnations of chaos. An innocent-looking boy with a cerulean blue crown spinning atop his head licked his lips off to the side, his figure melding into the folds of space as his eyes were those that screamed intense hunger while looking at these exceedingly powerful incarnations. It had a hope and a dream of devouring hegemonies in the future. Never did the blue slime think bite-sized portions of hegemonies would actually come to him at such a stage as the aura of this creature disappeared entirely, just waiting to strike within the folds of space. A terrifying battle would unfold here, as the battle to follow would be the first one where the clones of Noah's subordinates would actually begin to fall as they fought terrifying battles with beings that exceeded all parameters of power. Far off from the automaton universe and even the primordial cosmos in general, the figure of the main body of the Emperor Penguin was vibrating with a golden luster in the universal core of the dark universe, another clone being formed in front of him as his wrathful voice rang out, "They dare to kill me first like some minor character? Me? The holder of pride, Rumble, the manifested sin of pride in the necrotic universe, and even the Emperor Penguin that held the abilities of this sin himself were offended at such a reality. The battles to come being something they would shine in the most through the sheer uniqueness of the power they held. The two hegemonies were some of the beings Oathkeeper considered his strongest allies. their power just being a notch below Kronos and the Goliath. One was a hegemony from the galactic microbial race, which were creatures the size of an unseen microbe that held power at the galaxy realm the moment they were born. Below the Goliath, this race was one of the most unique ones you could find across the primordial cosmos. The other hegemony was from the Chthonian universe, and it was an existence that stemmed from the amorphous blasphemers race that could move into horrifying monstrosities far larger than any planet seamlessly. These two beings in Oathkeeper were watching the unfolding battles within the necrotic and automaton universe that they didn't put too much emphasis on before. But they now scrutinized them with utter care as the appearance of the incarnations of chaos changed many things. Chapter 1035, this paragon is eccentric. 2. For the Goliath himself to do something like this, it means that what this paragon mentioned before might actually be true, where the inhabitants of the universes are closely tied with the efficiency of their universal constructs in achieving their goals. WAA, the booming voice of the hegemony from the amorphous blasphemers race that was known as the hegemony of old chaos reverberated out, Oathkeeper nodding with an impassive expression as he scrutinized the incarnations of chaos even more, using his own origin essence and placing it in the body of paragons. They are keen on stopping him, we can't let it succeed. If true, then this is the only method that has actually been working against them, and we brushed it off this entire time. The hegemony from the galactic microbial race spoke out, this being holding the title of the microscopic hegemony. Oathkeeper nodded at the words as he stood up, his golden hair waving gloriously as his voice resounded out while staring at the paradisiacal realm around him. They've managed to bypass the restrictions set up for this, and so can we, rumble. The light of destiny swirled around him as he raised his hands to the skies of the Elysian realm, the sky freely splitting apart as primordial essence began to gush out and flow towards the Oathkeeper. The microscopic hegemony and the hegemony of old chaos looked at this scene with envious eyes as, while surrounded by a swirling mass of pristinely white primordial essence, Oathkeeper spoke out with a mystical voice, I'll need some days to experiment and see if we can do what the Goliath did and its feasibility. Holding the origin essence of a universal real hegemony in a small paragon, it might have a disastrous cost. WAA, the primordial essence flowed around him like mild rivers as this being led of tremendous waves of power, his eyes glimmering with light as the white essence only receded after a few minutes, his hands waving as he called forth the wings of primordial destiny, to communicate with a few certain beings while staring toward the illusory screens showing fighting scenes. The microscopic hegemony and the hegemony of old chaos also turned their eyes towards the scenes containing Noah. They focused on the paragon in question, their expressions hardening as they saw the scene of this being screaming out grandiose words with a fevered expression as he faced the terrifying incarnations of chaos. Come on, hit me. Hit me. His expression didn't seem right as against the beings that held power far above any paragons. He was bellowing out for others to attack him. Oathkeeper and the two other powerful hegemonies had no words as they observed and looked for solutions, a single thought crossing their minds as they paid attention to the unfolding battles in two universes. The singular thought was that this paragon in question, he was a bit eccentric. Meanwhile, the auras of incarnations of chaos were raging wildly in the necrotic universe, the 10 that had stayed behind to summon legions of undead having called forth billions of terrifying creatures that shone with flames containing hints of cosmic chaos. To call forth such armies, Noah could see that a huge strain was placed on the incarnations, their origins constantly creaking as they felt like they had swallowed something they couldn't digest. The flames on their eyes were burning brightly, but they seemed to be the burning flames of a dying ember that could go out at any moment. I see, amidst his excitement. Noah spoke out slowly as the three undead paragons near him let off any reservations and continued to attack him with powerful skills. Eternal death is guaranteed to you all after accepting this power into your bodies. Rumble, just be sure not to die before you give me what I want. If they fought terrifying battles where their origins were strained as they wildly used the unfamiliar power, they would be running towards death at an even quicker pace. What would such beings even be? Thinking at this moment, beings that knew eternal death was coming for them, and they were doing it to themselves. WAA, it was only a thought from Noah, but he didn't truly care, at this moment. There was an eruption of essence. From Noah's body, demonic essence began to crawl out as he used a skill he normally had no need to use, an ability that vastly enhanced his defensive and attacking parameters when he faced truly powerful enemies. Archdemon Lord Transformation. BZZZT. The essence of ruination and annihilation weaved into the cellular components of this new body as the base was built from the essence of cosmic chaos, the power actually being something even more wondrous. than what Noah could normally display when he used Archdemon Lord transformation. At the end of it, a glorious existence appeared, having grown over 100 meters in stature as he was slightly bigger than the 7 deadly sins. The skull being the only thing not filled with muscle, as all portions of his body were covered with taut steel-like muscles that seemed indestructible. The skull, it took an entirely crimson color as golden flames still remained on its eye sockets, and there were now 2 demonic horns rising from the skull as they twisted and came close together, the moment they touched causing a spark of crimson flames to appear as this flame went on to cover the entirety of the skull, a Titanus undead. With a crimson flaming skull and golden flames burning fiercely in its eye sockets, it was the first appearance of the demonic Lich Emperor, as his aura nearly touched upon the same level as what the incarnations of chaos were releasing. Nearly, without any need for him to swallow a portion of an origin from a hegemony, THRUM, a golden light flashed onto the Titanus figure of the demonic Lich Emperor, strength of the weak, envy the mighty, galactic devastation. Rumble, since the enemies he met were truly powerful this time around, Noah had no problem buffing himself to the extremes and somewhat going all out. With such a transformation and overlaying of boosts, he could fearlessly take in all the coming hits of incarnations of chaos as he watched the value of Chronos just climb towards 100 until he obtained this cosmic Tao. Chapter 1036 I Won't Lift a Finger, a Titanus demonic Lich Emperor with a flaming crimson skull. This was the image that the 20 paragons that had ingested the origin essence of the Goliath of the primordial cosmos saw as all their eyes focused on it. The 7 that were battling the sins momentarily lost their focus as some suffered injuries. The 3 that were around the demonic Lich Emperor feeling his aura the closest, as the 10 that had stayed behind to summon legions of undead also felt it very clearly. They felt an aura that was no less than theirs. This naturally caused some heavy feelings to rise deep in the hearts of these undead paragons, the reality that a being had naturally reached the same stage of power that they reached through their own sheer strength alone, not having to do what they did and become incarnations of another existence. They weren't fools. These paragons had lived for too many years, and even with the influence of the Tao of necromancy that the hegemony of necromancy used when he gave them the origin essence for them to absorb, it was still their choice to do in the end. First, they believed in themselves and their power, thinking that their origin would be able to handle the essence of a hegemony if it was just a small portion of it. Second was the fact that they knew sooner or later, the tyrannical Lich Emperor that had its forces conquer over half of the necrotic universe would make its way towards them as well. When that time came, they would have to choose to either face eternal death or pledge their fealty to another being. Instead of this, they chose another path as they ingested the origin essence for even greater strength, only for them to find out they truly were not able to handle this power within their origins, and that in a matter of time, eternal death would come for them. This was the price they had to pay to achieve a level of power no other paragons could even dream of. Yet, rumble. The aura that the demonic Lich Emperor released was no less than theirs, the flames within the sockets of these 20 paragons waving somberly as they wondered, just how was he so different from them? What did he do differently that even without sacrificing his life, he could reach the same power as them? No answer came. Spatial essence wrapped around the figure of the demonic Lich Emperor as he disappeared from the 3 undead paragons that were surrounding him, his terrific aura appearing behind the 10 undead paragons that had stayed behind to raise entire undead legions. His flaming skeletal head seemed to forcefully pull the attention of all beings towards him as it held a sense of regality. His figure appeared in the middle of the vast armies of billions that the 10 paragons had summoned. His voice coming out calmly, "Let me measure the resolve of the beings that have subjected themselves to eternal death, THRUM. His hand that was wrapped with steel-forged muscle pointed towards them as his finger beckoned for them to come. The flames on his head blazing calmly, "I won't be lifting a finger. I'll just see what one can achieve by taking the easy way out and ingesting the origin of a hegemony, WAA." His words seemed to pierce into the only things that these undead paragons cared about now, their origins flaring out with power as the origin essence they ingested churned out madly. Anger rose within the hearts of the paragons that knew death was coming for them, the words of the demonic Lich Emperor making them rush towards him as their bodies lit up with the essence of Chronos and extinction. Even the 7 that were facing the sins had tried to bypass them and attack the majestic-looking Titanus demonic Lich Emperor. But their enemies gave them no leeway as only 13 undead paragons made a beeline towards Noah. The 3 primal winged undead emperors and the 10 undead Lich Emperors all burned with power as their bodies lit up bright red and purple, 13 magisterial clocks appearing behind each of them as a bubble of purple clocks was soon created in the surrounding miles. The clocks rotated wondrously around each other as they released a terrifying swirl of Chronos and extinction to surge towards the lone figure. of the demonic Lich Emperor that at this moment stretched his hands out and raised his skeletal head, nearly waiting for the destructive burst of attacks to land on him. His body, that was reinforced mainly by ruination essence, vibrated with power. The enhancements and boosts from many skills overlaid together, causing his body alone to cause the surrounding space to tremble as a second later, the full power of 13 incarnations of chaos smashed into his body. Boom, crack. The attacks were so potent and horrendous as even the void was shredded apart like paper. The two essences of extinction and Kronos working hand in hand, as their goal was to reduce everything they touched to ash, where it was through the factor of time for Kronos, or simply pure extinction. But for Noah, none of this mattered. For him, what mattered was just the reality that these attacks were filled with the vibrant essence of the Tao of Kronos, WAA. Amidst the raging flames of extinction that remained after the essence of Kronos was sucked up, Noah's bright eyes glanced at a certain number within his status panel. Kronos integration value, 17/100. The flames surrounding his head blazed ever brighter as space began to stabilize. The void folded and healed as the scene cleared. The flames within the sockets of the undead paragons blazing up somberly as after everything cleared, they still saw the scene of the demonic Lich Emperor. Spreading his arms out as his body was spotless, it actually seemed to vibrate with an immense amount of power that was nigh endless, the attacks of incarnations that exceeded any parameters of paragons actually not being able to pass through him. Only his voice rang out as it caused the minds of the undead paragons to buzz with activity. A few more minutes. I still won't lift a finger against you all, rumble. His figure remained floating in the void as he spoke out domineeringly, the existences that had given away their lives just to reach the same realm of power as him bellowing out as they rushed towards him like flies. Chapter 1037, Kronos. Outside of the boundary of the necrotic universe, there was first a single hegemony watching the scenes of the shocking battles within and broadcasting them to others. After a few minutes passed. Since the first appearance of incarnations of chaos, even more hegemonies from the vast array of universes within the primordial cosmos appeared outside the boundary of the necrotic universe. Their gazes upon the new form of horrendous warfare they had not come across before, creatures ingesting the origin of hegemonies as their power far exceeded anything that the rank of paragon had to offer. Yet, what about the paragon that had not ingested any origin essence of a hegemony and was somehow still releasing the same battle power as these existences known as incarnations of chaos? What exactly gave him the strength to propel his power to a level no other paragons in the primordial cosmos could reach? The hegemonies watching right outside of the necrotic universe looked at each other with somber expressions as they had no answer. Those observing the broadcast from illusory screens in faraway universes looked at those around them silently. Not having the slightest idea why as one thing was confirmed on this day, the paragon that many had dismissed before or didn't give too much attention to in the past had stepped into their spotlight today, as many hegemonies looked at his regal figure that was taking in attacks from 13 incarnations of chaos, they couldn't help but burn this image deep into their eyes. Boom. In the necrotic universe where the terrifying battle was taking place, 13 purple clocks were floating permanently in the skies as their purple aura covered the 13 paragons, their bodies flitting through the river of time as they appeared to attack Noah from different time points with every single move. It was extremely hard to describe the workings of the Tao of Kronos into words. But the paragons were shuttling through time with a difference of a few seconds, as from the current time, they appeared a few seconds in the past and released shocking attacks, and some appeared a few seconds in the future to release even more deadly attacks. It meant that when time came together, the figure of the demonic Lich Emperor would be receiving attacks from the past and the future, as such attacks were not ones that an existence could defend against, that was, unless they had the Tao of Kronos as well, and they could also shuttle a few seconds in the future and the past to defend against attacks they didn't even know of. It meant that with utter precision and accuracy, their deadly attacks all landed on the demonic Lich Emperor, as he could only take them from 3 different time points, with the only thing he was capable of doing being to just defend with his body. This method would have worked and worn down any paragon, as after just a few seconds of receiving unseen attacks from different times would have shattered their defenses and brought them that much closer to death. But against Noah, it mattered not whether they came a few seconds in the future, past, or present, as his archdemon lord form and boosts from a myriad of different skills were still active during this time, as none of them could penetrate his defenses. All that mattered to him was a certain value. Kronos integration value, 68/100. His eyes lit up with immense fervor every time this value rose, his body still feeling the tingling pain from the strikes of beings that were exceeding the parameters of paragons, but he himself was already on the process of exceeding the power of paragons long before them, as he was already connecting the galaxies within his origin at a rate that they couldn't even begin to imagine. The conquest of the necrotic universe was already half complete, as His subordinates had also covered a significant portion of the automaton universe. He had left behind many galaxy clusters with trillions upon trillions of undead clans that pledged fealty to him. Only taking a few paragons to add to his undead legion, as at this moment, all of them were still on standby with the legion that held a swirling necrotic ring of death behind Noah and the 7 deadly sins. The uncountable number of undead that had pledged fealty had now also contributed to the marks of antiquity he formed. These marks going on to create another 1.5 billion Tau galaxies, as the total number now came to 3 billion, as they were still rapidly increasing. His origin was bubbling. With power as this contributed to the reasons why he could withstand the incarnations right now. He was already making great strides towards forming his universal seed, as he was 6% of the way there. Space twisted again as the purple clocks above the void circled endlessly, attacks seemingly coming from all sides at this moment as his body got thundered with them even more vigorously, his tough skin and muscle made from the very essence of ruination beginning to crack and tear. But even to this, he only smiled as he saw the essence of Kronos sink into him deeper. Kronos integration value, 81 out of 100, the value he was looking at so dearly continued to rise as he could almost taste a new cosmic Tao, his flaming skull rising up jovially as during the magisterial scene of being swarmed by 13 undead paragons with the colorful waves of cosmic essence flying out all around him. He laughed boisterously. Kakik, the dreary laugh of the demonic Lich Emperor, rang out clearly as it caused the origins of the 13 incarnations to tremble with wrath, one of the primal winged undead emperors bellowing out as his body lit up brightly, the purple clock he controlled shining brightly as getting even larger as he was utilizing an enormous amount of mana for an ultimate skill that utilized the Tao of Kronos. But, crack, a second later, a horrendous sound rang out that could be heard across all the explosions resounding across the deathly chaotic void. It came from the paragon that was just bellowing out and utilizing enormous amounts of mana, the flaming eyes of this existence looking down on its chest as it peered deep into itself and saw that its origin had an enormous crack bisecting it in half. The incarnation had overworked his origin until it could no longer handle the origin essence of the Goliath within him. Due to his anger and wrath at the demonic Lich Emperor that laughed at the face of their attacks, he had actually brought the death that was supposed to come a month later as it arrived on the same day. The strain on his origin being too much, as this would be one of the first beings who would literally die from anger due to the words of a certain Lich Emperor. Crack, BOM, with an expression of shock, the origin of this paragon imploded as the powerful paragon was turned into countless bones shooting out everywhere. The center of explosion leaving behind a pulsing unstable obsidian mass that seemed used up and nearly depleted. All that he left behind was an unstable seed of chaos. The other incarnations of chaos looked at this scene with somber expressions as their hearts trembled, seeing the fate awaiting them as the fast pace at which they churned their mana within their bodies were slowed down unconsciously. As all of them merely stared at the unstable mass of origin essence that had imploded a paragon apart, only a single being could still move with clarity. Whap, the figure of the cackling demonic Lich Emperor appeared at the spot where a paragon had just perished, his eyes shining brilliantly as his hands reached out towards the unstable and nearly depleted origin essence of a hegemony. He was moving naturally as he only had a single thought in his mind: this should work as well, right? Just an instinct, but he followed it to completion, devouring. A black mass erupted from Noah as it took in the unstable origin essence under the ability of the sin of gluttony, very quickly breaking it down as a vast amount of differing Tao essences within this unstable origin were broken down into pure mana and vitality. All Tao essences, except for the one that Noah was currently integrating. It was seamlessly sucked into his origin as under the shocked gazes of paragons and hegemonies, Noah alone saw two prompts appear in front of his eyes: Kronos integration value, 100/100. Commencing the process of the emergence of the cosmic Tao of Kronos, Noah's eyes glimmered with light as he felt as if all sound became blocked out at this moment, as if he was alone in a world of silence, only a singular light beginning to bloom in his eyes. At this moment, a regal purple light shone. Chapter 1038, Kronos 2, across the primordial cosmos. There were three beings that had comprehended the cosmic Tao of Kronos, each of them were stretched across the cosmos, but at this moment, all of them raised their heads towards a certain direction. What, in the Elysian universe, the regal expression of Oathkeeper was replaced with shock for the first time, in the automaton universe. The black hole taking the place of the head of the Goliath of the primordial cosmos swirled with shocking power as he looked in the faraway direction silently. Impossible, only a single other being showed more emotion, and it was the one that was even given the title of the hegemony of Kronos. This being looked towards the direction of the necrotic universe where, just like Oathkeeper and the Goliath, he sensed a blooming purple light that signified Kronos being comprehended by another Being, in front of the universal construct within the animus universe, Kronos rose up with a grim expression as he looked far away, his mind buzzing with activity as yet another thing that shouldn't have happened was occurring. In the many lifetimes he lived through, not once had another being comprehended Kronos. Not until many years from now, when the situation within the primordial cosmos would be vastly different. Yet, old man, what's got your panties in a bunch? At this moment, the voice of valiant-looking Valentina rang out as cosmic Tao essence spilled from her, the task of her clone continuing to descend down the animus universe continuing as even while she was defeated by Kronos multiple times, she never gave in as she continued to call forth more clones. Kronos only gazed at Valentina's clone with impassive eyes that flashed with a purple light, a gigantic clock appearing behind him again as it shot out with a killing light. Meanwhile, in the necrotic universe, the dazzling glimmer of purple caused many eyes to turn towards it in shock, but this purple color eventually began to be tinged with red. When Kronos and the Goliath utilized this Tao, it was tinged purple with all of their attacks. When the Oathkeeper used the Tao of Kronos, the huge clocks he summoned were tinged gold. Now that Noah was undergoing the process of emerging a new cosmic Tao within him, it became his own as different from the purple or golden luster. It became a beautiful purple-crimson color that melded together into a beautiful picture. From his body, waves of cosmic essence of Kronos began to leak out madly as they permeated throughout the chaotic void. A purple-crimson clock of ridiculous proportions beginning to form above everyone, the aura caused every single being in its shadow to shake at its sheer power and majesty. The obtainment of this cosmic Tao by Noah at this moment being something of great importance. He of course held the cosmic Tao of ruination, a Tao that when he utilized it fully as he had hiddenly done so before, he could actually wipe out any creature on the same level as him in a matter of seconds, but he didn't use it freely as until now. This was a card that would be kept secret, as knowledge of it meant others also knowing he held a cosmic treasure of the directly opposing nature to the primordial disk that Oathkeeper held. So the wondrous and overpowered Tao of ruination wasn't utilized openly or frequently in Noah's battles. Now, he had obtained the cosmic Tao of Kronos. It was only a level below ruination, but it was a Tao of ridiculous power that stood above many other cosmic Taos, the power it could display being something only the three most powerful powerhouses of the primordial cosmos understood. Since he obtained it in front of everyone's eyes, he would utilize it to its fullest possible extent, as at this moment, the purple-crimson clock had stretched out for tens of thousands of miles as it passed the size of normal planetary bodies, and it was still spreading out. Rumble, at the center of it all was Noah Osmont. He comprehended the pristine Tao of Kronos' knowledge of how he could very easily manipulate time filled his mind. Numerous scenes flitting through his mind at this moment: the scene of when he obtained his cosmic treasure, the scene of him defeating Aldrich after he tore open the boundary of the Novus Galaxy and invited outsiders, the scene of him obtaining the rank S, volcanic eruption, in the Blessed Empire and using it to decimate a mephitic turtle as Elizabeth and other hunters watched in awe and shock, the scene of him obtaining a rank F, fireball, after he used up all of his savings, right before he awakened to see a blank value next to his focus. All of these scenes played out in front of Noah's eyes as he shockingly found that uniquely because of his infinite mana, he could actually return to any of these times. Kronos couldn't do this. Oathkeeper or the Goliath couldn't do this. This was partly because they lived in the primordial cosmos as the most powerful beings, and any single one of them reversing time would mean they were not just doing it for themselves, but for the entire cosmos they were in. The essence required for this was too much. They could utilize the Tao of Kronos to jump back in time a few hours or a day at most, but their mana reserves wouldn't allow for anything more. An example was when Noah had utilized the Dagger of Time to jump back barely a few days in when he was moving in the world of cultivation and the demon world. His mana was more than enough, and the affected area was very small, affecting an entire cosmos. Even for Oathkeeper and the others, it was too hard, but the existence that held infinite mana could do many more things with time. Even more mystical knowledge rushed into Noah's mind at this moment as the comprehension of Kronos settled in. Time, the abstruse and ridiculous concept of time. Time actually didn't follow a linear path. It wasn't a straightforward concept of going from A to B, as there was much involved with it. Those capable of jumping through time held great power, as the things they did could vastly change entire realities, even for Noah, who was capable of jumping through time at this moment, even to the very point right before he awakened as a hunter. At any point that he did something vastly different than what he did in the original time, things would be greatly changed, as this would actually create a branch in time. It would create a whole new reality. Rumble, Chapter 1039, Phenomenal Power. A single action different from the original timeline, creating a branch in time that would bud into a whole new reality. Such a concept caused Noah's heart to tremble, as after the comprehension of Chronos, his mind could see a vast and endless river of time that seemed to stretch endlessly. This river of time occasionally had smaller rivers stemming from it, and these were all points in time where beings utilized the law of time or the Tao of Chronos to do something. But eventually, all of these small rivers of time merged back with the main one that churned endlessly forward, the original timeline. Noah looked at the image of the river of time, seeing the path of his current timeline, of him growing up, of his parents falling to the first beast tides when the apocalypse began, of him obtaining a rank F fireball skill book up until now when he obtained a cosmic Tao. It had many paths and possibilities, but they all led to where he was right now. He could not change this. Any grand changes he made would only put him on another branch of time, something he still didn't understand the consequences of, even though he had the mana requirements to go back to even the point before he obtained the rank F fireball skill book. He did not do so as he still had not fully understood Chronos and time. He didn't know the effects it would have on everything, and what would happen when he left the original timeline he was currently in, or what effects it would have on this timeline, from his novice galaxy to the dark universe, and now to the primordial cosmos, where 9 of its universes were currently under lock in a process initiated by some of the most powerful beings within the cosmos, and wherever this would lead. Maybe when he had fully assimilated Chronos, at that time, maybe he would understand more about branching timelines and realities, and whether he could truly move without shattering everything. Maybe when he understood things even more after he obtained the cosmic Tao of reincarnation and how that was different from Chronos. Was the hegemony of Chronos reincarnating in the original timeline this whole time? What about the timeline before he reincarnated? What about BZZT? Noah's mind buzzed with possibilities as he found no answer, only a single word permeating his mind as he calmed everything down. Maybe, rumble. His eyes twinkled with a purple-crimson luster as he came out from his thoughts and glanced at the enormous purple-crimson clock that his endless mana had created. This clock strengthening out for hundreds of thousands of miles as it caused the vast legions of undead and all their paragons to look at it in awe. This clock was the manifestation of Chronos, something that Oathkeeper and the others also called forth as they used it as a medium to affect anything to do with time. Now, Noah had called it forth grandly as he unreservedly let it grow with a constant input of mana, giving it its current size that even blinded the eyes of the faraway watching hegemonies. Noah stared at this vibrant clock as he thought about its usage. He was filled with knowledge on how to manipulate time and could do so with a wave of his hands, but he didn't have established skills he could utilize to easily affect time at the utterance of a word. He didn't have them, so he would just make them. A few billion of his remaining skill points were used as a simple skill tree with 5 abilities that could utilize Chronos was created. As for the name, Noah simply termed the skill tree, Wielder of Chronos. Wielder of Chronos, a skill tree geared towards a basic application of the cosmic Tao of Chronos. Abilities include temporal looping, 5/5, instantaneous age regression and progression, 5/5, temporal manipulation perception, 5/5, temporal halt, 5/5, temporal inversion, 5/5, temporal looping, 5/5. Depending on the mana used, the user can place a certain area or being on a temporal loop that is extremely hard to escape from. Only those capable of releasing strength to shatter the effects of time itself or beings proficient in the workings of time can seamlessly escape temporal looping. Instantaneous age regression and progression, 5/5. The user can cause the instantaneous age regression or progression in a selected target. Temporal manipulation perception, May 5. The workings of time are filled with mysteries, with this passive ability allowing for the user to sense when time has been manipulated and the exact point of its occurrence. Temporal halt, May 5. The user can cause a temporal halt around a certain area or being, causing time to come to a stop. The larger the affected area of temporal halt, the greater the chance of creating a branch in time. Temporal inversion, 5/5. The user can inverse the time around a certain area or being, causing time to flow in reverse. The larger the affected area, the greater the chance of creating a branch in time. Terrifying abilities that were all under the Wielder of Chronos, skill tree that had the definition of basic application of the cosmic Tao of Chronos. Noah looked at the set of skills with careful eyes as when it came to Chronos, it was like someone had handed Noah a truly dangerous bomb that he could freely change the size of, the effects he could display being extremely terrifying as he himself had to be careful how he used it. The temporal manipulation perception ability was working passively so that he didn't need to worry when others manipulated time. So he himself would begin slowly studying the Tao of Chronos with the active abilities he created. His flaming eyes gazed at the 19 undead paragons below him that still glanced towards him with utter shock. his figure capturing the eyes of all as at this moment, he floated above everyone as a gigantic purple-crimson clock rotated magisterially in the chaotic void above him. They saw his eyes turn towards them as they shivered unconsciously. They then heard his words ringing out clearly. As to the shock of all, Noah began to use the essence of Chronos wildly for the first time. Temporal halt. BZZZZT. The enormous purple-crimson clock released a flood of essence of Chronos as it went to watch over just the 1 mile area where Noah, the Sins, and the 19 paragons were fighting in. Just a single mile, but everything within this mile came to a halt at this moment. Everything but the terrifying figure of the demonic Lich Emperor that floated serenely. He had obtained what he wanted, as he had not made a move all this time, under the shocked gazes of many beings. He now made a move. Chapter 1040. Phenomenal Power. 2. Temporal Halt. The hegemony of necromancy was watching the appearance of the purple-crimson colored clock that was hundreds of thousands of miles in diameter while shuddering with utter shock and stupor. He had only utilized 20 of the 100 seeds of chaos to create 20 incarnations of chaos that he sent forward, but never would he have thought that the result of it was somehow their enemy becoming capable of utilizing the Tao of Chronos. How could someone just comprehend a Tao as mysterious and abstruse as that so easily? Could someone do it just because they wished to do so? The flames on this hegemony trembled with shock as a second later he watched as a time stop was placed in a region of a single mile. But everything within this mile except the figure of the demonic Lich Emperor had come to a stop due to his single command. The trillions of undead legions outside could move, and they even edged back from the frozen space temporarily, as it seemed they didn't even want to be near it. Within the frozen space, the 19 incarnations of chaos could consciously feel this temporal halt as they trembled with fear, but they held the essence of Chronos within them as well due to the seeds of chaos they swallowed, so the purple essence erupted around their bodies as they fought to move in the stop time. But, in terms of the essence of Chronos, just who would be the winner? Logically, even the hegemony of necromancy still in a stupor thought the enhanced incarnations of chaos would come out on top at the end of it, breaking past the temporal halt as they fought a life and death battle with the enemy that had somehow comprehended a cosmic Tao that they could only utilize the essence of due to the seeds they ingested. Yet the 19 incarnations seemed to be struggling as the purple essence of Chronos tried to protect their bodies, while the figure of the demonic Lich Emperor had waves of purple-crimson essence still coming out front the enormous clock above the chaotic void endlessly, as if mana was not a limited utility for him. This was actually the moment in time that the many watching hegemonies would begin paying attention to Noah based on the amount of mana he was using, as many of them understood the reality of the Tao of Chronos and how much it would require of someone. Yet the being before them, he was calling forth an endless amount of the essence of Chronos, as even against 19 other beings that could utilize this essence as well. He overpowered all of them, 19 beings at the same stage as him, 19 beings that were actually incarnations of the Goliath of the primordial cosmos. The mana required for this, impossible, rumble. The hegemony of necromancy was the first to utter this as other hegemonies followed. In the boundary of the necrotic universe, even more universal experts came to observe this shocking scene, as before they could even get past the shock that a paragon was seamlessly utilizing the essence of chaos, they then saw his pure utilization of mana as he called forth endless amount of this cosmic essence as if he had mana reserves of tens of hegemonies. The 19 paragons were overwhelmed with the essence of Chronos Noah used to reinforce the temporal halt, none of them being able to move. As a second later, this terrifying demonic Lich Emperor called out another skill, temporal inversion. Under a temporal halt, he actually tapped his fingers in the void carefully as the churning seas of Chronos essence rushing from the slowly rotating purple-crimson clock turned into rivers of light that only wrapped around the 19 paragons. The time inversion was only focused on these beings themselves, as Noah actually considered that he was doing something simple. From the vast river of time that he could now gaze upon, he was naturally able to see a few things. His focus on the 19 paragons let him know that whatever grand change that had occurred to make them incarnations of chaos happened not too long ago, and this was the target of his temporal inversion. He was simply inverting the time of these paragons, the state of their bodies and of their origins just an hour back before they became incarnations of chaos. Rumble, at certain levels of power, one didn't need to use brute force, as many ingenious methods existed they could utilize. Noah getting his hands on the cosmic Tao of Chronos opened many methods for him, as at this moment, many eyes watched in shock as the bodies of 19 paragons became fully surrounded by the rivers of essence of Chronos as they formed into a bubble of crimson-purple light that swirled around them. With this circular bubble of light, the bodies of the 19 paragons were showing an eerie scene of twisting back and forth, their time of their bodies and origin being inverted in a shocking fashion as Those who didn't have deep comprehensions in the concept of time wouldn't even be able to understand what they were seeing. THRUM, a brilliant flash of light occurred after a few seconds from the 19 bubbles of crimson-purple light. Piercing screams ringing out from the undead paragons as they felt something overbearing be pulled apart from their origins and souls. Noah tapped his hands once more as the temporal inversion around their bodies was stopped, the scene around the undead paragons becoming clear for all to see. Their bodies looked ragged and essence fluctuated around them weakly. But there was another thing beside their bodies that drew the eyes of all those watching. The hegemony of necromancy was one of the first to have their eyes drawn towards it, his body beginning to tremble as he waved his hands to observe the 80 seeds of chaos he still had with him as when he turned back to the 19 paragons. He saw the same 19 seeds of chaos that he had induced them to ingest some time ago, this, an impossible scene, a shocking reality. Chapter 1041, The Apex Paragon. 19 glimmering seeds of chaos floated beside the bodies of the 19 paragons as after a temporal inversion, their state returned to a time before they ingested them and became incarnations of the Goliath of the primordial cosmos. It was a mind-bending ability that others could not even fathom, those watching feeling breathless as the ones who truly understood it all had somber expressions. The scalp of the hegemony of necromancy tingled as he drew in a sharp breath, merely watching as Noah waved his hands and the seeds of chaos that could create incarnations that far exceeded the power that paragons could display simply land on his hands as he looked at them curiously. The field of battle turned silent, not a single soul moved as only the whirling necrotic ring of death surrounding the trillions within the undead legions that weren't even mobilized made terrifying sounds. The 7 deadly sins had long since received Noah's command as they pulled back and watched the magisterial scene of his power without making any moves against the undead paragons they were facing. The flames within Noah's eye sockets blazed brightly as the essence of Kronos that was gushing from the expansive crimson-purple clock stopped momentarily. The temporal halt and inversion came to a stop as the 19 paragons all turned their eyes towards Noah with utter shock. The 19 seeds of chaos that had seamlessly separated from their origin floated in front of him as he looked at them calmly. His voice being the only thing ringing out in the vast chaotic void. I have saved you from the certain death that these terrible seeds of origin essence would have brought you. Rumble, as he handled a portion of origin essence from a genuine hegemony, Noah spoke out simply towards the 19 paragons that had their bones begin trembling with shock. Something like this is not the path to true power. With them, you would have become mere sacrificial lambs under the aims of someone else. It is not power, BOM. His voice boomed out majestically as even the hegemonies watching from illusory screens from faraway universes or those that had appeared outside the boundary of the necrotic universe had their attention pulled in. Let me show you true power. Kneel and pledge fealty to me as I show you what true strength is. The 19 paragons gazed towards Noah's figure that stood above them with utter stupor, his figure seemingly covered with a brilliant white luster as a star of conquest shone above him majestically, making him look like an ancient primal being out of pure fantasy. Their skeletal hands unconsciously reached out to him as after feeling his immense power after experiencing him actually inverting time and bringing them back to before they ingested the time bombs that would have shattered their origins. Their very essence seemed to reach out towards him as when a certain prompt appeared in front of their eyes. They called out softly, I pledge fealty to the tyrannical emperor, I pledge fealty to the tyrannical emperor, I pledge. Rumble, the star of conquest above Noah shone brightly as the 19 seeds of chaos before him were put away, the eyes of all beings witnessing the scene of him alone standing against 19 paragons at the same stage as him, stripping them of all their power, and then making them kneel as they pledged allegiance to him. The hearts of many hegemonies were jolted at this moment as a set of words appeared in their hearts, but they still couldn't bring themselves to utter it out loud. A set of words flowed through the minds of all hegemonies. It was a set of words, or more so a title, that was given to a being that absolutely stood over all other beings at the same stage. In the millions of years of recorded history of the primordial cosmos, existences given titles such as these were few and far between, with others claiming these titles only to lose them as they faced defeat soon after, and others not being able to keep their lives when they advanced to the realms above. At this point in time, only 2 existences were still alive in the primordial cosmic who held a title such as this, these existences namely being the Oathkeeper and the Goliath of the primordial cosmos. Before they advanced to the universal realm, they were unrivaled in the level of paragons, as no beings in their universes or those that could cross the boundary of universes could match them. Now, as they looked at a being who stood against 19 paragons that had ingested the origin essence of a hegemony and showed power that far exceeded any bounds of paragons, as they watched this being so seamlessly and easily take down all 19 of them at once as a second later, they were kneeling and pledging their fealty to him, this title rose in their hearts, thrum. The wings of primordial destiny of one of the hegemonies outside of the boundary of the necrotic universe shone as an instant. Later, the magisterial figure of a golden-haired existence with glimmering wings appeared, his entrance brightening up the surroundings as his golden eyes gazed upon the figure of Noah and the shocking scene of 19 paragons kneeling towards him. What others could not utter, he could. After all, he had obtained such a title in the past as well, Apex Paragon, RUUMBLE. Golden waves of destiny and fortune exploded out at the mere mention of this title, the surrounding hegemonies turning their eyes to look at Oathkeeper with solemn expression before they returned to a being they had to now pay attention to, the Apex Paragon. In this era, he was the only one to rise and take this title, as the Oathkeeper and the Goliath had long since lost at the moment they rose to become universal realm hegemonies. But on this day, all of them saw the birth of a new apex paragon of an existence that in the ranks of paragons was unrivaled. If he met any others of the same rank, he could dispatch them with ease, as his power was already edging towards that of a hegemony. WAA, the only other apex paragons to break through to the universal realm had become two of three existences that stood at the very top of power in the primordial cosmos. The eyes of many powerful beings gazed upon the fearsome figure of a being that had glorious white essence cascading down from a glimmering star, an enormous clock thrumming with the essence of Kronos far above him, as they wondered just what would happen when this apex paragon achieved the universal realm as well. Chapter 1042, The Apex Paragon. 2. Within the necrotic universe. A spatial fluctuation occurred near the hegemony of necromancy as the form of a being with a swirling black hole appeared beside him. Having just returned from delivering more seeds of chaos in the automaton universe, the Goliath looked at the scene of Noah standing above 19 paragons that his origin essence had just been occupying, and then looked at the 80 seeds of chaos that were yet to be utilized. A sense of pervasive silence seemed to descend around them as the hegemony of necromancy also continued to gaze at the 80 seeds of chaos. 20 of them had already been used against their enemy, and yet this being had seamlessly taken care of them as the remaining 80. It was a wonder to the hegemony of necromancy on just what they should do with them. The Goliath had a silent expression as his awareness focused on the figure of Noah far away, at the vibrant essence of Kronos that stood above the chaotic void still swirling endlessly. Seeing such a development and being stumped on exactly what to do, the period of silence between the two hegemonies continued until a voice transmission entered their ears at this moment. An apex paragon should not have appeared to stand in our way, and yet it has. It is simply the tricks of the primordial cosmos trying to veer us off course, but it will not work. Rumble, all the way from the animus universe, the voice of Kronos rang in their minds as it continued a second later. All of it just means we're on the right path, and that our mission will achieve our intended results if we are getting this much interference. Antiquity is within reach sooner than any of us can expect, and this should become apparent in a few hours. The eyes of the hegemony of necromancy shone as the Goliath remained impassive, the voice of Kronos entering their minds for the last time. After all these days, the accumulation has reached a milestone as it can be considered 1/4 completed, with a portion of the essence of antiquity from the universal constructs spreading out across the affected universes. When that time comes, use the seeds of chaos again. THRUM, a shocking revelation came from Kronos as even when it seemed many things were stacked against them, he voiced out that in a matter of hours, the situation would change as the universal constructs would bring them all to a whole new stage. They were the only ones with this knowledge, as the powerhouses opposing them were still reeling from the fact that an apex paragon had appeared, and that this being had somehow comprehended the cosmic Tao of Kronos that very few hegemonies got their hands on. Outside the boundary of the necrotic universe, Oathkeeper pulled out his wings of primordial destiny, as he spoke into it carefully, his target being the apex paragon below them that was waving his hands and reassembling his armies. The other hegemonies in the surroundings perked their ears as they listened with solemnity. You've gained the title of an apex paragon after standing against beings with power exceeding this stage and still defeating them. How exactly did you manage to do this? Oathkeeper and the others all wanted to understand Noah. They all wanted to know what this paragon that was leading the charge against their battle with beings that wanted to harm their own cosmos had that made him this unique and powerful. Within the necrotic universe below, the figure of the demonic Lich Emperor waved his hands and called forth the wings of primordial destiny as he seemed to adopt an utterly serious expression while getting ready to reveal a shocking secret. The hegemonies saw this atmosphere as they listened closely, the voice of the apex paragon ringing out soon after. With enough hard work and dedication, anything is possible. Rumble, tumultuous fluctuations of essence buzzed out around the hegemonies, the eyes of the Oathkeeper remaining impassive as even with such an answer, he continued to send another message, the cosmic Tao of Kronos. It is something that even universal realm existences cannot easily grasp. How did you comprehend it? Many beings listened breathlessly as their gazes towards the apex paragon varied. This being seemed to be too eccentric as even his answers weren't reliable, and after recalling how he conversed when they found out he designed Daos himself and his most recent reply, they seemed to already know what was coming as they prepared themselves. Below them, Noah grasped onto the wings of primordial destiny as he looked at the crimson-purple clock still swirling above his head. His hands tapped towards it as it shimmered brightly, the enormous clock reducing in size instantaneously as it very soon came down into barely a few inches of a clock that descended on his hands, the essence of Kronos potent as it showered his body with power. While controlling such a cosmic Tao, he spoke lightly as he seemed to be revealing a profound truth. I've always been called a genius since I was young, so this must have something to do with it, after seeing you, the Goliath, and that Kronos used the cosmic Tao of Kronos so many times and now these incarnations of chaos utilize it too. I was unconsciously able to pick it up, rumble. The words were like a thundering strike of lightning that smashed into the origins of the listening hegemonies, all of them turning mute as even the Oathkeeper did not ask any more questions. They were just receiving constant reminders of how ruthless the mouth of the apex paragon was, simply left to look at his actions in awe without understanding exactly how he was able to do it all. They could merely observe this being's movements from afar as a single being was still focused on him very deeply. It was the one that had brought order among the vast powers of the primordial cosmos. The being that held a profound cosmic treasure that could control the very primordial essence that made the cosmos around them. At this moment, Oathkeeper's gaze focused deeply on Noah as many thoughts crossed his mind, a sharp light of destiny coursing through them as thoughts of great immensity course through. Chapter 1043, a mere glimpse of antiquity. I, the Goliath of the primordial cosmos, had given 100 seeds of chaos to the hegemony of necromancy, and he had gone to the automaton universe where Noah's subordinates were moving to give 100 more to the mechanical hegemony. The races of mechanical beings within the vast automaton universe were more closely interconnected as there would even be entire galaxies where a single central machine mass produced the androids or automaton sentinels. Naturally, the paragons moving throughout were much more interconnected as well, the number ingesting the seeds of chaos and becoming incarnations also being 20 for the first wave that the mechanical hegemony sent forward. The android and automaton sentinel paragons to arrive on the battlefield had shown immense battle power as the clones of Emperor Penguin, Anna, the Sword Emperor. The clones of many of Noah's subordinates were wiped out before the battlefield was brought under control by no other beings than Noah's own animus summons. Being connected to Noah, each of them could display the cosmic Tao of ruination when his clones fused with them, his summons being the only combatants that could withstand the robotic incarnations of chaos that utilized lasers filled with the essence of extinction and nuclear photon bombs that blew apart entire regions a few seconds in the past and future as they utilized the Tao of Kronos to land sure-hit attacks. Only Noah's summons could handle them at this moment, and even they were put on the defensive for the first few minutes of the battle as they alone kept the attention of 20 android and automaton sentinel incarnations of chaos. That is, until Noah underwent the process of emergence and obtained a brand new cosmic Tao. A glorious set of events unfolded thereafter, but we actually only need to focus on a single one. It was the actions of a certain being that was even declared a taboo in the primordial cosmos, a being that could disrupt certain rules that very few could even imagine breaking. Rumble, in the vastness of existence, there were certain absolute laws and rules that held everything in place, things that existed to make possible a semblance of balance in the wide expanse of chaos. An example of this was the concept of cosmic Taos, and how they could only be obtainable through certain methods as they held extremely heavy restrictions around them. For Noah to be able to bring to fruition the cosmic Tao essence integration and emergence ability, he utilized the quantifiable essence that he gained from reaping the lives of billions of other existences, the 130 billion skill points. To bring this ability to fruition, it was a hard and terrifying number to wrap one's head around, but it gave Noah a backdoor to bend the rules and give him the capability to obtain cosmic Taos in a relatively smooth manner. But there existed other beings that had the potential to be even more terrifying than Noah. Beings that possessed ridiculous abilities innately as they could overturn the balance of many things, and it just so happened that one of such beings was contracted to Noah. Rumble. The cerulean blue eyes of the childish figure of the Universal Emperor Slime hid in the folds of space as he watched the scenes of the shocking power of the incarnations of Chaos Android and Automaton Sentinel Paragons that had swallowed a portion of the origin essence of a universal hegemony. This blue Slime had a skill unique to its race and its race alone, a skill that made them existences with terrifying potential. It was, of course, their ability of universal devouring that was starkly different from the devouring that the sin of gluttony held. So different that they were many classes apart. Universal devouring, any life form that is devoured will be fully assimilated seamlessly as their abilities, realm, law comprehensions, Tao comprehensions, and anything else within their existence will be obtained. This is an ability unique to the Universal Emperor Slimes. This was the description of the skill that Noah had read when he first contracted with the blue slime, and it remained the same at this point in time as it held wondrous implications when he gazed at the incarnations of chaos in this automaton universe. Their bodies glimmered with a metallic glint as the automaton sentinel paragons were massive, their faces being a blank metal canvas that shone with a deadly luster. The automaton android had humanoid bodies that would change every so often to reveal deadly weapons hidden throughout. They battled with the other animus summons as the assassin hidden in the dark was ready to make a move. The Universal Emperor Slime looked at these existences with a hungry gaze that could only be satiated after something was devoured. And the chance for this had arrived as a brand new cosmic Tao had just landed on Noah's lap. One of Noah's clones was fused to the body of the blue slime as he wondered just what results would come out of this creature utilizing universal devouring, as the skill description stated. Would it truly do what it said? Was the innate ability of this blue slime that terrifying? It was a question that had to be answered, so the master and summon moved forward as they instantly appeared behind an automaton sentinel, the small hands of the blue slime waving mystically as he was the first of the summons to use the essence of Chronos through Noah and cast a temporal halt, BZZZT, from the bodies of Tiamat, Calamity Bear, and all the other summons. The glorious luster of the essence of Chronos also erupted out as they targeted the other 19 incarnations of chaos. In front of the blue slime, a gorgeous color of purple and red erupted out around the body of the automaton sentinel. Its figure creaked and shook powerfully as the essence of Chronos had already begun to erupt from it as well. But the blue slime only needed barely a second of this being staying in place for him to do what he wanted. A glimmer of blue shone as the body of the blue slime ballooned rapidly, instantly covering the enormous figure of the automaton sentinel incarnation of chaos that held within it a portion of an origin essence of a hegemony. Something that no one nor this blue slime would have ever had the chance to even come across if the Goliath had not done what he did. The sentinel's red eyes nearly shook as its senses told it of a horrendous future that it could not stop. Universal devouring, whap, a bright blue light shone out, an incarnation of chaos disappeared. The childish body of a blue-haired boy reappeared calmly in the void of space as a second later. Something even more terrifying was born from its body. There was the eruption of the unstable auras of the essence of the cosmic Taos of Chronos, extinction, phantasm, all of the Tao essences present in the seeds of chaos that the incarnations ingested, all of them. All of them without question. Chapter 1044, a mere glimpse of antiquity. 2. Lull appeared on the battlefield as a terribly overpowering incarnation was devoured, a singular figure taking on the stage as everyone's eyes focused on him, his childish features being extremely deceiving as the body of this being was currently trembling with overpowering waves of power. He had just devoured a minuscule portion of an origin essence of a hegemony. And true to its function, the ability of universal devouring, that was unique to the Universal Emperor Slime truly seamlessly assimilated everything devoured, but the portion devoured was truly too minuscule as the essence of many cosmic and grand Taos vibrated from its body in an unstable fashion, its origin being the one thing undergoing the greatest changes as 100 billion glimmering galaxies began to form hundreds of thousands of connections right away, this existence making its way towards forming a universal seed. That was how domineering the ability of universal devouring was. Seeing the unstable aura of the blue slime, Noah's clone had a grim expression as even though it seemed like the cosmic Taos were already within its grasp. The myriad of differing essences weren't setting down. The consciousness of the clone reached into the expansive space that was shared with the main body and the rest of the clones as within it. There were 19 pristine and unused seeds of chaos. The events between the necrotic and automaton universe happened nearly simultaneously, with Noah's battles beginning first as the incarnations within the automaton universe only appeared later, by the time that Noah defeated the 19 paragons with temporal inversion and put away the 19 seeds of chaos extracted from them. They were removed by the clone in the automaton universe right away as he brought them out one by one and had the blue slime silently use universal devouring on them directly. One seed of chaos after another, were directly devoured by the blue slime as the aura surrounding his figure became more and more monstrous while also stabilizing. The vibrant essence of many Daos swirled majestically around his small figure, the comprehensions of a myriad of cosmic Daos ridiculously being obtained by this universal emperor slime at once. Normally, such a reality were an existence like him at the level of Paragon gaining access to the origin of a universal realm. Hegemony that had comprehended many cosmic Daos would never have come to fruition, but the Goliath and Kronos had simply hatched a scheme that benefits certain beings too much. BZZZT, after the 19th seed of chaos was devoured by the blue slime. The auras of cosmic Daos around him fully stabilized as the childish cerulean blue eyes opened with a bright light. A sense of shocking power hidden within his every single existence on the battlefield looked towards it in awe. The expression on the childish face was that of utter fulfillment as the hands of the blue slime were raised up, the skies quaking as the essence of extinction in Kronos erupted out gloriously, ready to target the 19 remaining android and automaton sentinel. Incarnations of chaos as aside from it, the other animus summons also trembled with the essence of Kronos that Noah's clones were channeling through them, outside the boundary of the automaton universe. A hegemony was holding a wings of primordial destiny within his hands as they trembled, not even being capable of sending the message of what he was seeing across as after they saw and heard about an apex paragon rising as he comprehended the Tao of Kronos. He was now seeing a cerulean figure release not just Kronos, but the essence of extinction and a myriad of other cosmic Daos as he was followed by the commanders of the legions also releasing the essence of Kronos. Had cosmic Daos become so easy to comprehend nowadays? Could anyone just pick them up whenever they wished? Just what was going on with these beings that all held the shimmering star of conquest over them? Rumble. There were many questions with no answers, but news of the shocking developments in the automaton universe quickly spread as many hegemonies also turned their eyes to this direction as well. This fantastical development reached Oathkeeper as he grasped onto the wings of primordial destiny where he could communicate with a certain being, recalling his biting words not too long ago as he expected this eccentric apex paragon to do something similar, but he couldn't not ask. The existences leading the legions of the 9 supreme bloodline races in the automaton universe that are now utilizing the Tao of Kronos among many other cosmic Daos. His question didn't even finish as from the wings of primordial destiny, the Oathkeeper received a reply from Noah halfway through his question. Oh, them? They're just my contracted summons. They've been slacking in power recently, but now one of them has even comprehended extinction before me. The reply was nonchalant as it seemed he was both proud and pained that his summons had achieved a Tao that he had not been able to comprehend himself. Even though Noah was currently fused with the blue slime, all of its gains from the racial, universal devouring were for the slime alone, as it felt like a barrier existed for Noah when he tried to gain access to the new cosmic Daos. It just comprehended. Just like how he could use ruination essence within the bodies of his summons and they never learned or comprehended the Tao of ruination. His summons could use their comprehended Daos as they were their own. After listening to Noah's reply, Oathkeeper did not continue asking anything else as he only looked at the scenes of the fantastical events taking place in the two universes, his thoughts being his own. This powerful being soon adopted a decisive look, glorious golden light erupting from his eyes at this moment. For the ongoing battle thereafter, everything proceeded smoothly as with the help of his summons, the incarnations of chaos in the automaton universe were brought down as their reign of conquest continued unhindered. Similar to Noah in the necrotic universe, they didn't face another set of enemies or incarnations after that, as it seemed there was no response to their shocking actions from Kronos and the others. But it wasn't that there was no response, it was just a delayed one, as from the words of Kronos to the Goliath and others, the universal constructs had reached a certain stage as a shocking effect would soon be revealed. Chapter 1045, a mere glimpse of antiquity. 3. Since the process of universal amalgamation began, more than a week had passed as the progress had reached a significant milestone. Kronos considered this milestone being 1/4 of the way there, which gave the shocking timeline of another 3 or 4 weeks at most before enough accumulation of essence had occurred in then antiquity. THRUM. There was a vibration of essence from the universal constructs located in the 9 universes currently under lockdown. The hegemony of necromancy and the Goliath still remained in the necrotic universe as they watched Noah's legions continue forward after defeating 20 incarnations of chaos. Their eyes looked towards the universal construct that the hegemony of necromancy was tasked with protecting, as at this moment, the cocoon-like structure of the universal construct began to thump like a beating heart, as with every beat, there was a rapid awakening of a shocking power that nobody in the primordial cosmos had come across before. In the automaton universe, in front of the universal construct that the mechanical hegemony protected while keeping 80 seeds of chaos close at hand, A similar phenomenon occurred as a pulsing heartbeat began to resound from the universal construct. This phenomenon occurred in all 9 affected universes as they brought with them a shocking feeling of awe and power. Kronos staring at the cocoon-like construct in the animus universe as his eyes shone with a glorious light. It is here, thump. The gaze of Kronos was that of utter fervor and might as a terrifying aura pulsed from the universal constructs that very closely resembled cocoons at this moment. These cocoons pulsing as if they were resonating to a heartbeat as with every thump, waves of crimson light were released across the vast universes. Thump. The heart beat faster and faster as it seemed like a symphony about to reach a crescendo, this sound spreading to every living thing within the universes as Noah's figure gazed towards the direction of the universal construct in the necrotic universe with a somber expression. Thump, the star of conquest above his head pulsed with power, washing down pure white essence unto him as at this moment, a crimson essence began to come out in waves along with every single beat of the universal constructs. His legions came to a stop as they observed this phenomenon with immense somberness in the necrotic and automaton universe. The hegemonies outside of these universes also felt this shocking phenomenon as many were alerted, Oathkeeper having already been closely observing the necrotic and automaton universes when the phenomenon began as his body had already begun to light up with primordial essence. WAA, the sounds of heartbeats reached a crescendo as each of the universal constructs began to glimmer with a brilliant crimson light that went on to spread out and cover every single corner of the 9 universes. When this light passed through planetary bodies, void of space, and galaxies, they shuddered from its sheer pressure. When they passed through living beings, something even more shocking occurred as many would not be able to understand what was happening, but a certain someone who had a system that could quantify many things was able to understand most of it right away. Noah was one of the many beings to feel the crimson wave of light emanate from a faraway universal construct and wash over everything, a unique phenomenon occurring within his body as the moment this light passed. He felt as if a large number of shackles were placed onto him. Shackles, this was the only way he could describe it, as it wasn't until a second later that a blue text box began to buzz with words in front of him, gradually spitting out what was occurring as Noah's eyes opened wide with shock at every word he read, under the influence of a portion of the aura of the great usurper. The effects of corruption of the usurper, malignant madness, and heretical malediction are applied. THRUM. Noah's eyes shone with shock as he felt the surroundings drastically change, his body seemingly constricted on all sides at this moment as the first blue text box went away, his eyes focusing on a few select words on it as more information appeared in front of him. Corruption of the usurper, initial. Those not under the protection of the great usurper gain the corrupted status directly on their souls as their mana and health regeneration are reduced by half. The damage taken from other sources is increased by 10,000%, minus 10,000% to all laws and Tao resistances, minus 10,000% comprehension and assimilation ability to all laws and Taos, minus 50% life force, minus 50% reduction in all attributes, minus 50% effectiveness of all abilities, minus 50% mana reserves, minus 50% movement speed, minus 50% attack speed, minus 50% cast speed, minus 50% efficiency of mana conduction and usage, and 50% chance of skills failing on cast. Malignant madness, initial, the pressure of the great usurper coils around you, reducing the strength of your soul by half and granting the status effects of fearful, enfeebled, maddened, weakened, impotent, demoralized, petrified, debilitated, wasting, webbed, and overwhelmed. Heretical malediction. Once one remains in the presence of the aura of the great usurper without protecting themselves from it invading their origins, a malediction blooms within their souls as it will eventually devour them and cause the emergence of the followers of the usurper. Heretical malediction causes a metamorphosis of the body and soul that is unchangeable once it has taken place. The time of initial change is around 14 cosmic days, a shocking set of debuffs brought about by a mere aura of an existence that was being called out to by Kronos and the others. The corruption of the usurper, he could not even defend against it as anyone within the boundaries of the 9 universes had this effect applied directly to their souls. One could not even defend against it, it stemmed from the cocoon-like universal constructs, but as mentioned from the status effects Noah was seeing, it was merely an aura of a being. A mere portion of it. At this moment, those living within the 9 affected universes felt the shocking wave of a mere portion of an aura of antiquity. Just a mere glimpse of antiquity that nearly caused every existence in the 9 universes to fall to their knees, just a glimpse. Chapter 1046, Encumbrance. Finally, THRUM, Kronos felt the waves of crimson essence land on him as the effects were much different compared to what Noah and the others felt. Whatever negative effect the beings within the 9 universes received, they were oppositely positive when the aura of the great usurper landed on the bodies of Kronos and others similar to him. All of the hegemonies that had branded their auras to the universal constructs, all of the beings that were under the influence of these hegemonies and thus had the protection of the great usurper instead of being its enemy, all of these beings experienced an enhancement in their strength as the terrifying reality of what would come in the future was slowly revealed. Kronos had a light smile on his face as he seemed to be reminiscing, his hand landing on the pulsing cocoon as he felt the beating of the powerful heart that released the crimson wave with every thump. His smile became even brighter as he turned around thereafter, staring at the shocked figure of Valentina's clone not too far away that he had placed on a temporal lock. His eyes shone with a sharp light as he sent a voice transmission to a certain being at this moment. Ambrose, come back to the Animus universe and face this annoying fly that continues to come back. The cerulean hegemony will take your post in the liberated universe, a shocking message that was followed through as soon after. The astounded figure of Ambrose appeared in the Animus universe while feeling the immense burst of strength from the pulsing universal construct. Kronos waves his hands as a purple clock unwound, the temporal lock around Valentina's clone fading away as her figure bubbled with power while she looked at the two enemies with a deadly glare. What have you fools done now, THRUM? Her body glimmering with powerful light as the star of conquest above her spun powerfully, shooting towards Kronos. As this time around, they wanted to test the effects of a portion of the aura of the great usurper on their enemies. Ambrose was the one to go meet Valentina's attacks as Kronos watched from the side, his eyes shining with a sharp light as when he watched the battle unfold. The shocking reality of the edge that Valentina showed against Ambrose had disappeared, and the hegemony of slaughter was actually controlling the pace of the battle once more as his expression became excited. Boom, not even putting the effects of malignant madness into account, just the corruption of the usurper was enough to change the tides of power for many beings, damage taken being increased by 10,000% while the resistance to all laws and Daos was reduced by the same percentage. Just this effect from the corruption of the usurper was enough to demoralize many beings. But there were even more on top of all this as Valentina was the first to taste the results of the new reality against an enemy she could overwhelm before. Ha! After 10 minutes, Ambrose laughed out boisterously as he shattered the clone of Valentina with a storm of annihilation, this being taking too much pleasure from this action as the light of slaughter within his eyes shone brightly. Even though it took Kronos a few seconds to dispatch one of Valentina's clones under normal circumstances, it had still taken Ambrose over 10 minutes to do the same even while under the effects of the aura of the great usurper. This was a difference in power in terms of cosmic Daos being shown yet again. Kronos looked at the celebrating Ambrose as he nodded, his figure beginning to fade away into particles of spatial light as he sent multiple messages towards Ambrose and a few others. With this progression, he had no need to oversee the Animus universe constantly as Ambrose could now take care of the only enemy hegemony capable of descending within this universe, and Kronos could move again to fully control the many things occurring across the 9 universes at this moment. Antiquity, it wasn't too far away as he could already taste it. These fuckers are getting bolder and bolder. In the dark universe, Valentina spoke in an annoyed manner as Barbados listened to her words with a proud expression, taking credit for the gradual change in the language of this pristine hegemony. But this aura coming from the universal constructs. Valentina turned her eyes towards Noah after she felt the connection between her and her clone destroyed yet again. This time by a being that couldn't defeat her before. She could only turn to the being that had shattered her worldview time and time again, her gaze and the gazes of Barbados and Adelaide all turning towards Noah's figure that was floating off the ground as his body was surrounded by a storm of universal fortune and golden waves of destiny. He opened his eyes soon after as he gazed towards them while speaking lightly. Just a small portion of the aura of antiquity. It comes with too many status effects as it should heavily cut off the battle power of many beings. What I'm most worried about is the heretical malediction that permanently changes weaker beings into followers of the usurper. That's trillions upon trillions of beings that are already vassals and even future possible vassals. His eyes were filled with an unknown light as Adelaide appeared beside him with a smile while hugging his back. You can just transport all of them to the dark universe. After that, the rate of accumulation of those universal constructs you mentioned should be heavily reduced, right? The Ice Queen spoke lightly as Noah raised his brows while feeling the 2 soft blessings land on his back, trying his best to stay on schedule as parallel mind and a myriad of other abilities kept him focused on the serious subject at hand. There should be less than 2 weeks before the effects of heretical malediction kick in. We'll conquer as many universes as possible before then and migrate however many beings required if need be. But the battles from now on will be much harder. Noah thought of the restrictive status effects that his primordial ruination clone was currently facing as his eyes shone with a grand light of destiny, wanting to know just how the Kronos' group would move after the spread of this aura of the great usurper. He seemed to be the only one worrying, though, as Barbados also walked towards Noah while clapping her hands. Okay, so the other issue at hand, that Athena, Anna, and Elena walking around, all depressed this whole time and bringing the whole mood down. You have to fix that mess and take responsibility. It's not like you don't have endless mana and clones to take care of everything. Rumble. Noah's expression changed as an even harder task was placed on the plate of his main body, his primordial ruination clone and other clones left to deal with the shocking developments of the 9 affected universes in the primordial cosmos. Chapter 1047, Relentless. Within the necrotic universe, the fearsome presence of the Goliath vibrated powerfully as his voice rang out towards the hegemony of necromancy. Now use the remaining 80 seeds of chaos. All at once, after the spread of the terrifying aura of the great usurper, the Goliath and others in the same camp naturally weren't affected by this, as they had their auras branded onto the universal constructs. Now, they would only be using this as a chance to wipe out the fearsome apex paragon making his way across the necrotic universe. The hegemony of necromancy nodded as his figure disappeared, going into the depths of the remaining clans of undead in the necrotic universe, as he planned to utilize all of them to take down the coming enemy. Not a portion of the forces remaining in the necrotic universe, but every single paragon and monarch he could find, as long as he could entice them while utilizing the Tao of necromancy. He would make this apex paragon that had now fallen under the effects of the aura of the great usurper and had their power greatly reduced face the remaining force of an entire universe that were led by 80 incarnations of chaos. The great usurper, Noah's primordial ruination clone, repeated these words over and over again in his mind as he familiarized himself with this unknown enemy. The undead legion behind him was filled with over 50 paragons at this moment, all of them leading sections of hundreds of billions of creatures that waded through the universe in search of more existences he could conquer, as he now had even more reason to rapidly increase the marks of antiquity. At this moment, as he neared the completion of the conquest of the necrotic universe, he had gained a few billion more, as the number was currently edging towards 8 billions marks of antiquity. He expected for him to hit the 10 billion mark with the complete conquest of the necrotic universe, leaving behind only 40 billion more before he could completely connect all of the 100 billion galaxies within his origin and form the universal seed. When that time came, Rumble. Noah's eyes flashed with power at this thought as he focused on the present. To complete the conquest of the necrotic universe, destiny told him he would have to overcome a perilous battle, a battle where he was under horrendous debuffs from the mere aura of an antiquity, where the power that his subordinates could display was reduced by a large amount. But when it came to him, even if the debuffs made it so that he had minus 10,000% comprehension and assimilation ability to all laws and DAOs, so what? He had tens of thousands of percentages when it came to this area. Even if he could receive 10,000% more damage, so what? He had the purification of both ruination and primordial essence that had long since spilled over 1,000,000% to all parameters, granting him that same percentage in defense, health, mana conductivity, everything. Even if they cut his mana reserves by half, what was half of infinity? Rumble. A glorious flash of golden light shot out from his eyes at such a thought. Raising his head as he looked towards a certain direction where a storm of essence was gathering, he was currently situated upon an enormous throne of essence and bones, as he kept his form of a demonic lich emperor, moving at the forefront of the legions of undead that swirled with the necrotic ring of death. The 7 deadly sins pulsed with immense power as they moved right behind Noah, each of them carrying an aura of malevolent power, as even with the debuffs, they seemed even more intent on battling their enemies. The over 50 paragons were behind the sins as they led trillions upon trillions of undead that ranged from Dullahans, dragons, draconic vampires, titanous undead. All the myriad of undead races at the ranks of entities and above filled the undead legions that seemed to cover the distance of a galaxy, undead legions covering millions of miles in diameter. Against all of these forces, Noah raised his gaze as he noticed the storm of essence hundreds of thousands of miles away gathering. The auras of tens of paragons beginning to light up as they came closer and closer. These auras were extremely unique, as they were not just those of paragons, but they exceeded this level as they infinitely neared the ranks of hegemonies. It was the aura of incarnations of chaos. Against the rising auras of powerful beings, Noah's forces felt their oppressive pressure tens of thousands of miles away as the paragons stopped their forces and had them brace themselves. The paragons on his side bellowing out as the trillions of undead followed. Oh, the bellows reverberated across the chaotic void as even with the oppression of an antiquity, Noah's forces still seemed to vibrate with power. The auras of incarnations of chaos came even closer after a few seconds, Noah remaining on his throne as he gazed calmly at their appeared figures. Whap, a spatial essence vibrated out as 10 appeared soon after. Whap, then 20, whap, 50, whap, 80, rumble. The pristine and domineering aura of 80 undead paragon incarnation of chaos appeared grandly as behind them, for millions of miles, were the auras of undead that looked as vast as an unending sea. They towered majestically before Noah, as the endless sea was actually hundreds of trillions of undead, promising for a shocking battle to come, as all of them were led by powerful incarnations at the very forefront. Some of them were lich emperors as their skeletal figures blazed with blue flames. Standing atop undead Chilants and dragons, other incarnations were abyssal undead emperors as they were the size of planets, holding in their hands swords and spears in the form of Dao weapons as a single swing from them could shatter a star. The majesty and honor of the races of undead were all present at this moment as they all stared silently at Noah's calm figure that was still sat on the imposing throne of bones. Essence flew around the battlefield madly as not a single side spoke, an oppressive silence descending in the chaotic space as both sides seemed to just watch each other. Outside the boundary of the necrotic universe, there were also a few hegemonies watching this battle as inside the necrotic universe itself. The hegemony of necromancy and the Goliath were also watching near the universal construct. Many eyes watched this singular unfolding battle as the pervasive silence was needed for the shocking storm to come. One side was under heavy debuffs as a single demonic lich emperor led over 50 undead paragons and sins. The other side had 80 incarnations of chaos leading hundreds of trillions of undead. In the tense standoff of power, a singular prominent being on a throne moved first. He raised his palm grandly as a glorious star of conquest shone over him, a crimson-purple clock blooming from his palm at this moment as it expanded to cover everything. Chapter 1048, Relentless. 2. Under the influence of heavy oppression from an aura of an antiquity. One had to be reserved as they moved with care. This was the belief that the hegemony of necromancy and any others held when they thought about the many existences within the 9 affected universes. This was the belief they had when an army unlike any other had been prepared, 80 incarnations of chaos being produced as the result of them facing a heavily oppressed and weakened enemy should naturally be a one-sided massacre. Yet, RUUMBLE, a single being defied their expectations as while calmly situated upon a throne, he began to wildly release waves of mana, the essence of Kronos being at the forefront as a crimson-purple clock bloomed in front of everyone's eyes. It expanded to cover thousands of miles in an instant, and continued to stretch out even further as when this being clenched his hand, this clock began to shine with a gorgeous glimmer of intense light. The incarnations of chaos looked at this scene as their bodies vibrated with the essence of Kronos, extinction, and many other cosmic Daos. Their figures looked like 80 shining spots of light in the darkness of the chaotic void, burning intensely as they all moved towards Noah in unison. The chaotic void shook as in response to the relentless advance of the figures glimmering with light. A 100-meter-tall humanoid sin of pride flickers to the very forefront as the golden axe within its hands glimmered brightly. The darkness was lit up even more in the next second. Millions of miniaturized suns bloomed behind the golden axe as the sin of pride swung down with an expression of deep arrogance. The sin of pride moved first, but the rest of the sins soon followed as their bodies lit up brightly to release their own uniquely shocking attacks. One must recall, they should all be under heavy restrictions from the portion of the aura of antiquity. After them, the over 50 paragon undead behind Noah lit up with the essence of death, their legions moving as the necrotic ring of death began to expand. It just had to touch and start killing a small portion of the enemy forces before it quickly bloomed to 1,000,000% increase in the area of effect and damage of the necrotic ring of death. Many cards were ready to be played, but the main one remained the same. It remained the demonic lich emperor situated upon the throne of bones. RUUMBLE, his eyes blazed with an intense light as the clock that now covered everything shot out with the deadly light of Kronos. Time continued to churn as many existences moved. Apart from the necrotic universe, there was also the automaton universe where Noah's subordinates were leading the conquest under his name. Similar to Noah, these beings had also invited the force of 80 incarnations of chaos after they took down the 20 initial incarnations. They did this with Noah's power, of course, but there was also a singular figure that had taken the spotlight recently. It was the figure of the Animus Summon that could somehow wield the Daos of extinction and Kronos among many. This existence moved like a whirlwind of death as with the essence of such pristine Daos surrounding him, he dispatched even the strongest incarnations of chaos in mere seconds. but that was before the descent of the aura of the antiquity that came with the corruption of the usurper. With such a thing weighing down this being, they should not be able to even stand against an incarnation at this moment, right? This was the thought process of the many powerful monarchs and incarnations of chaos from the automaton races and the sentinels, as at this moment, Noah's subordinates were facing an army very similar to the same one he faced. 80 incarnations floated opposite to them, the glimmer of deadly weapons and vessels with nuclear plasma bombs being seen from the distance. Facing them were the hardened figures of the clones of the Emperor Penguin, Kazuhiko, Barbados, Steel Mikhail, and many others who were actually heavily affected by the corruption of the usurper, as they were relatively normal existences that existed in the scope of understanding. Backing all of these beings while borrowing Noah's power was the Animus. Summons, the images of the obsidian panther, majestic golden crown, the planetary-sized colossal Helios Leviathan, all of them were led by Tiamat and a singular cerulean figure at the very forefront. The cerulean figure was an enormous blue dragon, this being the form that the blue slime had taken as he displayed ridiculous might with cosmic daos such as extinction and Chronos under his belt. The eyes of this universal emperor slime at this moment were firm as they were even filled with an unshaken belief and resolve. It was the resolve of the being that felt like he would soon attain enough power to ask certain questions and hold a few powerful beings responsible, the resolve of a being to ask why all of its race had to be massacred, as it was currently the last of the lineage of the universal emperor slimes. The blue slime was normally nonchalant and even childish in nature. But it was still an existence that bore immense hidden pain that very few could ever experience. This was because very few would ever happen to live and realize they were the last of their whole race. Much less understand that they were hunted and had to live while hiding who they were all this time. The blue slime was waiting until it reached the precipice of power as a universal realm hegemony, as it would then ask the hegemonies of the primordial cosmos why did they do what they did. He wanted to question all of them, no matter if it was someone like Kronos or even Oathkeeper. He would ask them why all his brethren deserved to die. If the answer was not sufficient, he might just choose to devour everything for recompense. Rumble, Noah's clone, was currently fused with the blue slime as he felt its tumultuous emotions, letting this unique being choose itself, as Noah had an idea of the mystery behind the genocide of the universal emperor slimes from Valentina, but his subordinates weren't just blank beings he could just forcefully move and command. They were their own existences that shouldered their own burden and pain, and Noah would let them seek their own justice. The blue slime seemed to hear his master's feelings as the enormous body of the blue dragon trembled with power, cosmic essence leaking from him as he roared out towards the automaton incarnations of chaos before him, his figure flickering with glorious light as he was the first to move. Rohar, it was a roar of immense power and resolve as at this moment, the body of the blue dragon lit up with the terrifying essence of extinction, the image of a cerulean blue clock appearing behind the blue dragon as it moved to freeze everything in time. Chapter 1049, Where is he getting all this mana? Glorious scenes of battle were hard to come across so frequently, but some beings could just create shocking scenes that deserved to be memorialized for eons and watched by all. A force of 80 existence nearly reaching the power of a hegemony was extremely frightening for one to face, and yet a certain being moved fearlessly to match them. 10 of them shook with power as they went to surround the 7 deadly sins. 25 of them each faced 2 undead paragons as it came out that they matched all the 50-something paragons that were leading Noah's undead legions. One incarnation of chaos could easily match 2 or 3 normal Lich Emperor paragons, and they boldly chose to do so as their main focus on this battle was a singular being. It was the demonic Lich Emperor that had risen from his throne of bones and was already moving towards them. After the division of 35 incarnations, it left behind 45 of these powerful existences to move against a singular being. Where it was Lich Emperors standing upon terrifying undead dragons shining with a gorgeous blue light, or Titanus-sized undead titans wielding Dao weapons capable of fracturing stars with a mere flicker. 45 of them surrounded a singular being as their bodies lit up with glorious waves of power. A mere paragon, under heavy debuffs at that, facing 45 incarnations of chaos. Yet Noah wasn't flustered or fearful, his gaze placing as in the midst of all of this. He quickly tapped his fingers 45 times in the chaotic void as he looked at all the incarnations coming towards him. Temporal halt, bzzzt, from the space above them, the enormous crimson-purple clock churned as it gushed out droves of the essence of Chronos. The bodies of the 45 incarnations Noah faced blooming with circular swirling light as all their figures came to a stop, their own bodies lit up brightly to offset the effects of the singular skill cast by someone. But they found to their and the shock of many beings watching that the amount of essence of Chronos that Noah was releasing from the enormous clock above superseded each of them singularly. And then it went on to supersede them altogether as droves of the essence of Kronos continued to wash down and wrap around them under Noah's command. These powerful incarnations actually could not break the temporal halt they were placed on as they all came to a stop, all 45, stopped by a single being. Noah's gaze was still calm and free of worries. To him, it mattered not whether it was 20 incarnation of chaos or 100, the question remained whether they would be able to withstand. When he utilized the cosmic Tao of Kronos that could put beings in a halt in time. To do this, a mere seed of chaos and the small comprehensions it had on Kronos was not enough for mere paragons to be able to break out of the shackles he placed on them. This was because they lacked not just in how much of the quality of the Tao of Kronos they could utilize, but also the quantity of it. Even at this very moment, he was converting mana into the essence of Kronos as it gushed out endlessly from the crimson-purple clock, making it that even the large force of 45 incarnations could not break free from his temporal shackles after he placed them. This gave birth to the glorious scene that deserved to be memorialized for eons, a scene of a single being merely tapping their fingers in the void as a glorious eruption of light occurred, and then 45 beings of immense power were all brought to a halt from such an action. Thereafter, his calm eyes that seemed extremely demonic and terrifying to all only gazed upon them all as he called out softly. Temporal inversion. Simple. Methodical. Precise. What worked before can always work again. His fingers tapped out 45 times once more as the dazzling essence of Kronos bloomed out beautifully, enticing all of those watching in a stellar fashion as it would put many beings in dismay. The eyes of many watching hegemonies were filled with somberness as they watched the unfolding scenes. They were powerful beings that had lived for a great deal of years, and they knew very well about the concepts of mana usage, this type of subject even being something crucial that all experts focused on as it could decide life and death during battle. Normally, not many beings would pay attention to estimate or count just how much mana reserves another person has. Such a thing becoming readily apparent based on their actions during the course of the battle, they would show signs of exhaustion or they would hold back on the skills they cast as they waited for their reserves to regenerate. But as they looked closely at a certain being in past battles and even now, they came to realize something that they didn't pay too much attention to in the beginning. Something that other hegemonies unconsciously questioned when they first viewed Noah's battles. It was the question of mana. As they watched this being face 80 incarnations of chaos and wildly display many skills to stand against them, these powerful beings finally began to strictly pay attention to Noah's usage of mana as when they did. Their hearts began to shake at the mere reality of it as they noticed something. It was the fact that on top of wildly throwing out a great deal of skills that utilized the essence of Kronos without worry, there was another area where this being was using mana freely in a way that they shouldn't. To see this, the universal hegemonies that had noticed the situation used their power to simply observe the flow of mana, and this was when they came across the shocking scene of seeing thin lines of mana connections from the body of Noah's demonic Lich Emperor to the terrifying 7 deadly sins as well as the over 50 paragon undead moving across the battlefield. The hegemonies didn't know this. But this was Noah sending out the essence of ruination in Kronos to wrap around the bodies of the sins and the undead paragons to reinforce their power and protect them from the cosmic essence of their enemies. To their dismay and shock, they found out that this being wasn't just freely going around casting skills like the concept of mana didn't exist, but he was also releasing mana to constantly reinforce tens of beings at the same stage as him, as if he had so much mana for himself that he was free to even reinforce and give it to others, as if mana truly wasn't a problem for him. In the boundary of the necrotic universe, the microbial hegemony's body was shaking with utter awe as he was the one to ask as many beings noticed the blatant waste and horrendous usage of mana from Noah. How is it possible for him to even share mana with so many others? How is he capable of doing all of this? Just, where is he getting all this mana from? Rumble, a simple question was asked, but there was no answer. It was the question that would bring to attention the minds of many on the subject of mana and a certain being. It was a point of focus that would give birth to one of the many titles that the Apex Paragon would come to hold. It was the point of focus for the eventual birth of the title Antiquity of Mana, Chapter 1050, Where is he getting all this mana? 2. The process of accumulation was proceeding well even with the reduced gathering of essence in the animus universe. It had proceeded to the point the aura of the great usurper had begun to leak and affect these universes and the beings within, and yet, BZZZT, the horrifying scene of a single being standing up against 45 incarnations that had power exceeding anything in the stage of a paragon was playing out. Kronos was watching this scene with somber eyes personally in the necrotic universe, joining the Goliath and the hegemony of necromancy in watching this spectacular battle near the universal construct within this universe, he left behind the task of defending the universal construct in the Animus universe back to Ambrose, as this hegemony could now stand against Valentina's clones with the aid of the aura of the great usurper. But as he watched the glimmering clock that represented the tool one used to utilize the essence of the cosmic Tao of Kronos, this being that was titled with the name of this Tao had somber eyes as he was reminded of a heavy pressure. What he did was something that went against the natural law. He knew there would be resistance and he would have to fight and claw his way out, but he never expected for such a ridiculous existence to exist, as he believed this apex paragon appeared just to stand in his way, as a being that had lived for too long. He knew the cosmos weren't just an inanimate object with no consciousness. Doing what he did was an action harmful to the cosmos, and he had faced resistance from such actions many times in the past. But he had accounted for many things this time. Using the experience from all his past times, he had moved with care, as he was even able to get one of the oldest beings of the cosmos on his side. Yet, how could the cosmos be as ridiculous as to blatantly drop a being out of thin air to stand against him? There should have been immense restrictions and limitations, as such blatant intervention should not be possible. Kronos was not just thinking these thoughts without merit. He was a being that had lived multiple lifetimes. In the many lives he led before he reincarnated, he had faced enemies that never had to face the hardship he faced to achieve power, enemies that got their position through sheer luck, as if it was appointed for them to obtain it. An example was the existence of the Oathkeeper. What did this being do to deserve having a cosmic treasure? How did he even obtain it? Among the myriad of quintillions upon quintillions of existences, why did he end up with a treasure capable of affecting the cosmos? Now, apart from a being like Oathkeeper, there was another existence that quite literally dropped out of nowhere, literally appeared from thin air, as if he wasn't even from the primordial cosmos until he just needed to be when Kronos was undertaking his plans. An apex paragon that had battle power to take down incarnations of chaos that were infinitely nearing the power of a hegemony. And this being could still display this power to its fullest even while under the oppressive aura of an antiquity. How rumble, Kronos couldn't help but utter out as the Goliath and the hegemony of necromancy beside him remained silent. Their eyes tore across the void of space as they laid their eyes on the stellar scene of a being that merely tapped the space before him, bringing to a halt 45 incarnation of chaos. The enormous spinning clock above everything then spun as the area and origins around these beings began to undergo an inversion in time. It was the fantastical, temporal inversion. That unless the enemy could dispel with sheer strength and power or the usage of immense quality and quantity of Kronos, they could not escape it. The incarnations of chaos had the essence of extinction in Kronos. And yet they could not break out of the temporal inversion. This was due to the scene that all of them were watching with rapt attention, the scene of endless essence of Kronos gushing from the clock that the apex paragon had summoned above everything. The apex paragon was beating everything with pure quantity, exchanging his mana for the essence of the cosmic Tao of Kronos in insane amounts, as it caused them all to question the source of his mana reserves. The hegemony of necromancy could not help but utter in his breath as he watched, "Is he accessing the mana reserves of a fucking genuine universe or something?" He unconsciously uttered this as he watched the repetition of seeds of chaos being separated from the bodies of the paragons. The number this time being double that of before, as the apex paragon still did it as if it took the same effort, as if it didn't matter if he faced the crazily powerful incarnations of chaos when they were 20 or 45. Rumble, the chaotic void flashed with a glorious light as with a wave of his hands, the apex paragon called the 45 seeds of chaos now standing beside 45 weakened paragons. The field of battle turned silent, the 35 paragon incarnations of chaos that had gone to face the 7 deadly sins and the undead paragons within Noah's legions turned towards this scene with stupor as they didn't know what to do. 45 of them had been wiped out with a mere tap of this being's fingers. What would 35 of them do when at this moment, some of them were even struggling with the 7 deadly sins they could barely hold up against? An air of majesty spread out as the demonic Lich Emperor caused the 45 seeds of chaos to disappear with a wave of his hands, his gaze placid as if he didn't just incapacitate half of the enemy champions in seconds. His calm eyes that seemed capable of shaking the void itself landed on the weakened paragons that just had something shocking separated from their origins, his voice ringing out as it shook their very souls. Fealty, or death, rumble.